สวัสดีค่ะทุกท่านขอต้อนรับทุกท่านเข้าสู่บรรยากาศการจัดงาน Startup Thailand 2017 Scale Up Asia เราเดินทางเข้าสู่วันที่ 3 แล้วนะคะสำหรับการจัดงานในวันนี้เราจะ Scale Up ไปพร้อมๆกันค่ะโดยธีมในการจัดงานวันที่ 3 นี้นะคะเรามาพร้อมกับธีม Global Startup Ecosystem เริ่มต้นเปิดเวทีในช่วงแรกในวันนี้นะคะทุกท่านจะได้ติดตามกันกับ Keynote Speech ในหัวข้อ Confessions of a Venture Capitalistชื่อก็บอกแล้วนะคะคำสารภาพจากนักลงทุนหากคุณกำลังมองหาโอกาสและอยากรู้ว่าอะไรที่เป็นความท้าทายที่คุณจะต้องเจอบ้างในวงการของเรา VC ต้องมาติดตามกันค่ะเพราะว่า Keynote Speaker ระดับโลกท่านนี้นะคะคุณแอนดรูว์ แทนจะมาเปิดโลกความเข้าใจเกี่ยวกับสภาพแวดล้อมหรือว่า Ecosystem ในวงการ Startup ให้ทุกท่านได้เห็นซีนาริโอที่ชัดเจนมากขึ้นที่สำคัญค่ะถ้าพูดถึงคุณแอนดรูว์ แทนจาก Think Big Ventureผู้ที่เคยล้มละลายมาแล้วถึง2 ครั้งนะคะแต่สามารถกลับมายืนหยัดในโลกธุรกิจได้อย่างมั่นคงจากการลงทุนในหลากหลายสาขาอาชีพอย่างช่ำชองเพราะฉะนั้นแล้วจะเป็นประโยชน์ให้สำหรับทุกท่านได้เห็นโอกาสและแรงบันดาลใจจากเขาอย่างแน่นอนค่ะ Well, ladies and gentlemen, our first keynote speaker of today, Mr. Andrew Tan, managing partner from Think Big Venture. Andrew is a serial entrepreneur and the founding partner in Think Big Venture, where his venture partners of the firm investment and management team has expertise in the industry as well. And we would like to bring you to join with us for the keynote speech on the conventions of venture capitalists. It's now time to welcome him on the floor. Please welcome Mr. Andrew Tan, managing partner, Think Big Venture.
Thank you. Morning, Bangkok! Why, is it still too early in Bangkok or what? Or everyone's still sleeping around? But thank you for welcoming me. My name is Andrew. Okay, I think this is maybe a very challenging topic as a first keynote speaker talking about confession of a venture capitalist. It's not something very sad. I just want to share with you what have I learned over the last 20 years in my entrepreneurial life. Okay, so just quick sharing about what do I do. Okay, I run a venture firm. This is my second fund in Malaysia. Our second fund size is about 10 million USD. It's called Think Big Venture. We focus on early stage from seed round to Series A investment. Okay, we are one of the 22 companies that are regulated by Securities Commission in Malaysia. So we are the 19th company in Malaysia. Coincidentally, over the past year, I could not invest into more startups because I could not find any more bankable deal. So what do? I invest into another operator, which is an equity crowdfunding platform. In Malaysia, there are 6 regulated license holders for equity crowdfunding. And I own another equity crowdfunding called crowdplus.asia. So we are still the leading equity crowdfunding platform in Malaysia. So basically, I'm the only one who holds a true license by Securities Commission in Malaysia. Okay, so let me give you some of my background. I graduated in Queen's Mary. I did my master's in 2002. And then after I finished, I got a Dean Award for my thesis in online fraud and prevention. So after that, I started to service for a company called eBay, if you still remember. But I think maybe some of you heard of Elon Musk. I used to serve under him when I was in PayPal. However, when PayPal was took over by eBay, so I moved on as well. And then life is a turning point. My parents got sick, so I came back from UK back to Malaysia, and then that's where I started my business. So with all the experience, academy, technical background that I learned in UK, I came back to Malaysia and started my first IT company. I founded an IT company that's focusing on telecommunications. And then I was doing SMS, premium marketing. And I got my company got IPO in Malaysia. And I was one of the youngest companies that listed in Nasdaq during that time. So these are some of my background that I have served before. eBay, Tesco. I was also doing the regional expansion for Airbnb when Airbnb came over to Southeast Asia. So I was in charge of Malaysia and Singapore. And then I moved on to start my VC firm and then be my Crowd Plus. So I just want to share with you a bit about what the media say about me. Just a quick summary of my entrepreneur journey. I IPO 2 company, I IPO 1 company in Malaysia. My last company was IPO in Hong Kong. I am also twice a bankruptcy. So when you get IPO, then you get bankrupt as well. Then you go into IPO, then you get another bankrupt. Okay? So the media was actually quite lenient to me. I think they are very kind. They say my life is a venture. It's because I've been doing a lot of investing up and down. It's a roller coaster journey for me. And then I have another coverage, which is by a Focus magazine, which is a business magazine in Malaysia, talking about me as a risk taker in life and businesses. Then when I started my VC, that was the title. Behind the VC company founded by a Malaysian who faced bankruptcy twice in his career. So people ask me, Andrew, what is entrepreneurship? Why do you still go up and down? To me, I believe entrepreneurship is about opening up yourself to a life of possibility. Then the first lesson you're going to learn in your life is that you're going to realize one thing. There are more people who are more talented than me and richer than me are working triple harder than you. Entrepreneurship is about you getting so that tired today, and then you know that tomorrow you're going to wake up going at life, and the only thing that wakes you up is not your alarm clock. It's your passion. It's your vision that's driving you. So that is about entrepreneurship. So that was some of my coverage in the media. I was featured in quite a lot of TV, magazine, interview and stuff. I think another feature was about a successful comeback where I did about, they talk about my story since I was young, starting from 8 years old until what I have today. But I think my success is not defined by the wealth I've accumulated. I believe my success is measured by the positive impact I have with people around me. People who experience me understand what I'm trying to bring on to the market. So these are one of some of the latest articles. He who thinks big is not an ordinary thinker. If you realize my logo is a box, a lot of people, especially in the tech scene, especially in the startup world, you will meet with mentors who always tell you, try to think out of the box. But to be honest, in life, there's no box. Why do you want to box yourself? Tear the box away. Let your imagination run wild. That is life is what about. And then I have this thing about my quote in Tatler magazine in Malaysia. That I see people always tell me, you only live once. I say, come on. Everyone's living. Every second you're living, you will only die once. Make every second count in your life, especially in entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is not risky, but entrepreneurship is risky when you're unprepared. So this is what about me. What I have done, speaking engagement, okay, I've been speaking in Taiwan. I just got back from Singapore speaking about the future of finance, about how the future banking, how fintech is going to affect people's life. Also the chief trainer for Security Commission Malaysia for all the new graduates. So I judge for Texas. I'll be back here 2 weeks later. Okay, so some of it roundtable, ECF. I do a lot of workshop on how to raise successful campaign on equity crowdfunding. I speak on capital market. So basically, I just want to start my today's topic. So what does a venture capitalist really do? I've been getting a lot of questions about people asking me, Andrew, I'm interested in getting into startup. I'm interested into investing into startup. But how do I get to it? How can I become a venture capital? A lot of people will feel that venture capital is a very glamour job. But I can tell you honestly, deep down, venture capital is a very frustrating job. So what is a VC firm is all about? VC firm runs on 2 types of partners. One who funded you, which is, we call it the LP, the limited partners. And then the operation guy, the person who make all the decision and running the business is called general partners. So this is the structuring of a VC. So as a general partner, what is in there for you? Okay, first thing I would say, The upside of being a venture capital, yes, you get to meet a lot of interesting people. You get to speak on stage. You get paid for coming here. Okay? And then there is also a potential for you to make a lot of money. Potential only. Yeah? Based on the data, 95% of the venture firms do not last more than 5 years. So they actually go burst after a few years. So that is a venture capital. And then as a GP of a fund, this is my second fund. As a general partner of the fund, before you raise any fund from your LPs, they will need you to commit a certain fund into the size. In my structuring, I am committing 40% of my fund, of my own money into the fund. Because if you are not putting your skin into the game, how will you want your investor to believe in you that you are committed in this? Okay? So basically, as a VC, you're responsible for your LP money. Okay. I think the best part about this is every time I announce a good news, I invested in a company, I got something, someone is coming in on the next round, I'm super excited because I know that there is a potential that I'm going to score a big win for my LPs. However, every time when you are struggling, and most of the companies do struggle in the first 3 years. So during the struggling stage, I'm extremely frustrated that I believe that I have mismanaged the fund. That kind of challenge in me is really draining me down. I was always thinking myself, why don't I just get another full-time job in a corporate, and then even I'm not very productive, even I'm not efficient, no one will notice my mismanagement of the fund. So to me, every struggle is a hard blow. Okay, because for me, going out, pitching, and getting my LPs to invest in me, I feel a deep sense of responsibility for managing their hard-earned money. So this is one of the real struggle that if I really lose out the money, I feel very stressful, and then I feel I am really committed into driving the value. So, but then it's VC for everyone. Building a sustainable and profitable business takes a lot of time. You at least minimum takes few years, and then there's a lot of work to be going on. So if any aspiring VC or any aspiring angels is looking to invest into startup or equity financing, equity investment, if you are looking for a quick ROI that you can exit in 1 or 2 years, maybe this is not a game for you. Based on data, a standard startup company, from the moment they start to build their MVP till the stage where they can take over, it takes about 8 years on average basis. To get into IPO stage, it takes about 11 years. However, there are some businesses, we raise a big round of fund, are highly possible to exit within 3 to 5 years. So what does a VC do? Okay, especially in now, with the influx of a lot of technology, influx of a lot of funding, as a VC, you need to try to be smart with your money and compete with a pool of investors with dumb money. There are a lot of investors out there, a lot of newbies investors out there who invest based on very emotional way. So what do we do is that every time we negotiate a deal with entrepreneur, and getting a reasonable deal, it takes a lot of due diligence, working on with their business model, what is the expansion direction. However, after a few weeks of the discussion, of the negotiation, then suddenly you get another investor who is going to offer the entrepreneur with a ridiculous term and overfunded them. This is not a healthy ecosystem. What we're trying to create is that we do not want to overcapitalize a startup or a company. We also do not want to undercapitalize you so that you can have a healthy growth plan. Because why? The moment you are overcapitalized, you start to spend without really thinking what is the return of it. But when you are undercapitalized, you're going to work under stress, and then it's not very healthy for you to keep on growing. So what's the challenge as a VC? I think challenge as a VC is not about finding a good deal. It's about you have to vet through a lot of deck on a monthly basis. On a monthly basis, average, I'm looking through between 200 to 300 deck. And then the real challenge about it is to finding the gem in it. Then one of the challenges that I face always is that I get some really nice and smart people coming out with something really unworkable. They are trying to change the world, especially in Asia. I don't think Asia is a good country for us to actually creating something very disruptive. Why? Maybe because in terms of adoption rate, in terms of acceptance, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of the availability of the funding, I don't think we are ready for that yet. However, I'm not sure in Thailand. I'm not trying to imply anything. I always speak to my investing company or my portfolio company, do not try to research and develop because R&D come with a very expensive burn rate. I always tell them, try to research and copy, and then you innovate good solution to adopt to the local culture and solve the problem in the market. That is what I always advocate to them. Yep. So sometimes I think, then I also get to meet some interesting people. Very workable idea, solving a huge pain in the market, but they will come to me with a crazy valuation. So this is also the challenge that we are facing as well. But selecting a portfolio, the real struggle on selecting portfolio is not really hard because sometimes we do identify certain good portfolio. However, the moment you take a VC funding, I think the real challenge is that because my company, my firm, Think Big Venture, invests in early startup. When we invest in early startup, the real challenge is most of these startups have limited resources. And then every time a VC invests into the company, we want you to have aggressive growth. But due to limited resources, due to limited human resource, we can't really scale at the pace that we wanted to. As a VC, I think, or maybe any angel investor, anybody can fund. But sticking around with the company, that will be the main challenge. It's not about the deal origination, deal structuring, valuation, due diligence. The real challenge for a VC is when the money is into the investing account, that's where the real work begins. Because you start to lose control of the money, and then the investing company will start spending at a certain burn rate. So that might be another challenge. Okay, so okay, just and then this a bit part about this venture. I want to share about this part is that what we are actually looking at as a VC, there are 4 key main criteria. The first thing is that we will want to look into the company, the team execution ability, the domain experience. Who are the team that is going to scale this business model? Secondly, we want to look into what solution are you proposing? What is your unique selling point of your solution? The third part we want to look into is what pain are you solving? For a scalable, profitable business, you need to solve a problem in the market. And then you need to identify the fourth part. Who is going to be the user of your solution? So this is what we are actually looking at before we actually drill on to work with you more on that. Okay, so just want to debunk another myth. I think I speak quite a lot long. Okay, when is the right time to take on VC funding? I believe everyone is very hyped, keep on pitching, raising fund. So if you ask me when is the right time to actually take on a VC funding, I will tell you, never ever take any fund from any VC. Why? Okay. I believe one thing, the startup scene have created a tech culture whereby fundraising has become one of their key activity. Every startup, they come up with a business idea. The first thing they thought of is let's create a pitch deck to pitch for money, rather than really generating value for the user. The business model has changed. Everyone, you go to every talk, every event, every conference, everyone will be sharing about how to raise fund from the VC, how to raise fund from investor. No one actually tell you about how to really build a sustainable business model and generating or creating value for the user or solving a big problem. I think this is a very worrisome situation where I think the market needs to start to change. And then a lot of startup is actually very depending on government, very depending on grants, very depending on angels to fund it. However, I would say as a startup, as an entrepreneur, you need to start to learn about building a business. What do I say building a business is that you need to start to learn with limited resources. Because by working with limited resources, it actually gives you it hones an excellent skill set for you to build your career. You need to start to understand about managing your own resources. And then when you have limited resources, when you start to self-funding, you will understand one thing. So from the first day, the very first day you build your business, you talk about profitability. How do I start generating profit? Which is, I think, is a very important skill set. Because after all, sooner or later, even you raise fund from a VC or from whoever, IB, PE, at the end of the day, at some point of the time, the business needs to go into profitability. But why not start building it at a start? That is how you're going to scale it. Especially when you are self-funding. I think the best part about self-funding is that self-funding forces you to think every single stage, every single moment. Every single time you spend a single cent, you will want to understand about the financial return, which I think is very important. And then with your own money, it motivates you to focus only on the essential, which I think is very crucial. Why? Because when you are overcapitalized, when you are running your startup with other people's money, you tend to spend without much thinking. However, with your own money, every time you hire a new staff, every time you want to launch a new product, a new feature, every time before you want to expand your business, you will think twice. What kind of ROI, what kind of return am I getting at? I think that is really a very good skill set, and then it helps you to build a sustainable business, which is very important into your business model. And then with your own money, the best part is about here. Entrepreneurship or startup or any company, you are bound to fail several times. Except that is a fact. No one is going to hit at the bullseye immediately once they start the business. But when you raise your own money, the best thing about it is like this. When you fail, you can pivot quickly because it's your own money. When you fail, when the business is not working, you will tend to close down the business and move on. Your time and opportunity costs are more valuable. However, because if you raise money from some VC or some other investor, you are bound to the working employment that you still need to keep scaling it. That even though that you know that the business might not be scaling according to the plan, you cannot pivot too quickly. You will just keep trying until you burn out all the money. And then, especially when you raise funds from a VC, you are giving out a huge, maybe a sum of equity to a VC, and then you are governed by their guidance. So you do not have a full control when you should stop, or when can you quit, or when can you actually sell. My point here now is not to say, asking you not to raise any fund. My point here is about getting you to bootstrap, understand your business. You can find creative alternative way to raise fund. There's always angels out there. There's always super angel out there. There are also strategic partners who might be keen in building the business together with you. I think that is actually very crucial than just raising capital. As an entrepreneur, as a startup, what you want to do is that you want to raise smart capital from the industry expert that's going to help you to drive your business together, that's going to mentor you, that's going to work with you to scale the business together. I think also before you raise a fund from a VC, if your business is not long enough in the validation process, you're not going to get into a good bargaining situation or bargaining chip to negotiate a good term. you might have to give up a huge chunk of equity into some other investors where you're going to lose passion in your business. Imagine if you're a startup giving out 60% in return of a certain amount of money. How will you feel when you start to scale the business? So ultimately, I believe that before you raise funds, real validation, what is the real validation of a business model? It includes customer acquisition, understand about your cash flow break even, how you need to learn how to drive revenue. Then you need to understand how can I operate my business in a positive operating margin. How can I increase my growth margin? That is the real validation before you actually go to a VC. I think that is the real challenge in the market. Nowadays, especially with so many failures and VC funds are drying up, selling them a big dream is not workable anymore. However, I would not say that because there are some business models in the market where there's extremely large business opportunity that you might need to have a large fund to start scaling. Okay? Because you need to start to build the first market mover advantage. You want to be in the brand positioning, brand recognition that people acknowledge you. You need to start funding. Okay, I would say these kind of businesses are about maybe Facebook, Google, Uber are a good example. But this kind of disruption is not happening in Asia. So in Asia, what I would say is that try not to disrupt the market. We are not in a situation to disrupt the market. Try to identify, try to build a sustainable business model that is solving a real-life problem. I think that is very crucial for the scalability of the business. Okay, so finally in this part, I'm not just saying that don't ever raise money from a VC. Try to think, what I'm trying to urge you all is that try to think through harder. Try to think through thoroughly. Understand about, be very sober, be very serious before you actually look for VC funding. There are a lot of people out there who are willing to give you a helping hand. Try to identify who are this angel, this mentor, this strategic partner who is going to help you to drive your business rather than just go to investment banking or just a VC just to raise a huge round and then start burning. Understand about profitability. Understand about how to create a sustainable business model that can fund you along the way. I have seen a lot of companies that are bootstrapping very well, and then the moment they receive VC funding, they receive a very good valuation because they have built a certain traction, they have validated all their idea, rather than just about, when I have an idea, the first thing I want to pitch is to VC. So try to understand about when is the best time to pitch to a VC. On this part is about, I get a lot of startup or company come to me. They ask me, Andrew, before I explain to you, can you sign an NDA? If NDA is a non-disclosure agreement, that means that whatever he showed to me, I cannot show to other people. I think the real challenge is about this. If your business can be copied just by telling others about that idea, I think that business is not bankable. Why? Because basically there's no barrier for entry. Idea is just dime of a dozen. Everyone have idea. VC investors are looking at the team, are looking at the idea, and then are looking at your execution ability. And then you need to have a very clearly defined goals on the problem that you are solving. What is the inspirational behind you coming out with this solution? This is what we are actually looking at, rather than just an idea. So if you go to a VC, you tell the VC, can you sign an NDA for me? I cannot disclose more to you until that you sign something, because this is going to be the game changer, this is the disruption, I'm the only one. I'm very worried when someone comes to me tell me, this is the first solution in the market, where especially it's from Asia. If we are in Silicon Valley, I might believe that, but I don't see that in Asia that's happening, that you're going to change the world by creating something in Asia. Okay, so, and then some people ask me, should I disclose more information to the VC? And if I disclose more information, would they copy my idea? Would they actually bring the idea and pass it to someone, set up a team to execute it? To be honest, every month we get few hundred pitch deck, we get few hundred ideas. Whatever idea I believe, 15 years in the industry, I believe whatever idea that come to, I might have seen something similar. But until today, we are not interested in actually copying anyone's idea. However, every time before we invest, before we really make the final decision, it's really not about your idea. We are really looking into the founder. It's you who we are investing. It's the human that we are investing. And then the real challenge is that we are, how do I put it? During the last final approval part, before we make an investment, whatever valuation, whatever deal structuring, whatever classes of investment, at the end of the day, we look into ourselves. I ask my team, I ask all my partners, if I'm investing in this business, how can we all add value? How can we allow our investing company to leverage on our resources, on our experience, on our network to scale it? That is maybe my main motivation. When I IPO, the main reason why do I come back to VC world, I think this is a really experience that resonates me. When I was young, I started working since 8 years old. A lot of people in my life have given me opportunity and funded me. Maybe I'm really a good salesperson, but I think, and then about 3 years ago when I IPO my company in Hong Kong, I basically retired. At the age of 33, I stopped working. And then I've been doing a lot of traveling, running here and there. And then one day I went back to my hometown and met my mentor. My mentor asked me a question, Andrew, are you happy now? I told him, yes, I am. I'm doing traveling, I'm financially free, I'm retiring, I just enjoy my life. And then my mentor comes to me, Andrew, do you remember the first day when I tell you, when I help you? I do not want any return from you. All I want is that one day when you become successful, please help the other less fortunate, or please help those who wanted to be helped. All I want from you is pay it forward. It's really helping other entrepreneurs become successful in life. You know, after speaking to my mentor, I basically get 3 nights of sleepless night. I was like thinking, oh my God, what am I doing? So this is really a huge resonation about me. My motivation today is not just about making more money. Making money is to prove that what am I doing is efficient. But to be honest, the really truth is that I want to build a successfully group of portfolio of company. Because when you are successful, I own your equity. So that is what equity investing game is all about. Okay, I said maybe a bit delay. Okay, but just try to finish up. Okay, so what does a VC means? I think this is maybe some of the myth that you might want to understand. You might have pitched to a VC. But every time you pitch to a VC, some VC, after listening to your pitch deck, they seem very interested. They throw you some email. At the end of the day, the deal go off, and then they will tell you something. Oh, our fund is structured to invest in Series A and above. Okay? So what does the VC mean? It's not that they are not interested in your business idea. It's not that they do not want to invest. However, they think that you are still a bit too early. Why? Because I think the real challenge about VC game is that no one wants to get their hands dirty. When you invest in a very early stage, there is a lot of work to be done. And then you are risking my money. And then not every VC have the resources or capacity to help you to scale your business together. And then to be honest, after 15 years in the industry, when the startup fail, they blame you. When they make it, they never say about your name. So this is something that we face. So that is why a lot of VC have structured to start investing in Series A and above. They are investing in growth stage, in late stage, because it's a very tiring, a very challenging job to start helping or start scaling. However, I think this is a gap for us to fill. That is why I am only interested in investing between seed to Series A. It's not about us getting our hand dirty. It's about we are thinking, how can we we have accumulate a certain resources, accumulate a certain network during our journey in our entrepreneurship. We want to extend this privilege to the company that we are helping. I think that is very important. That's why we only invest in early stage. We want to help you to scale it together. Okay? So basically, I think this is what I'm sharing. My time is up already. Why I like Batman? I think I'm the bad guy in the VC market. So this is basically, yep, I'm done. I think anything good? Okay. Wow, this timer is scaring me. Thank you.
Thank you to you, Andrew. Your experience is fantastic, and thank you for motivating everyone here to be efficient venture capitalists. And thank you to you once again. เป็นหัวข้อที่น่าสนใจนะคะทุกท่านได้เห็นแล้วว่ามันคือความท้าทายแต่สนุกแน่ๆนะคะในการเป็น venture capitalist ค่ะมาติดตามกันที่หัวข้อต่อไปหลังจากที่ทุกท่านได้ทราบกันไปแล้วนะคะว่าความท้าทายและโอกาสสำหรับการเป็น venture capitalist นั้นเป็นอย่างไรเราจะนำทุกท่านมาติดตามกันต่อนะคะเพราะว่าเราจะมาพูดถึงโอกาสในการลงทุนในตลาดใหม่หรือที่เราคุ้นกับคำว่า emerging market นะคะประเทศในกลุ่ม emerging market ค่ะปัจจุบันเนี่ยมีการลงทุนในหลากหลายรูปแบบให้นักลงทุนได้เข้าไปลงทุนอย่างมากมายทั้งในประเทศแล้วก็ต่างประเทศค่ะรวมทั้งผลตอบแทนด้วยแต่การลงทุนใน emerging market นั้นจะมีตลาดใดบ้างที่เราสามารถที่จะเข้าไปทำตลาดได้และที่สำคัญในขณะนี้ที่ทั่วโลกเนี่ยก้าวไกลไปด้วยผลิตภัณฑ์ใหม่ๆและนวัตกรรม emerging market เหล่านี้จะมีโอกาสและก็ความท้าทายอะไรให้สำหรับเหล่านักลงทุนกันบ้างมาติดตามกันดีกว่านะคะกับหัวข้อ Gen at Startup Thailand Keynote Startup and the Opportunity of Emerging Market ค่ะ Well we'd like to start for the second keynote speech today which is the long way for the Gen at Startup Thailand keynote startups and the opportunity of emerging market. And our honorable speaker, we join with us upon this stage. I'm pleased to invite Mr. Ashwin Bakuni, country head of Simba. Please welcome him on the floor.
Hi. Hi. Hello. Hi. Sawadee Well, good morning. How is everyone? Good. Nice. Perfect. Okay. So it's a hot Bangkok morning, but I'm really excited to speak about what I'm going to speak today. Okay. So what are emerging markets? How do you describe emerging markets? How do you differentiate emerging markets from already developed markets? That's what we're going to continue over to the startup ecosystem in this presentation. Okay. So let me start by asking you this. Are we looking at emerging markets in the right way? Are we fully grasping their potential to disrupt the global ecosystem, the startup ecosystem? Now, these are some of the questions that really excite us because answering these questions makes us feel that we have the key to the next 5 years of the global startup ecosystem. Now, over the past few years, I've had the pleasure of working on global products, but with the niche on the emerging market ecosystems. And I've been able to witness firsthand the magnitude of disruption of the innovation that is happening in these economies. And today, I would like to share with you some of my excerpts of how these products which were developed, which were marketed for emerging markets, have actually disrupted the global economies. How do we think about emerging economies? Okay, so when we think about emerging economies, we think of aspiration. We think of aspirations of the people who live in the economies. We want to buy Mikey shoes. We want to buy Gucci bags. You know, if you're lucky, we can even go up to Dolce & Banana once, right? But this is the scarce reality of when we imagine emerging markets. When I tell you to think about emerging markets, probably this is a picture that comes to your mind, right? Now I know I'm generalizing. I know I am. And you know, for a person who's coming from India, generalizing about emerging economies, I mean, you can understand. There's no more irony than that, right? But what I fear is, like all the jokes apart, what I fear is how we look at emerging markets is way wrong than what the ecosystem is right now. We have all been aspiring to move towards the developed economies. We aspire to create products for the developed economies, so the people who are literate enough, who are intelligent enough, who have the capacity to pay for the products that we are building, right? But we don't see emerging economies in a way that we should have seen over the past couple of years. That's where I think we have a lot to improve upon, because some of us have beautiful ideas about how to help emerging economies, about how to go about doing the changes, making disruptions in these economies, but the magnitude of this disruption is still beaten on a lot of us. That is where we miss out on the other side of the street of these emerging economies. In countries like India and Kenya and Rwanda, there's so many disruptions happening that are beating the global markets in terms of innovations. And to name a few, let's say mobile payments. Paytm in India, M-Pesa in Kenya, WeChat in China, right? These are global products that were first devised in these emerging markets and then moved on to the global scale. When you see that disruption happening, and when you look at the fact that now global companies like Apple and Samsung now are moving towards Apple Pay and Samsung Pay to compete with these products, you can analyze the impact that the products developed for these emerging markets are actually having on a global level. The point that I've been coming here, like the point that I'm trying to make, is to establish a pattern. The pattern that innovation, which was earlier seen as moving from the developed economies to the developing ones, to the emerging economies, right, is not holding true anymore. It's completely changed, and it has come to a point this year that it's almost reversed. We are seeing innovations now which are going from the emerging economies to the developed economies, as I've displayed in the examples above. This comes to the point of asking the question, why? Why is this happening? How is this happening? To answer the question of why is this happening, there are a couple of key points. And over the presentation, I would like to demonstrate this by comparing a developed economy, let's say Italy or other countries, European countries, and a developing economy, India, because that's where we're working right now. This is the demographic graph of the India and the India and Italy. What you see here in Italy, there are very few people over the age group of 75. There are lots of people in the age group from 35 to 65, and there are few people again in the 0 to 35 range. The actual numbers are in the Italian economy, less than 17% of the people are under the age of 35. 17%. Now compare to the Indian demographics. There are very few people from 75 to 100, which is the case with Italy as well. Then there are little more people in the age group of 35 to 65, and see the number of people from 0 to 35. 67% of the Indian population lives in the age group of 0 to 25. 67%. Now, that's a number which, if I tell you it as a number, you won't understand. But you have to understand that the demographic, which is from the 0 to 35 years, the under 35 years age group, is the productive workforce, is the workforce that defines the economy. It's the workforce that the middle class is made up of. This brings us to the middle class question. We are seeing right now, in this year and the years to come next, the middle class effect. About 30 years back, less than 15% of the entire world population was in the middle class. There were lots of poor people. There were lots and lots of poor people. In a couple of years, by about 2030, almost 1.5 billion people, new people, are going to move from the lower class to the middle class. Now, that is what we call the middle class effect. What does that mean for the economy? What does that mean for the startup ecosystem? The sweet spot. This is something we call the sweet spot. Now, how we define sweet spot is when a portion of the society moves from the lower class to the middle class by the millions, we define it as sweet spot. Are we hitting it right now? Of course we are. India is going to hit the sweet spot by the end of this year. Indonesia is going to hit the sweet spot by 2019. Kenya by 2025. It's not happening tomorrow. It's not happening the day after. It's happening right now. Everyone is moving towards the sweet spot. Now, what does sweet spot actually entail to? When you empower the middle-class consumers with the access to money, with the access to products, and with the access to getting something while sitting on their own seats, that creates growth. So there's a big phenomena where the size of the middle class in a country, the size of the middle class, is exactly proportionate to how developing the economies of that country. So that's what we are hitting right now in India, and that's what we are going to hit in the next few years over the next couple of developing countries, as we call them. The next factor that empowers startup ecosystems and emerging economies, as we call them, is the average education. Now, look at this map. This is about 30 years ago, about 25, 30 years ago. This was the average education over the world. The blue ones are the countries which are almost 100% educated. The orange and the red ones basically mean that they're not so educated. This was 30 years ago. This is the map now. In the next few years, by 2022, World Bank estimates that almost the entire world, there'll be almost 100% literacy, the entire world. Now, what that entails is that when you bring education to the masses, which is, by the way, happening by ways of mobile communication, by ways of internet, that empowers the people to do some things that they've never done before. That empowers them to reach out to the masses. So you can sit at your home, create your own website, and reach out to the masses. You can sell products, you can educate people, you can spread awareness about public health. You can do everything that you want. Now, how do economies and government benefit from this? So this is where I asked you the question, what is next? Two things. We first need to think of innovation as emerging markets only products, because you can't solve problems in economies which have already solved most of their problems. You can solve problems in economies which are yet to solve all of their problems. So that has to be the first point, to think of innovation from an emerging market first perspective. The second point is that we need to recognize this, and we need to embrace this change. We need to embrace the fact that the economies which are emerging, which we call emerging right now, are not really emerging, but they have already reached a level where the global scale is actually learning from them. So the student has actually become the master. Now, so I work for a company called Simba. We took this motto by heart. We are actually working day and night to be the enablers for these uprising emerging economies. The Indias, the Chinas, the Thailands, the Indonesias, the Kenyas, the Rwandas. We are working with these economies. We are working with the governments. We are working with the state departments. We are working with the public health departments. We are working with every nook and corner of the country which we can access to actually leverage the power of getting the people on board online and getting them access to everything that they can. That was not possible a couple of years back. Why are we doing that? This is why. About 4 or 5 years back, 73% of the innovations, the startups that came into the world, were startups from the developed economies, the so-called developed economies. And less than 25-30% was from emerging economies. Fast forward to 2017, 37% is the number that is from the developed economies. And over 60% is coming from developing economies, the emerging economies, as we say them. So that answers the question of why. Why look at emerging economies from a startup ecosystem perspective? What is next? How do we make change in the society which doesn't, you may ask the question, how do we make change in the society which doesn't know how to maybe go online? What is Google? What is Google Maps? What is a website, right? All these emerging economies ask these questions because it's a steep learning curve. If you want to create a website, it's a steep learning curve. You have to do the PSD, you have to do the design, HTML. It's difficult works. So a lot of small and medium businesses can't do that because they don't have the education to do that. So how do we go about it? We are doing that in India right now by Simba. So what do? We are empowering SMBs. We have already empowered about 20,000 SMBs to create their own online product portfolio on the web. And the best part, it's all done in under 60 seconds. 60 seconds is all anyone needs to create a website, to create a fully functioning web portal with all their products, with the description about their products, with the description about their business, and everything that you need in the world for the end users, for the businesses' end users, to find the actual businesses. 60 seconds. How do we do this? We have an Android app. It's called Simba. When a small and medium business downloads the app, he spends 60 seconds in the application. He enters his business name, he enters the phone number, he enters his location, he enters probably his opening hours, he answers like 6 or 7 simple questions, and bam, he's online. His website is online. So for example, let's say me, for example, I have a cafe. It's called Ashwin's Cafe. How do we go about it? I enter the name as Ashwin's Cafe, I enter a couple of more information, and in 60 seconds, I'll have my website online called simba.com/Ashwin's Cafe. Now, this is all well, good and done in theory, but how do we make practical changes on the lower levels? Because less than 10% of the economy lives in the metropolitan areas, right? The rest of it lives in the rural areas, lives in Tier 2 and Tier 3 and Tier 4 cities. So how do we go about making a change in these systems? 2 ways. One, we partner with the governments, and second, we partner with the SMBs. So the first one, when we partner with businesses, in the first criteria of businesses, the businesses have access to a suite of 5 services, which we call the Simba Power-Ups. Now, what are they? One is mobile presence. The first step of being online, of making the users know that you have a business is being online. So now you have a website and you're listed on Google. So we make you SEO friendly. We make all your recommendations come on Google Maps, on Bing Maps, on Yellow Pages, everywhere in the world. So you are visible everywhere. So if the end user wants to find your business, super easy. He just searches it and your business is there. That's the first one, visibility. The second one is services. Once the business is online and he's getting queries, that's where we empower the users to connect with their clients. So the businesses can directly chat with their clients over WhatsApp, over Messenger, or a phone call. The third one is the CRM services. Now, what if the business needs to put out its products? Let's say I want to sell coffee beans, and I want to describe them, and I want to show the quantity. That's where the CRM comes in. So when the user is using a CRM, he can have his entire product portfolio online. The next is operations management. It's a small business, right? So he would definitely not have needed a chartered accountant or maybe an executive assistant or things like that, human resources to manage his business yet. But since we are growing the business right now, he'll need those services. So we provide those services as well. And then we provide third-party integrations, which include everything from Paytm, from PayZip, from Flipkart to Amazon to Alipay, every service possible on this earth. Coming to the second part, let's say the businesses are online. Coming to the second part, the governments. What do we do with the governments? We set up digital agendas for the government. Now, we contact governments, and we tell the governments which are willing to participate in the digital agenda. For example, in this case, in India, the Indian government right now is focusing towards a completely cashless economy. So we propose to them that, hey guys, we want to partner up with you to partner all the businesses, bring them online, and make the economy cashless. That's when the governments start to realize the importance and the disruption when a small app can have to a large number of SMBs. So that's how we contribute with the governments and move to the scale which was not possible before. So we move to rural areas, Tier 3, Tier 4, Tier 5 cities, everywhere in the country. If you look at the map, this is what Maharashtra looks like right now. So this is the number of Simba users that you see all over Maharashtra. We have close to 24,000 users in Maharashtra right now, and we are aiming for about 500,000 by the end of this year over the entire country. It's an ambitious goal, but we are super sure we're going to get it because our growth is not paid at all. It's completely organic. It's completely word of mouth. So when people hear about a service which can bring you online for free, you don't need to do anything. Just spend 60 seconds of your time. They want to tell their friends. They want to tell their families. So that's how we are growing. We're already 24,000 strong in India. We're going to grow up to 500,000 by the end of this year. This brings me to the biggest project that I've worked on till yet. It's called the Bring Maharashtra Online Initiative, the BMO. What is BMO? This initiative is partnered up with the government of Maharashtra. Maharashtra is the third biggest, largest state in India. This is an initiative with the government of Maharashtra where we are empowering a lot of SMBs, small businesses who have no way of getting finances from microfinances, who have in no way getting, there's a way for them to get online. We are empowering them to get online. We are empowering them to become e-commerce stores in themselves. We are empowering them to lose the foothold of middlemen and be the middlemen themselves and generate more revenues. These are the metrics. So we are already in 2 cities. We are in Mumbai and we are in Pune. We have about 24,000 businesses online. We have 200 Digital India ambassadors. Now, this is the incredible part. These are volunteers volunteering their time in cities, walking on foot, going from door to door, business to business, knocking on the footsteps, asking the business to come online. They spend 30 minutes with every business, 30 minutes with every business every day to explain to them how this is going to be beneficial for the business. They tell them how it's going to generate more revenues, how it's going to generate more customers, how it's going to generate more business eventually. And they spend 30 minutes and then they bring those businesses online. We have 200 digital ambassadors in Maharashtra alone right now. We have 10 business unions and associations who have already partnered up with us to bring their people who want to venture out into business, who want to venture out into the startup model, who have been doing that as a family business for a long time, but now want to sell it as a product. We want to bring them online, and that's where our partnerships with the associations and the unions come into the picture. And we have close to about 15 PR mentions all over India, from the biggest magazines to the websites. This is Tarikul. He lives in Nanded. Nanded is a small village. It's a village of about 750 people in Maharashtra. This guy is a barber. He used to have about 10 to 15 people per day. That's on a good day. That's on a weekend when people are free. Now, once he's put his website on the map, and once we had started promoting it, because this is the project that we took up as the ad project, he gets about 35 to 40 businesses every day because people from all around the village have seen his posters on the wall, have seen his posters on the billboards, and they want to see what is this about, and they come and want to see his business and get their haircut done by him. This is another guy, Shiv. He lives in Mumbai. This is Faraji. He's Kenya. So this guy is another brilliant guy. He is a clay artist. So initially, his entire demographic of his sales people used to be just in his city. Now he is spread to over a 200-kilometer radius where he sells his products everywhere, and he has come on a professional suite with us in which we provide him e-commerce solution as well, where he can sell his products online. He sells close to 100 idols a day just through the websites, just through the Simba website. This is the Bring Maharashtra Online initiative. We have partnered up with the Young India Fellowship and the Young Inspirators Network to bring this online. We have partnered up with them to educate people. We have partnered up with them to empower people by telling them the power of communicating to the audience. These are the people who are interacting with the businesses, with the small and medium businesses, and getting them online. This was an event which was held very recently, about a month back. We had close to 700 students from one college who became volunteers with us and who are going to now do this program in a city near Nanded. That's where the college is. And that is all about the Bring Maharashtra Online initiative. this brings me to the last point. What are the values that we care about? What are the initiatives that we as emerging markets should care about? Why should we care about emerging markets at all? It's not because there are lots of problems to solve. Of course there are. Like, we have become developed. India, Thailand, Indonesia, we've become developed at a lot of levels, but there's still a lot of problems to solve. But that's not the reason to focus on emerging markets as a startup ecosystem. The reason is that over the next couple of coming years, the emerging markets are going to be the workforce powerhouses of the world. This is going to be the place where everyone is going to be coming and joining the initiative. So you should be a part of it. You should want to be a part of it. The reason is not because of a social ends to the means that you want to do. The reason should be that this is the economy that's going to bring the world online, and that's going to bring innovations to the world which are not happening at the pace that they were happening a couple of years back. And that's where I end my speech, because my time's up a lot. So thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much to you. Well, thank you for sharing your insightful presentation with us today. ทุกท่านได้เห็นแล้วนะคะว่าจริงๆแล้วเนี่ยถ้าเราสามารถวางรากฐานของ Startup Ecosystem ให้เห็นที่มันชัดเจนเนี่ยเราจะสร้างความแข็งแกร่งให้กับ Entrepreneur แล้วก็ Startup ได้อย่างยิ่งเลยนะคะสำหรับหัวข้อต่อไปค่ะเดินทางกันต่อเนื่องนะคะเพราะว่าจริงๆแล้วเราพูดถึงเรื่องของการให้ความรู้การพัฒนาส่งเสริมความเป็นผู้ประกอบการหรือว่า Entrepreneurship กันมาตลอดในแต่ละวันเลยค่ะปัจจุบันนี้ถ้าทุกท่านได้ทราบกันดีนะคะว่าในทุก10ปีบริษัทชั้นนำเนี่ยก็อาจจะเกิดในสถานการณ์ที่ว่าบริษัทใหญ่ๆอาจจะล้มลงได้ปีที่แล้วเราพูดถึง disruptive ถูกไหมคะเราได้เห็นว่ามีหลากหลายบริษัทชั้นนำที่เขาไม่สามารถแข่งขันในตลาดในปัจจุบันกับความเปลี่ยนแปลงได้ทำให้บริษัทเหล่านั้นล้มลงไปเหล่านี้เราจะสามารถที่จะสร้างความแข็งแกร่งการให้ความรู้แล้วก็การเตรียมตัวได้อย่างไรบ้างในโลกของเราค่ะหลากหลายประเทศมีการดำเนินงานมาแล้วนะคะในการส่งเสริมความเป็นผู้ประกอบการให้กับในภาคการศึกษาหรือว่า entrepreneurship education แต่สำหรับประเทศไทยเราค่ะยังอยู่ในภาวะระยะแรกของการเริ่มต้นเพราะฉะนั้นแล้วนะคะทุกท่านที่จะมาแชร์ประสบการณ์และให้มุมมองทุกท่านได้เห็นว่าในระดับ global ในระดับสากลนั้นการวางแผนหรือว่าส่งเสริมความเป็นผู้ประกอบการเป็นอย่างไรกันบ้างเดี๋ยวเราไปพบกับพวกเขาบนเวทีกันนะคะ Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to start upon this stage with a panel discussion, very interesting session, because we'd like to show you about the goal view of entrepreneurship education across a very different country. And it's the time for the topics of Gen at Startup Thailand panel discussion on educating and cultivating startup through entrepreneurship education. And I would like to invite our honorable speaker join with us upon the stage. First up, we are honored with the present from founder and CEO of Venture Health Matrix. Please welcome on stage Dr. Susan Ahmed. Welcome. Second up on stage, Professor in Chief for Teaching Entrepreneurship. Please welcome Mr. Johannes Liner. Our class today, to make you go inside through all together, our distinguished moderator, Managing Director of Chen Taiwan and co-founder of Eno. Please welcome Mr. David Kuo. May I pass the stage to you?
All right, Sawadee-Cup. Good morning. All right, so excited to be here, to have Susan and Johannes here. We are friends for about 2-3 years. But just before starting, we would like to ask the audience some questions. Who are startup here? Entrepreneur, startup? Great, great. Who are the incubator, accelerator, or service provider? Great. We'd love to have you guys in the room. And of course, the policymaker, the government people. Raise your hand. Maybe you can ask your friends to raise a hand for you too. All right. So, very shy audience. Okay. So we got about Only 20 minutes. Okay, so we're going to ask each of the panelists to briefly introduce who they are, what do they do, and what's the relationship with entrepreneur education. You all have about 60 to 90 seconds. Susan or Johannes? All right.
Okay, my name is Johannes Lindner. I'm from Vienna, from Austria, and I'm a head of the Department of Entrepreneurship Education, and we have developed a program which started with 6-year-old kids, and it's going through primary education to lower education and to upper secondary education, and it's also inside the university for the teachers. And it's a large program. It's not only running in our country, it's also running in Slovenia, in Portugal, in Bulgaria, partly in Denmark, and so on.
All right, great. Susan?
Hi, I'm Susan Amat. I've been an entrepreneur since I was 15. I'm one of those troublemaker type people. I started a program 10 years ago at the University of Miami called the Launchpad, which was focused on building individuals within university contexts. We replicated that all over the world as Blackstone Launchpads. Then now I started a company called Venture Hive, which is focused on high growth businesses, and we create software and content to fuel accelerators, internal corporate accelerators, and government programs and universities all over the world. We've now worked with entrepreneurs from more than 60 countries.
That's amazing. So the next is, I believe, some of each of the panelists, you have something prepared to share everybody. Maybe Johannes, you have a slides up. Yep. So we have about 3 minutes, okay? 3 minutes.
That's fine. Okay, that's this. Maybe I'm going back. I will speak about a program which is called Youth Start. When you want to take a look at the website, you find it there. When I make a speech in Austria, I always start with mountains. Our country is 80% of the countries are mountains. And when you want to bring the people that they should make something with entrepreneurship education, you have to say to them they have to see a wider view. Why should they start so early? And we have a so-called TRIO model, what we are using. And the TRIO model has 3 aspects. The one aspect is that we say the core entrepreneurship education means you have to develop ideas and you have to cultivate that you are able to realize ideas. The second step is that you have to empower the people. And the third step is that you need to do something for the community. That's the 3 levels of entrepreneurship education, which in our state is also the official definition of entrepreneurship education. The second step, what we were doing was we have a reference frame for entrepreneurship competences, starting with A1, with primary education, is going up to people who take over a company. It's a mass of data just to see it for orientation. And that's our program. We are learning through challenges. And challenges through all the different levels. It's a very scalable product. And just to show, this is the program for the primary education, how it looks, that we are using a small mouse. We do not call it their startup program, Youth Start program. We call it Levi. It's for a small mouse. It's the name of the small mouse. And our kids in our country love it, and we know it because it's the largest field research in whole Europe. Therefore, we have a lot of data, and we know that it's efficient, it works. Yeah, we have one particular program. We have a certification program for entrepreneurship schools, where in our country, 15% of all schools are participating. It's a very intensive program because it means that all teachers in the school committed that they will do something with entrepreneurship. Yeah, that's a short introduction. I think it was less than 3 minutes. That's fine.
All right, great. Susan, it's your turn. 3 minutes.
Thank you. So leaving the university environment, it was really important for me to look at that point when I left the University of Miami, I had worked with hundreds of different entrepreneurs, from alumni, faculty members, focusing on changing their mindsets to understand commercialization. So with Venture Hive, we started on something very different. We ended up with 5 different levels of programming. The first level being kind of an ideation, do I want to be an entrepreneur theoretical program, which we've done with high school students, college students, transitioning veterans from military, but also within corporations. Level 2 is idea to MVP. Level 3 is you already have a commercializable product. You typically are pre-revenue to like $1 million in revenue. Level 4, you're already in several countries and you're focusing on the process and systems and structure to be able to scale properly. And level 5 is you're usually at 10 million plus in revenue, and now you're going outside of what hemisphere you're in. You know, if you're in Asia, going into Africa, the Middle East, Latin America, US, understanding that localization of your product, service, team, etc. The core of what we do, though, is build people so they can build their businesses. We don't have a fund. We don't take equity. We're an education company. And that was a really important decision from day one to make sure we have no conflicts of interest. This is about building out the systems and process to train service providers, whether they're universities, accelerators, VCs, corporates, to really ensure the personal development to help people become value creators and be able to execute on the wonderful ideas they have. That's really the big challenge. As you start seeing ecosystems grow and entrepreneurs building great companies, when it starts getting really valuable, a lot of times their investors want to replace the founding team because they were wonderful to start, but they aren't the right people to scale. We end up working with a lot of people who are at $1 million plus in revenue, who have 500,000 plus in investment, and they're at that pivotal stage where they're getting ready to really be able to scale, and they need the executive development, they need the process and systems to be able to be the people who can continue running the company as they grow, and not have the investors wanting to bring in professional management. So the concept here is we work with companies all over the world to test and validate content, and then we train others to be able to run programs at scale, localized to their context, so that their companies can't just be great idea people who start, but can be the same team that scales, creating local jobs, creating a very different mindset around what's possible for a community, and then creating the people who become the investors and mentors for that community to build the next generation.
That's super. That's super. So I think the audience, they probably want to know a bit more about during running of your programs, what are the issues and opportunity that you actually currently face? So maybe everybody can spend about 1 to 2 minutes to talk about the actual case. What are the issue and opportunity that you see what you're currently doing? Maybe Johannes?
Maybe I'd like to explain why you should do entrepreneurship education. And normally I have 4 or 5 explanations for this, and not everybody is open for each of the explanations, but one of them should fit enough that you want to do entrepreneurship education. The first one is, it's about social inclusion. We know that 20% of the kids are learning entrepreneurship at home. They get socialized in that way. 80% of them will not learn it at home. When we will have a society where a lot of people are able to participate, we need to do this inside the regular hours in the school. First explanation. Second explanation is, it's maybe not fit for Thailand, but for China for sure, for Austria, and for even the most European for sure. We have a situation in the families that an average family has only 1 kid. 2 parents, 4 grandparents, 6 persons who love 1 kid. That's the way that your kid will get independent. It will be served the whole time from their parents. That's the generation of princes and princesses. And therefore we need to change this, because kids normally like to be proactive. When you serve them, they also will accept this. With 15, then you will have the perfect consumers. Third explanation. It's the ecosystem explanation. When we want to have people who are trying something new, it's like when you want to train people that they should play soccer. You start quite early. And with 15, 16, then they will play really good, and then you can support them. They will not start with 15, 16 to play perfect when you not trained them before. That's not a self-fulfilling prophecy. And the fourth explanation is that an economy or democracy is working well. It's not an automatism. But all employees and entrepreneurs of the future just at the moment are in the schools. And when we want to create a society where we have the feeling that everybody see that he could be a change maker, we need to do this inside the school system. Thanks a lot.
All right. Susan, your take on issues and opportunity in what you're currently doing?
Well, I think one of the key things here is understanding the big picture around why build people. And I think one of the previous speakers, Andrew from Think Big, said it very well. We invest in people. And this is the challenge. Many, especially in emerging ecosystems, they're so focused on the business model and technology. And in reality, you can have the best business model and incredible technology, and the team can still fail miserably. So you can always fix the business model, as almost everybody who's ever worked in any kind of business knows. You're pivoting constantly as market conditions change, etc. You can fix technology. In fact, most of us start with an early stage MVP, and we're constantly adding to it. It's never done. But the team is very challenging to fix if they aren't ethical, honest people who are focused on creating customer value every day. They have to be focused on revenues, customer validation, and creating value for that customer. So there's a long-term engagement and long-term revenue. That's it. And when you don't have the understanding, I mean, a good VC is not just looking at technology. And if they are, they're doing a technology grab, and great, that's wonderful for you. But when you're really doing strong investment, and when the ecosystem is further along and you have a variety of investors looking at the long-term capabilities of their investment opportunity, it really comes down to doing diligence on, yes, the technology, the business model, but the company, how it's being run, the systems and processes that are being put in place to scale, because that's where real value lies, and the team who's going to execute on it. And a lot of times we can get away at an early stage with a super passionate leader who's super exciting and you're investing on that jockey. But in reality, their ability to then manage a team as it scales, put together people who aren't their cousins and brothers and best friends, but really the right people who are always going to be in learning mode too, that's a really tough skill set, especially if you're a cool tech guy who may not necessarily have the best management skills. So making sure that you build people and that team who are constantly looking to learn and improve themselves, seeking the ability to be mentored in a long-term way. And unfortunately, the startup world has bastardized the term mentoring. So unfortunately for all of you, my PhD dissertation was on mentoring for innovation. So I'm very into this. Mentoring is about a long-term relationship to build a person to be able to execute on what they're doing. It's not somebody who comes in for half an hour telling you what you should do in your business. So the very nature of what happens in a lot of these programs is flawed from the beginning, because it's all about being able to tell the story or build a business model, but not if those people can execute on any of the stuff they're saying in their pitch that sounds wonderful. So, you know, going back to your actual question, the opportunity really is about changing the mindset of the entrepreneur to be accountable for their own learning, to build themselves at a faster rate than they build their business, so that they can be responsible agents of that investment or of that promise or of that hope and dream of the community or their clients in creating value for them. And if they're just focused on the short term and not building these long-term relationships based on their ability to execute, it's going to be a big challenge for a community, because the corporate that gives that startup a chance is not going to give that other startup a chance if they have problems in execution. The investment, the VC who tried a very early stage investment, if it was too hard to manage them and they lost their money, is going to be much more careful in their next vetting of the next startup. So it's up to all of us to make sure that when these ecosystems are starting, that everybody is working honestly and ethically towards building real value for a customer versus just getting investment and being able to have a lot of Twitter followers.
Great. From my personal experience, we are also an international incubation center with acceleration programs. So we've been doing the education, and then there's always this question about people, right? So I think we want like about 30 seconds touch on this, because we have a lot of more questions coming on. Is when we talk about entrepreneur education, we're talking about people. So is more focused on coaching the abilities or building the characters? 30 seconds. Sorry, I'm putting everybody on the spot.
We are working in the long term. When we start with kids with 6 years, of course, it's a development of mentality. But of course, it's connected with parts like knowledge, with parts like qualification, but of course with passion and fire, which is developing the mentality. But I think it's a good combination when you offer all of them.
Okay.
From my opinion, only empowerment program is not an entrepreneurship program. It should also include other parts.
All right, Susan, building characters or teaching skill sets? I know it's a tough one.
It's both. And part of the challenge is what entrepreneurs think they need is usually not what they actually need. So almost every early stage entrepreneur is saying, I need investment for whatever, and they're not even really clear of how the money will be spent and why and how, because a lot of them haven't even worked out exactly who their customer is and what the business model is going to be. So I'm a very big believer in making sure that entrepreneurs and intrapreneurs, if you're in a big corporate, it's the same thing. It's not about cool technology. It's really solving a problem and understanding exactly what you need to be able to solve it at scale. And then you seek investment, you get buy-in, etc., because you've already done the research up front.
All right,
so
great.
It's both.
We have about 3 minutes, and we have probably about 5 more questions. So we're going to see how we're going to squeeze in. Role of governments, role of private sectors in entrepreneurship educations.
The role of the government, it's a question where you're offering entrepreneurship education. When you say it should be a part in the school system, in the regular school system, of course the government has a role. And it has to find the way that it's a regular part in the syllabus, that there is enough time that the students can do experimental learning, because it's particularly important that you also have a different way of learning, and that you have the equipment which is needed. The role of the companies, in my opinion, is particularly important too, also when it's inside the regular school system, because the entrepreneurs should be a part of the program. There should be several times arrangements where entrepreneurs are involved. We have fostered this a lot. When you work outside the school, in informal sector, you find a lot of nice programs which are totally run by communities and companies. Some of them for free, some of them get sold, some of them are online courses. It's always a question of the target group. In my opinion, when you are a successful entrepreneur, you have created a value, but you can also give the value back and give this as a role example for the community. And that's an important thing. And we are doing this immediately also with the youngsters, when they have the feeling that they are successful, that this gives this as a role play game back to the other kids.
All right, Susan?
I think it depends on the level of government we're talking about. In many of the countries we work, the #1 role of the government is to make sure that the policy, the laws allow for very quick development of companies, bankruptcy laws, all of these pieces to make sure that entrepreneurs can get to business and create value as quickly as possible and test and validate what they're doing. So that's #1, making sure that regulations stay out of the way of progress and value creation. We have incredibly strong relationships with our state and local government as well, and our school system as a government entity has allowed us to be able to adopt anywhere between 5 and 20 high school students every year to spend half of their school day with us interning in our startups. I mean, there's all kinds of really cool things when you're just allowing people to learn through experiential learning versus more of a structured curriculum, which I believe in very much as well, but having that flexibility so that there's always an experiential learning component to everything, I think is very key.
Okay, I'm going to ask the organizer to give us 3 more minutes. Ken? Okay. So is there any question from the audience? I know there's a lot of people want to ask questions.
A lot of people,
I know, a lot of people want to ask questions. Andrew want to ask a question, right, about entrepreneurship education?
You guys, this is your chance to ask questions of 2 academic people who are also entrepreneurs. This does not come along often.
All right, so the question is, how do you train or educate entrepreneur to embrace failure? That's a very good question. 20 seconds only.
I'd like to answer this question with an example. You know the sports ski springing, ski jumping? They are jumping around 100 meters or longer. And everybody would say in the beginning, oh, that's very risky, or it's very risky. When you ask a ski jumper, he will say to you, it's not risky, because he knows the risks, and therefore he can handle it. But he started to learn it when he was 3 or 4 years. He made a very small jump, and then they made a lot of failures and realized how they can make the next one and improve them, and then they were able to jump 100 meters and know that it's not that risky. People outside would say, it's unbelievable, they are just adventurous, they are crazy.
All right, Susan?
So I love the idea of being able to work with people for 20 years to prepare them for failure, but in reality, we have a lot of people who come to us who have millions of dollars and invested in them, and then they crash and burn. The question really comes back to a couple of things. Number one, we train entrepreneurs to be data-driven and unemotional in their decision-making process. Because when you know how to do research and if everything is tied to if you're creating customer value or not, things get pretty clean pretty fast. There's no rose-colored glasses that keep most of us going. So it's about doing everything in a series of experiments focused on data. The data drive decision-making. Now, that doesn't mean that we don't focus very much on helping people calibrate their gut instincts, but in reality, your gut takes you so far, but if you don't have cash, you will die. So it's really about making sure people are making the right decisions for their business based on customer value. And if you do it through a set of experiments, there might be lots of experimental failures, but only through the experiments can you get to the end goal of really the learnings you need to be able to solve the problem at hand. So I would say it's really about creating the structure and framework of culture of experimentation and learning.
All right, one more minute, and thank you, Andrew, not to put you on the spot. Your speech in the morning was great. All right, 10 seconds. What do you want to say to entrepreneurs who are really doing something but nobody believes in them from an education perspective? 10 seconds.
Yeah, I would say that the same example like before. In my opinion, when you want to have a next generation of people who are changing the society and develop the society, you need to start immediately in the schools. Because it's not enough if 5, 6, or 10% of the society have the feeling that they can change something. You need a much more higher percentage.
So start early, start in schools.
It's my clear opinion.
So I'm going to talk to that little group of people who admitted they were entrepreneurs, which means you're the crazy people here. Welcome to our club. Okay. The number one thing, yeah, stop it, David. The number one thing,
the clock is running.
We're already so over, it doesn't matter anymore. The number one thing you need to focus on, when nobody believes in you, you have to define who nobody is. If it's your family and your friends who just may not be risk takers, that's okay. Mitigate the information that you share with them to be able to manage them properly. Don't say how frustrated you are, you have to be totally persevering, things are great, we're working on stuff, but don't tell them how hard it is, because it's going to suck every single day for a long time. But if the nobody who believes in you are people who might be your customers, then you have to really take a step back and listen to them. And don't fall in love with what you're doing. Fall in love with understanding that you have to deeply understand what problem you're solving for them and how much value you're creating for them. And if you're not obsessed with solving their problem, which may change over time, you have to be ready to continue to pivot and add to your product or service solution, but listen to them and solve their problem. And if they don't believe in you, go back to the drawing board.
All right, great. So start early and define who that nobody is. So once again, thank you so much. I love the audience. Thank you, Ernest. Thank you, Susan. Thank you.
Thank you, you guys. Well, you locked the stage as well, and thank you for making this panel discussion so interesting as well. And I take a bow to you, Mr. David Cook. You make the stage so fun. Yet, because we understand that the time is precious for us, so we count 5 seconds and a minute as well. ทุกท่านคะเดี๋ยวเรามาที่หัวข้อต่อไปนะคะเพราะว่าปัจจุบันเราพูดถึงคำว่า solution ค่ะแต่ว่าจะมีการสร้าง solution อย่างไรบ้างให้มีการนำใส่เรื่องของความคิดสร้างสรรค์ในแวดวงธุรกิจนะคะเราขอนำทุกท่านเดินทางกันต่อกับหัวข้อต่อไปใน Startup Thailand กับ Keynote เรื่องของ Creative Business Solution How Startup Ignite Innovation in Corporation and Government Well everyone I'm honored to introduce you guys about our next keynote speaker who joined us on the stage, Mr. Rasmus Tchenling, founder and CEO of Creative Business Club. Please welcome him on the stage.
Thank you very much. It's exciting to be here, and I want to tell you a couple of stories about how startups can help governments and companies to innovate. You probably all know the Opera Sydney House, the Sydney House that was built by a Danish architect called Jørgen Utzon. He came to the proposal for the Sydney House for the Opera House in Sydney that was in 1957, and they started building in 1959. He actually never saw it completed because he came in disagreement with the Australian government. So that was a typical example of this, the artist that had a vision for something, and I think his vision was pretty well completed, but at the end of the day, he didn't agree with those that paid, with the money people. That's a sad story that he didn't get to see his house. There's another good story about the Sydney Opera House. That is that in 2008, an American architect called Adam Tucker came to Lego and said, I think you have a good idea if you make something called Lego architecture. You should try and build iconic building, or try to sell buildings in Lego to your customers. And Lego said, we don't think so. We are a company that make toys. Our main audience is actually kids, children, teenagers that play with Lego. So the American architect, he went back to the US and started producing his own little Lego architecture sets. And then Lego noticed how he started buying a bigger car, and finally went to him and said, I think you have a good idea. And now it's one of the most successful new product ranges, new business areas, launched in 2010 by Lego. So this is an example of a creative, an architect, or you could call this a creative startup, going to a corporate, which is in itself creative, you could say, Lego, with 3,000 employees in Denmark alone, and giving them even better ideas, helping the corporate to think outside the box. So this is a small example of what startups can do to ignite innovation and thinking outside the box in corporations. I come from Creative Business Club, and we work with a certain kind of startups. I'm going to explain more what that is. We're talking about the culture and the creative industries. It differs from country to country what we call it, but it's like Cirque du Soleil, it's gaming, it's Disney, it's amusement park, it's all these things. And there's something about these companies that make them apart from others. There's something that sets them apart, and we made actually some studies that show that there's some really significant economic properties that are different of these culture and creative industries. They cover some 16 different subsectors, from gaming, music, fashion, publishing, etc. And of course, there will be different areas where it's difficult to say if it's a creative company. For example, is a football game a creative event? Maybe not, but everything around it, the media, the e-sport, the fashion that's related to it. Also over there you see Ferran Adrià from El Bulli in Spain. Is he creative? Is he an artist? At least we can say that many people these days, when they go to restaurants, sometimes it's because they're hungry. Sometimes it's because they want to be entertained, they want to remember their childhood, there's a choice between going to a restaurant or going to the theater that they in reality are making. So these definition discussions will never end. And then we also have this part called culture. Well, what do we need culture for? I think you should look into the story of Cirque du Soleil. For the first 11 years, it was an arts project supported by the Canadian Arts Foundation. So the first 11 years, it was a non-profit, you could say, and now it is certainly a profitable company. I want to give you another example of how a creative company can help an established industry. I don't know if any of you have been to Scandinavia, but to get from Copenhagen, the capital of Denmark, to Oslo, the capital of Norway, you have several options. You can drive through Sweden, you can fly, you can take the train, you can take the bus. You can also take the ferry. And I've been always surprised when I saw people actually taking this ferry. It goes every evening at 5 o'clock from Copenhagen, and you arrive the next morning at 9. So it takes a long time compared to 1 hour of flights. So there must be something else. People are not buying the function getting to Oslo. They must be buying something else than getting to Oslo, and that is maybe something around entertainment. The ferry to Oslo, for a number of years, experienced a decline in passengers. And I could understand that because my parents lived in Oslo for a while, and I took the ferry with my siblings for Christmas up there, and it was a pretty sad story. You got into the ferry, and then we were all excited, and we went into the bar, and in the bar, it was dark and gloomy, and they had a vodka tonic, or gin tonic, and vodka and rum, and the traditional drinks. And there was this Russian band playing Frank Sinatra hits. So it wasn't really a good experience. And that was maybe why the passengers passenger number fell, because people actually thought, I'm going to spend part of my life, it's a decision of how much time are you going to spend on this. So, and they realized that, the ferry, and they contacted a concert hall where I was on the board at that time, called Vega. It's the biggest concert hall and nightclub in Scandinavia, called Vega, with 320,000 visitors for concerts and for the nightclub a year. And they said, can you help us? So this is a transportation company asking entertainment company, help us with the nightclub. And of course, there were some obvious things that you can do. You can change the drinks menu. You can put in a trendy DJ, who of course can't be there all the time because he will go nuts, sailing back and forth. And then I'm going to say something very politically incorrect. I am Scandinavian, so that's expected of me. The lightning of the whole thing. You think that when you have to seduce someone, it has to be dark. It has to be, you go to a nightclub and you have this feeling of Shaka Khan singing Ain't Nobody and everything is dark. But in reality, as they said, and I'm going to quote some of the people from the nightclub that helped this ferry to change things, is that good-looking breasts is actually not an operation, it's a question of good lighting. So you need to place lights correctly, and people will look wonderful. You have to place, usually, and this is a trick for all of you, place lights down on the floor, upwards, and everyone will pretty much look good. So this is, let's say, a creative competence, a competence in designing an experience that helps. I hope you also know these studies that show that if you play German-sounding music in the section of wines, where you have mixed all the wines, people will tend to buy German wines or Swiss wines, etc. If you play French music, they will tend to buy more French wines. So there are different ways you can influence people through the experience in buying situations. And here, the nightclub helped a transportation company to get more passengers. And you could ask yourself, at the end of the day, should this transportation company, when they fill out the forms for the Danish Statistical Office, tick transportation, or should they tick entertainment, that they're part of simply the entertainment industry? So this is what they've been doing at the ferry. They've been rappelling at the side of the ferry. They've been doing chocolate festivals, etc. So what kind of economic properties can we take from these startups and bring into the corporate world? Well, first of all, I did a study of 1,500 creative SMEs and 1,500 normal tech SMEs, and we found some differences. First of all, there is something called the cultural and creative industries. People in publishing and music and movies and fashion, they have something in common. They have the same challenges. They have the same needs. This is interesting for policymakers, for those of you that are out there. Also, we have this idea that people who are creative, the artists, they do it because they have something inside that they need to get out. They can't help it. So they could do it for free. If any of you are designers, I'm pretty sure you must have some point in your career, someone has asked you if you couldn't help them design their business cards for free, of course, because it's something that you just like to do. But this is a myth. We found out that the creative companies are just as, or creative startups, are just as ambitious in making money. companies in the cultural and creative industries are usually more international than other companies. How many of you in here have danced Gangnam Style? How many have tried the Gangnam Style? Only one, that can't be true. We're not in Japan. Because I made that mistake once in Japan and said, how many of you dance the Gangnam Style? And they said, Rasmus, you're in Japan. And apparently you don't dance Gangnam Style in Japan. But in the rest of the world, we have danced the Gangnam Style. And that's an example of, even though we don't understand what the beep they're singing about or talking about, we do it. It crosses borders in a pretty amazing way in fashion, literature, etc. It taps into some unseen river underneath all of us through all times and geography. IPR is a higher part of the value. This belt that I'm wearing, it doesn't become valuable because it's leather and metal. It becomes valuable and they can take the price that they can take because there is some hidden logo in here that says, ooh, this is expensive because it's made by Hugo Boss or something. So, and since the value is symbolic, it's so easy to copy, and that's why IPR is a big issue for the creative. It's a big issue for everyone, but for the creatives, it's a much bigger issue. And so if you're working with creative startups, you want to focus a bit more on that. Business development and financing are a greater challenge. If your value is up here somewhere and not in cows or buildings or machinery, it's going to be difficult to go to the bank and get a loan. So, and also many people think that the creative startups are more risky. We saw a study from the UK that actually during the times of crisis, 2007, 8, 9, 10, there were fewer startups in the creative industries that went bankrupt than in the rest of the economy. That could be because that if you have 60 architects employed, then after the crisis you only have 20 architects. It could also be that they couldn't get bank loans, so they couldn't default on them. They didn't have any bank loans, so they didn't go bankrupt. Business development. Is it because they only learned design and they only learned fashion, whatever, and not business? Or is it because it's really, really difficult sectors? And also here it's interesting for corporates. Is it because these kind of people are better at tapping into where society is going, what will be interesting, what people will be doing? Do they have some kind of special talent for that? I must say, I'm happy I'm not working in fashion. In fashion, you have to predict what people will be wearing a long time from now, and that it can be really, really difficult. So business development is also usually a greater need for these startups. That combined, these different economic properties, including the very, very important one is the double unknown. Let me just explain that one. If you're a rock band, and you go into the studio, you don't know beforehand how it will sound. And you don't know beforehand how the audience will receive it. Steven Spielberg, when he makes a movie, he cannot know exactly how his next movie will be because he doesn't know exactly how Nicole Kidman will play. By the way, that's why he places Nicole Kidman in it, so that the challenge for the audience becomes lower in whether they should go in and see that movie. So these economic properties that are challenges for the startups actually become advantages when they work with corporations. So what I've been talking about here is this connection between how corporates can somehow, through these startups, connect into some trends, some tendencies, some way people are moving and working in their lives. If you want people to move fast while you're constructing a metro, play marching music. If you want drug addicts to get away from a certain area of a town, play classical music. They don't like that. So there are many ways you can use these tools. And I think I use this example is because I often teach American students creative industries and innovation. And I ask them often, how many of you have seen The Wizard of Oz? And every American have seen The Wizard of Oz. I have not yet come across an American that hasn't seen The Wizard of Oz. It's quite amazing. And these are not older people. These are 22, 23, 24-year-olds. So what is it that makes The Wizard of Oz? Imagine if you were producing milk or cars or some other more generic product. What is it that makes The Wizard of Oz so important that every single American goes in and sees it? And we have some ideas, of course, about the red shoes, the yellow brick road, some iconic, the songs, etc. But there is something that is still to be explored. You probably always have heard this expression that content is king, that it's not what is outside that important, but it's what is inside. And just with the example of the breasts and the lightning, I would like a little experiment with you. Take a good look at these two paintings. One is by a Danish painter I don't expect you to know. It's Christian Hornslet. He made a really interesting art installation once where he bought a whole African village. He went to an African village, gave every person there some money if they would change their name to his name. That's a way of showing what capitalism can do. Over here we have Pete Mondrian, that I hope you know. Take a good look at these two paintings. If these were airlines, who would you fly with? And it's pretty obvious, isn't it? It's pretty obvious that there's something that makes us instinctively, just like how George Bush made decisions, you go straight to your gut and find the solutions. So it's not just content, it's also the surface, the design, the smells, the whole experience around it. I have to wrap up here in 5 minutes. There are ways of doing this. There are ways that cities, regions, and corporations can work sensibly with startups. And not in a here's some money, try and develop your business kind of way, but we have some challenges that we would like you guys to solve. And I think there's a great role for ecosystem builders and for translators to help in this process, help define what are really the challenges, and then help the startups come up with solutions that are workable, that actually fit. And I think in many ways, when startups are out there looking for finance, looking for this business angel or this investment fund, maybe it's better to get a really, really good corporate client or corporate relationship. Many of the startups that participate in Creative Business Cup, they come because they will meet IKEA, they will meet Lego, they will meet H&M, they will meet some of the large corporations in their field and start building relationships with them. And that might be much more valuable than getting some irritating business angels that's going to demand a lot of ownership of their company. I was chairman of this for a couple of years. We came up with 10 policy recommendations I can forward to you. The first one was stimulating innovation and growth by enabling cross-sectoral collaboration. This is EU speak, as you can hear, but it's really about how we have to remove the silos. The car industry are not selling cars. They are not selling getting from home to work and back again. That's not what they're selling. They're selling your identity. They're helping you sell your own identity and the stories you want to tell the world about yourself. So this is that was the first in a series of 10 recommendations that we put forward, that we need to get the creatives, work more closely with you can't say non-creatives, because everyone is, of course, creative, of course, and every successful company has been able to think outside the box. Yes. Then another thing, besides this policy work that I've been doing, I also run the Creative Business Cup. And it looks on surface as a competition, and it is, and we just finished yesterday CBC Thailand, when we found a startup that will represent Thailand in the finals in Copenhagen on the 15th and 16th of November, and so have some 59 other countries around the world run their own national competition. They come to Copenhagen and make sure that there are lots of Carlsberg and Tuborg and people that you can network with. Of course, then we will find a winner at the end of the day. We've seen Teddy the Guardian, we've seen Professor Y, how to teach physics through virtual reality and all these. But most importantly, it's the networking that can take place. And also the media attention that we can give the startups, that we can push them forward. So I'm going to move forward here. Yes, so we have actually in CBC created something called Creative Business Solutions, where corporates can come to us and say, and they do, like this dairy producer, the milk producer, they said, could you help us? We have this problem that our employees don't understand where we're going. So we found 200 startups in the food business, not necessarily dairy. We put them on the intranet of this dairy producer, the 5th largest in the world, And their employees, 3,000 employees, started debating which startup best represented their future, which created the biggest debate ever happened on the intranet of that company. And the winner was a Portuguese company producing canned fish, like tuna and sardines in cans. They had been able to differentiate this generic product of fish in cans and make it into something really, really special. So the employees, luckily, thought that this was the most inspirational for the dairy producer. I'm going to move forward here. Yeah, here we see the Portuguese winning their competition. I'm going to move forward here. To make this happen, we're working with partners all around the world. Some of you are interested. Come and see me. I don't like the hit and run, so we don't do anything in any country without having a national partner that will actually be there for you when you participate in a competition, even if you don't win, afterwards also to follow up. So we have partnered up with a number of great people around the world, and that also makes it possible for the startups that participated in CBC Thailand to go to other countries in this network. Yeah, who we work for and what we do. Here at the end, I would like to just show you a short 3-minute video of what you can expect by participating in CBC. You will also see some corporations in there in the background. I see at CBC lots of corporations showing up that have nothing to do with the creative industries. Pernod Ricard came, and I was thinking, we don't have any alcohol other than a lot in my bloodstream. We don't have any alcohol startups. But Pernod Ricard was interested in all the things around it, the marketing, social media, etc. Anyway, I hear here, time's up. Short video, thank you for your attention. To dig into this, we need much more time. Come and see me afterwards. Thank you.
It's amazing.
An experience I will never forget. This is about the good idea that also creates value.
You're literally taking a blank canvas and saying, I'm going to paint the future.
The Creative Business Cup is helping the creative people become entrepreneurs.
Creative Business Cup supports entrepreneurs in the arts and creative industries across the globe to help them network. I think CBC plays a very important role in that space.
You have a worldwide known reputation that you can also see by all the startups invited from Africa, from Asia.
Being a creative business is very hard for anyone to listen to your story. So this is an excellent moment for me, and I'm very excited and very pleased and grateful to be here.
An entity like Creative Business Cup is a great way to promote that kind of creative and innovative thinking.
The creative industries need this kind of stage to get their pioneers and entrepreneurs up and running.
Thailand, Indonesia, Ukraine, China, Philippines, India, Australia, Costa Rica, Romania, Netherlands, Moldova, Serbia, Bulgaria, Lithuania,
I look forward to the final. I've been involved in the jury. I think there's some really, really good companies that are going to get into that final 5.
Creative Business Cup has the opportunity to connect people in a really wonderful way, whether it's potential investors or the entrepreneurs themselves coming here and finding potential customers amongst the entrepreneurs.
People that have achieved a lot of things are standing next to someone that just has a startup, and that's a push for the young entrepreneurs. Amazing experience.
I come from Saudi Arabia. I don't sell oil. I sell coffee.
Our solution is a plush toy embedded with medical sensors that seamlessly during the play tracks child's body temperature, heart rate, and oxygen level.
We are helping cities to fight the problem of air pollution because it matters.
You may be able to win this time, and even if you don't win, the connections that you have here, the networks that you build, the opportunity to interact with venture and angel funds is amazing.
There was not a bad idea in the whole bunch. I mean, it made the jury process very, very complicated and very, very intense. I think every single person that came to this is going places.
There is this week over 30,000 events happening in 140 countries. There are but 5 that are marquee premier events, and this is one of them.
In completely random order, the 5 finalists.
This is a window to not only the world of tomorrow, but a window to a better world. I feel very humble being here.
Competitions like this actually help airlift the entire entrepreneurship ecosystem.
Thank you to you once again, Mr. Rasmus Teschenlings. You are absolutely amazing. Thank you. ไม่น่าเชื่อนะคะจากนักรัฐศาสตร์แต่ว่ามีสายเลือดแล้วก็พลังแห่งความครีเอทีฟอยู่ในตัวค่ะมีประสบการณ์กว่า19ปีเลยและที่สำคัญเขาเป็นแชมป์ของทีมสถาปนิกนะคะที่ได้รับรางวัลใน Master Plan for North Haven ด้วยนี่ก็ถือว่าเป็นการปลุกพลังความคิดสร้างสรรค์ให้กับทุกท่านณที่นี้นะคะเรามาเดินทางกันต่อสำหรับหัวข้อต่อไปค่ะเราจะมาพูดถึงพื้นที่เศรษฐกิจในกลุ่มประเทศลุ่มแม่น้ำโขงกันดีกว่านะคะว่าจะมีโอกาสอย่างไรให้สำหรับเหล่าสตาร์ทอัพได้ scale up ตัวเองไปพร้อมๆกันบ้างนะคะ Well everyone it's now time we'd like to bring you to emphasize on the unique opportunity in Southeast Asia. Yes, we'd like to talk about how to accelerate the entrepreneurial ecosystem in Burma, Cambodia, Laos, Thailand, and Vietnam to start and go technology startup. And I would like to talk about our next speakers. He devoted himself in helping to develop local ecosystem across the globe, which empower incredible people to develop and generating that business. It's now time for the keynotes on accelerating startups and entrepreneurship in Mekong sub-region. And what's next? Please join me in welcome on stage Mr. Mike Ducker, ERR at JE Austin, Associate Founder Ecosystem Forum Director at Tiger Mekong.
Let me first answer a very important question I know everyone has in their heads from the last presentation. Yes, I'm an American and I have seen The Wizard of Oz, and so has my wife and daughter, so that's a very true statement. I changed my presentation a little bit and I apologize. I actually want to talk about what we need to do next in supporting ecosystems, and I'll talk a little bit about the Mekong subregion, but I think I'll go beyond that. I think it's incredibly important what the next phase is. So as a good mentor I will try to challenge people of what we need to do next. Just a little bit about myself. I'm sort of like Forrest Gump. I'm sure I'm not the smartest person in this room, but I've been lucky enough to travel around the world, work on different programs, and I've learned a lot, especially because I've met lots of smart people. I used to run the global entrepreneurship program that the US government had in Egypt. I currently advise the Swiss government on a program that's in 6 different countries. I run this ecosystem forum to kind of share best lessons in Washington, D.C. And for the last 3 years, I've been running the Tigers Mekong program, which is a program sponsored by the U.S. State Department. And it's actually been incredibly honorable and fortunate for me to run such a program, because it's been an incredible transformation the region has had from 3-4 years ago to today, if we look at the different countries out there. Maybe 3-4 years ago, there was a bunch of startup weekends, a bunch of hackathons, but now we have programs. We have programs that push entrepreneurs through the hard parts of building their business. And now we have really businesses that are trying to create new value out there. It's so important for that. And what makes, I think, this region different than other regions I've worked in is this region has a lot more stability and forward-looking. If you look, and this is an incredible opportunity for the Mekong region in Asia, if you look at Europe and you look at the US, politics is dominant, and this is just reality. And we are not focusing on these things right now. So it's an incredible opportunity for Asia to grab new market opportunities. I also see over the last 3-4 years more of the business community getting into the ecosystem community. As Susan said, there's nothing more important than mentorship, and I see a lot more of that that's happened, and the government's getting involved, incredibly important. If you look at, and when we talk about finance, to be very honest, when I meet entrepreneurs, I don't see finance as an issue. Most good companies are getting money. I've met lots of foreign investors. I've met a lot of local investors. Money is not an issue in this region compared to other regions in the world I've been to. And again, if you talk about transformation, look at Cambodia and Myanmar 3-4 years ago and today, very different. Even in Laos, there's now angel investment happening in that country, Laos. So incredible transformation in this region. And that's important because now we are talking about entrepreneurs. 5-10 years ago, we were talking about SMEs. But what we have learned is the size of the company does not matter in driving your economic growth. What matters is the intention of the company to grow, to create new products, go after new markets. These are the things that drive economic growth. And more economic studies by Kaufman, OECD, and others have shown there's only a minority of firms that actually create jobs in your countries. These are the jobs, these are the entrepreneurs who are driving new products and growing their companies. And that's why entrepreneurship has truly become global. 2 years ago, I was in Nairobi, Kenya, and this young man came to me and says, I'm starting an accelerator in Mogadishu. Can you help me? There's not a part of the world does not have a startup program right now. In Syria, places you would never think of programs, there are now startup programs, and the governments are getting involved. We have presidents, we have prime ministers, all having their policies, all saying, big words. We have subsidized funding, we have government venture funds, we have programs that bring in international entrepreneurs and founders into your countries. But I'll be very, very frank and honest. These are all workarounds. These are not getting to the big issues about entrepreneurs. So what I wanted to do is challenge you. And I don't know if people have read the book, The Hard Things About Hard Things. It's really about startups and building businesses is not easy. It's difficult. And the same thing goes with ecosystems. It is not easy to build ecosystems. So I have 5 challenges that I see in building sort of the getting to the next phase of building your ecosystem. Because everyone is doing the same thing. Everyone has a startup program, a boot camp, a lean startup program, some subsidized funding. It all looks the same. But no one really wants to do the hard things. And I think the countries that will do the hard things are going to succeed next. So let me try to say what I think those are. This is a long-term commitment to building your economy. You can't have a hackathon today and expect economic impacts tomorrow. This takes years in the making. And what the ecosystem needs is long-term committed funding over decades. Not over a political cycle, not over a project cycle. It needs long-term commitment. If you look, as I design programs and do it with governments and others, and you start designing the process, this doesn't happen overnight. The companies I worked with in Egypt 5-6 years ago, they now have like 50, 60 people, but they took a long time to build those companies. So I think governments and policymakers need to make a long-term commitment to their ecosystems, and not just their own programming, but programming in the community. So it's really hard time to do the hard things to make things happen. Number 2, when I used to advise entrepreneurs 5-10 years ago, we talked about blue ocean opportunities. We said, don't go in markets where there's a lot of regulation. Don't do that. You're just going to get killed. But today, startups are a lot more braver. They are taking on embedded interests. They are challenging the regulations that we have out there right now. We cannot move into the future if we continue to hold on to the past. Creative destruction means there will be something that dies. I'm from Detroit. This is an industry that was an incredible ecosystem 100 years ago. It built an incredible industry that drove the highest GDP per capita in the United States. But today it is a city that went bankrupt and has less than half the population that it once did. They tried to protect the industry, it didn't innovate, and it got killed. We have to let go of some of the old things to let the new things happen. Incredibly, this is one of the biggest issues I have been across and have issues with. FinTech won't happen unless the central banks and market regulators let it happen. It's time to do the hard things. Businesses don't create businesses. People create businesses. We need to focus on good policies that help people survive and achieve things. It was great that we had a panel on education. If you don't educate your people, you will not have great startups. It's as simple as that. There's nothing more important in that. It's always disappointing to me to talk to a government and they want to talk about their VC fund. In reality, they're not educating their people. There's nothing more important than educating their people. It's time to do the hard things. This is what we know. We've learned this from Porter to Eric Ries. Businesses and entrepreneurs need to understand their markets. And this isn't about market studies on the internet. This is about really engaging with those markets on a very personal level. Companies that lose track of that die. This is not new. This has been in MBA courses for decades. But what that means is we need to make sure that industries are not protected and are willing to listen to new startups and how they might be able to change their business models. We can't protect these old industries. They need to get engaged with. And that also means good strategies do not come from a strategic report. It comes from because you really get to talk and to understand the markets. You really feel the pressures of competitors. That drives good strategy. When you really get that information on a daily basis. It's time to do the hard things. And lastly, I wrote an article for Inc. magazine about a month ago, and it's on Inc.com. All we do is focus on unicorns, right? There's like 200 and something unicorns in the world, okay? The bigger picture about entrepreneurship is beyond unicorn. It's actually gazelles. This is where we should focus. This is where the economics are. Gazelles are companies that grow at 20% per year over a number of years. Gazelles and unicorns are often not the same thing. But we focus on unicorns. There's hundreds of thousands of gazelles. The data from the United States shows that only about 6% of gazelles actually get venture capital funding. You don't need venture capital funding to be a great company. That is a myth. We need to create programs that help those companies if you truly want to create a company that's going to grow your economy. The reason I made a decision this year, I'm stopping to tell entrepreneurs what they need to do with their business, and instead, I'm going to fight for entrepreneurs, and I'm going to try to create bigger change because we refuse to do the hard things out there. We refuse to open up markets for entrepreneurs to disrupt. We refuse to let competition enter into the markets. We are not supporting longer-term programming. We are not making longer-term commitments. We need that. We're not creating more diversity in the financial markets, so entrepreneurs don't need that VC fund, but they actually need a line of credit. So I am asking you to start doing the harder things in your countries, to push and drive these changes, because the next great ecosystems will not be driven by another competition, by another VC fund. They will be driven by leaders and policymakers who are brave enough to challenge what's already established. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate for sharing your experience and the thought-through presentation with us, and thank you to you once again, Mr. Mike Ducker. Well, it's the time that for this morning session as well that we'd like to bring you to come with us for the next topics. Yes, of course, we are now in a dynamic world, but how to build a strong network among entrepreneurs and startups all together. There will be your very interesting session that we'd like to deliver to everyone. It's a time for the Global Entrepreneurship Network experience, how to leverage the power of global networks. that we are honored from all the panelists. Our speaker will share their insight with us today. Can we allow me to introduce our speaker who will join with us for the Startup Thailand 2017 Scale Up Asia today. We are honored from Ms. Ellen Glow, Global Advisory Board Member, co-founder, Gen UK, Mr. Yatin Thakur, Managing Director, Gen India founder, and co-working Startup India. And the moderator, Dr. Susan Ahmed, founder and CEO of Venture Hive Metric. Everyone, please give a big round of applause in welcoming everyone on the stage.
Hi, welcome to what is promising to be one of the most fun panels of the day. I'm Susan Ahmed, and you have no idea how lucky you are. Because today with me, we have people who are not only incredible business people, ecosystem builders, community leaders, but people who have taken up the banner of the Gen Network in their respective countries to tell you about how that connectivity, their visions for an internationally connected world then translate into ecosystem development in their countries. So Elaine Gold, Yatin Thakur from India are going to each go through. I really want to start out by you guys just explaining the incredible past you've had and the experiences you bring to the panel today. Then we can start going into why Gen and telling the story. So Elaine, why don't you go ahead and start?
Okay, hi everyone. So my journey and my experience with Gen started probably about 6 years ago. At that time I was living and working in Qatar. I was Director of Organization and Strategy for a social enterprise that was focusing on youth entrepreneurship across the region. And as you can imagine, across the MENA region, an 18-year-old's needs in Libya or Tunisia or Yemen is very different from an 18-year-old in Qatar. So in Qatar, we had the challenge of developing from scratch, really, an entrepreneurial ecosystem. And we couldn't do that really on our own. As Mike and others have said, it's a longer-term system. So I knew about GEW. I plugged into GEW. We became GEW host organizer. And I'm going to stop there because that was the start.
Okay, but this is the problem. When you find people who are world-class, they're usually very humble, and you don't get to know how amazing they are. So I'll give the background on the development of GEW to GEN in a couple of minutes, but give them background on the amazing life you had before even Qatar, the business experience you have, because I think that tells the story of the caliber of people that then can create a Gen country and the why it's so valuable to be part of this network.
Okay.
Don't be humble. Brag for 1 minute, I'm asking.
I'm British, we don't brag, you know, we don't do this sort of thing. Okay, so before Qatar, I worked with a number of different companies as a management consultant focusing on personal individual change. Myself and my late husband started a business together. We focused on it for a few years. We saw it successfully developing. We got sidetracked and the whole thing failed. We completely crashed and burnt.
And that's the best, to be able to then help entrepreneurs understand and navigate.
Yeah, learn a lot.
You learn who you are after you fail sometimes. Thank you, Elaine. Yatin, my buddy, please give them your actual background and what you've been doing leading up to then starting Gen.
All right. Thank you so much, Susan. And hi, guys. My name is Yatin Thakur. I'm from New Delhi, India. My journey started when I was 16. Just like you, Susan, you started probably at 15, still getting there.
We're not competing, though. It's okay.
When I started at 16, my problem was I was coming from a country which has the second largest population in the world. It's very competitive. There's a lot of focus given on academics. But if you do not perform well, what do you do? That was my problem. I was always one of those person who couldn't study well, or even if I would study, I could never score well. And if I wasn't scoring well, doors for me were always closed. be it in the best engineering colleges or be it in the best management institutions. I was like, damn, nothing is going to happen for me. I'm not going to get a job, so what do I do? So when I was in 11th grade in school, I decided to launch my own venture because I was very clear I'm not going to get a job. And if I'm not getting a job, I got to create my own job. And at that point of time, I started working. I started following my passion. I launched my first venture, which was in telecom space back in 2003, and started exploring different ideas. By the time I turned 21, which was 5 years into entrepreneurship, I realized how people were so scared to take risks in the country, how they were always scared to fail, how they were not experimental because they thought, what if we fail? What if we die? What if something doesn't work out, right? With me, in those 5 years, I saw 2 failed ventures, but I was always in a position to fall down and again get up because that's all I knew in my life. So that's what I was doing. I built several ventures. Finally, after failing in 2 ventures, I was able to sell 2 companies. And that's when I realized, okay, entrepreneurship is actually very easy. You know, it's about solving a problem. It's about doing something very simple. It's about enjoying the journey. So that's when I decided to start spreading this message, start talking about it more, and start inspiring more people to start up. At that time, people were like always stopping me that don't do this, or we cannot do it because entrepreneurship requires money, entrepreneurship requires a lot of risk-taking appetite, and I was like, nothing like that. It just requires an idea.
To me, the quote of the day is entrepreneurship is easy, because I have never heard anyone say that before, so yay. I'm glad you think it is. That's amazing. So I'm going to give you a couple of minutes on why we're here. And Elaine was kind enough to be super organized and make sure we have this amazing slide behind us. I'm sure all of you have heard of Global Entrepreneurship Week. It's run in more than 150 countries. It's the 3rd week of November every year since 2008. That's a celebration of entrepreneurship. And it usually is the binding fabric of government, schools, universities, public sector, and startups coming together to tell a different story of what entrepreneurship is. So a few years ago, the group that runs Global Entrepreneurship Week started something called Global Entrepreneurship Network, which was bringing together all of these incredible people who are the regional leaders of these activities to start going deeper into making sure that there was shared best practices, policy, research, so that everyone from every region had other reference points to look to for, does this work in this kind of ecosystem at this level? How do we then make the argument for our government or organization to try something else? And really share what works and didn't work in a very disciplined way to then create the research that helped drives many emerging markets and developed markets to make better decisions around building startups. So Elaine brought this awesome chart, which is their official chart. It includes stuff like Creative Business Cup, but when you start seeing the understanding of best practices in investment, VC, policy, all these different pieces coming together, that's really at the core. So I'm excited to have Elaine and Yatin explain exactly what's been happening as they launched Gen UK, Gen India, and what that process was, and how important that network was, and that incredible knowledge bank of both people and policy that was able to help drive what you guys are doing to change the lives of tens and then hundreds of thousands of people in your countries. Elaine?
Okay, well, I'm going to go back to Qatar because I think we have more experience there. I personally have more experience there of developing the ecosystem. And one of the things, as an example of what you've just been saying, Susan, from GW, one of the things I'm most proud of is, although Qatar is a very small country, and really one city, it has a huge number of different players in the ecosystem. We did a mapping of the ecosystem, and somebody looked at it and said, there's more support organizations here than there are entrepreneurs, and it was really like that there. But a lot of them didn't talk together. So during GW, we set up a small group of key senior players in the government and in a number of the incubators and accelerators and other organizations to actually get together and close doors to talk about the difficulties, the challenges. There were entrepreneurs in there as well. And so the entrepreneurs could speak about the barriers and the impediments to their success to the policymakers. And we started the first year, and it grew, and it developed, and they wanted to meet together in between GW, which is a bit mirrors how Gen came about. And then as Gen developed, we really reached out and became part of, particularly the Global Entrepreneurship Research Network, which was really invaluable for us as an organization and Qatar as a country as it developed.
Yatin, I mean, what you have been doing in Startup India has been legendary. Every time we get together for our annual meetings, getting the updates on what's been happening has been just so incredible. So can you give people a little bit of the history of how that started as Gen, and then what kind of programs and goals you've had in creating it?
Sure. So I'll go back to my my involvement with the Gen network. It goes back to 2013 when we all were in Malaysia for Global Entrepreneurship Summit in 2013, 4 years back, yeah. So at that point of time, there were all these startup countries which were coming together. I think you must have all heard about Startup Chile being one of the accelerator initiatives of government of Chile to promote entrepreneurship in their regions, or Startup Canada, or Startup Brazil, or Startup UK, Startup Britain, for that matter. So, at that point of time, there were about 30 countries, and they were all talking about how they are driving entrepreneurship in their countries. There were private bodies and there were government bodies all sitting together. I was coincidentally, or rather incidentally, I just happened to be there, and I saw there was no one else from India talking about entrepreneurship. So I went to Jonathan Oatman, and I was like, Jonathan, where's Startup India? He said, there's no Startup India. I was like, what are you saying? I went back home, searched online, what are we doing on entrepreneurship, and figured out there was nothing happening. So I quickly registered the domain name, started an organization called Startup India, which sort of became a movement to promote entrepreneurship in the country. Before that, for about 2 years, I was running Startup Weekends, and I was promoting entrepreneurship in India. Now, how did Gen come into place, and how did things fall into play? So throughout this journey from 2011 until 2014, while I was involved with Startup Nations, as well as Startup Weekend, we started realizing, like for us as a country, we have got about 700 people who are below the age of 35. And again, another 500 million of those are below the age of 25. So we have a very large young workforce which doesn't have tangible jobs. Most of them are doing duplicate work just because the country wants to be employed. And that's where we thought, what exactly can we do as a nation so that at least our people are doing something and they are not getting into any criminal activities or they don't sit idle. And that's when we realized if we really want to take people to the next level, if we want to give them exposure, we got to get them exposed to the global environment, because India as a country cannot create 700 million jobs. So how do we do that? And that's where this whole network really started making sense, where we said, okay, there are about 160 countries in this network. Every country requires some skill set. Every country is looking for someone to solve some problem. How about we start connecting them all together? And as part of that, I think all of the different pieces of this universe started making sense. So when you talk about creating a global environment, you have to figure out from where will the money come in. You got to figure out how will the regulatory framework work. How do you migrate people from one country to another? How do you make a country more entrepreneurship friendly? How do you motivate people to start pumping in money? How do you celebrate what is happening in a country and expose it to rest of the world? So that's where I feel for us setting up Gen made sense, and we started figuring out that it's one small tiny pin which sort of connects the whole world together.
I'm so thankful for the background, because I think that sets a really exciting piece of why we're here, because Gen Thailand is starting under the incredible leadership of our dear friend Steve. And when I think about how I got started with Global Entrepreneurship Week, because the Kauffman Foundation decided they were going to do this big international thing, and they were begging universities to get involved. And next thing we know, there starts to be this trusted group of people building these programs, very much at first focused on building out the skill sets and the support in the local economy, right? It's increasing the talent and the opportunities for your locals. But when it came to the next level, where we started having GECs, Global Entrepreneurship Congresses, and the Gen Network, it was so outward-facing and bringing people in and telling a different story to the rest of the world around the incredible assets and strengths of the country, but also the weaknesses, so we could all get better together. And I think what's so exciting about being here for Startup Thailand and Scale Up Asia is that Thailand is in such an incredible position to be able to be a leader for all of Southeast Asia. And I think the Gen Network piece is going to be so important for that because of the convening power. In fact, I don't know how many of you guys know, the next GEC Plus, which are the very focused programs that are done throughout the year, 3 or 4 times hosted at different countries, Steve is actually hosting it here as Gen Thailand in September. Is it the 21st? And this is going to be one of those opportunities where you have the caliber of people like David and Yatin and Elaine, but from all of the other Asian regions coming together to do a big announcement, which I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about yet. But this is really the power of the Gen Network. So I want to come back to you guys as far as what did you learn through Gen, or what has been helpful as far as helping the government and policymakers? And think of this as advice to the Thailand government and the ministries who are, I mean, I can't believe the amount of support the ministries already have for startups, for innovation, digital economy. So they're working their butts off to do everything world class. Yeah. But what specific advice can you share with them, either, you know, applied things or just philosophically, to be able to get the most out of this incredible Gen relationship Steve is bringing?
A quick one from me. It touches on something both you, Susan, and Mike said earlier. Mike talked about going around talking to governments and how much you're inundated with the new thing, the new shiny. And I think if you are in a decision-making role, that's a huge temptation, and it's very, very confusing. And you said about Gen, it's a trusted network. And for me, that's the great strength. And that's one of the things that I've learned, and in my role as a global ambassador, as I go back to talk to other Gen countries, I do find I have to remind people that they are a member of this most amazing network. And I can be asked, you know, Elaine, can you put me in touch with this? Can you put me in touch with that? And I'm saying, but you have access. You have access. You're part of this trusted network. Use it. Use it. And give to it, too. It's not just about what you can take. It's what you can give to that network.
That's excellent. What else?
I think for me, the biggest learning was starting from my second Startup Nations meetup, which was in Seoul, Korea, where we had Doug Rand from the White House, the guy who actually worked hard to make sure crowdfunding becomes legal in the US, and how that had a major impact in solving the problem of seed capital, to finding about what countries like Estonia have done to create such a streamlined environment for starting up ventures in Estonia or in Netherlands, how the Prime Minister and the president of those countries have been involved. So, you don't get this information so easily. Our countries are launching startup initiatives. I think this morning Steve was mentioning Thailand is launching startup visa. But how do you implement startup visa? What all is required in it? How do you streamline the policy and processes around it? Is something which is to learn from this group. So as a group, we have been talking about a lot such things. How do you create a more inclusive environment? How do you create a single access pass where if you are an entrepreneur, you actually really don't require a visa. You can be certified and you can walk into X amount of countries and start doing business over there. To setting up your local offices, to streamlining processes for incorporating companies. There's so much to learn for the government from this forum, wherein now all different government departments, all different ministries, all different ministers have been participating in our roundtables, in our conferences, to share their ideas and their concerns. And they get that tangible advice probably every 2 months, 3 months out of this group, and they are able to implement things much faster.
I think you both touched upon a couple of really key pieces there, because a lot of times we get very excited about the idea of things, but all the value is in the execution. And so the details of what are imparted when you're not just listening to a talk, but you have access to that person. And when you're part of the network, when you invite them to come to your country and share their experience with the ministers, with the policymakers, they're excited to do it because we're also committed to a global support system. I think that that's really, really key. Yeah. That trusted piece you mentioned, I can't stress that enough. I mean, when Steve talks to us and says, hey, I want you to come and talk, we're like, when are we supposed to be there? And then we're like saluting him when we show up. Because we've all been so committed to building our own things, but only through leveraging the global platform we've all been so fortunate to be part of, do we get to keep learning. I mean, whether you're an entrepreneur or an ecosystem developer, the issue is, how do you stay with your eyes wide open to have access to continued learning opportunities? Because just when you think stuff is really good, everything changes, and even your strategy has to pivot of the kind of programs you're doing, the kind of startups you may be focused on, the level of funding that may be needed. So everybody in this ecosystem, it's constant pivoting, whether you're the startup or the ecosystem creator or the service provider, right? Right. It's really fun to think about, but also very hard, not easy.
Yeah. The most interesting part is in the last 3 years, how we have seen a shift from all of us as grassroots entrepreneurs, come ecosystem builders, to prime ministers of every country knocking our doors and walking into our conferences and talking about Startup Thailand, Startup India, Startup Estonia, right? So,
but I think that's really important, because you actually mentioned that your background had been in startup weekends. We actually did the first startup weekend on the East Coast when I was at UM. I know, that's how old I am. Why is that important? Because the shift that comes from some people becoming, ecosystem developers doing Lean Startup Circle or startup weekends or whatever, a lot of those people do not want to be the nerds that we are, no offense, to be the policy people, to represent the government, to be involved in bringing corporates into being part of conversations. And so the fact that you guys have such incredible people here who are part of that transformation, not just the cool people who work with startups, but the people who can migrate between government relations and corporate and startups and do it authentically, that's really the challenge. And I think that Jen has helped all of us grow into those roles, because we're also working with the top people in every other country in the world. So I think that that's been really valuable for me.
Yeah. And one of the things we talk about in Gen UK is that it's like we're the alternative embassy network. And it's a great sort of kind of parallel that we are the alternative to the embassy.
That's a great way to put it. And always leading with authenticity, I have to say.
Absolutely.
So do you guys have any advice for Gen Thailand's fearless leader, Steve? because having now gone through your own learnings, putting the structure together, putting the teams together, advising on policy, doing the incredible work both of you have done, I'd love for you to also, you know, from the Qatar perspective as well as UK, and obviously the crazy work you do, what does he need to be thinking about over the first 2 years of helping tell the story, not just to the incredible partners he has at the ministries and at the national government, but also all the incredible ecosystem players that you've been bringing together to make sure that this reaches every aspect of the Thai experience and opportunity. What advice do you have for him?
I'm gonna go.
You can look at him while you tell him.
He knows this stuff, but it is about the team, I think. And I know you mentioned this earlier, but the importance of the team that you work with is going to be critical, particularly at this early stage. And I mean, Steve knows that we're here to give every support that we can give to that. And the great thing that Steve does is that he's built the personal relationship. And that's really going to support him through the years in the future. But here in Thailand, the team.
I think from my experience and whatever I've learned out of Jen, Jen really challenges the status quo. It brings in everyone at par, and it tries to. It's an inclusive network wherein no matter what background are you coming from, no matter how powerful you are, you need everyone, and you take everyone together. So it's that interdependence between different people, which really strengthens Jen in your country. And I think if you are able to do that, nothing like it, which means getting as many partners as possible, as many volunteers as possible, as many entrepreneurs as possible, as many government departments as possible, as many industrial chambers as possible. It's going to help everyone do something substantial and productive with their with whatever stuff they are doing.
And we're awesome because we're ending exactly on time. But we need to tell you all, and I'm speaking on all of your behalfs, we are super committed to making sure Gen Thailand is a huge success. And the team he already has with Pearl and Trevor and Adam, we couldn't be more excited about the incredible vision you have for the country and the incredible vision you have for Asia and Thailand at the center, and we're here for you. So thank you very much for having us, and good luck. Thank you.
They have 159 countries backing them.
Yeah, I messed this up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're happy that we're having a lot of you today, and thank you to Ms. Ellen Glau, Mr. Yatin Tucker, and the moderator, Dr. Susan Ahmed as well. วันนี้เราเดินทางมาจนถึงครึ่งวันแล้วนะคะทุกท่าน ขออนุญาตพักกิจกรรมบนเวทีนี้สักครู่หนึ่งค่ะสำหรับช่วงบ่ายเราเริ่มตอนเวลา 13 นาฬิกานะคะ ระหว่างนี้ขออนุญาตแนะนำค่ะว่าเรามีกิจกรรมพิเศษนะคะทุกท่านได้ร่วมสนุกกันถ้าเห็นมาสคอตยูนิคอร์นที่ไหนสามารถไปเซลฟี่ตัวท่านเองนะคะพร้อมกับมาสคอตของเราภายในงานแล้วก็โพสต์ชวนเพื่อนๆมาค่ะว่าให้มาร่วมกันภายในงาน Startup Thailand 2017 นะคะแล้วก็โหลดภาพของท่านผ่านทางโซเชียลมีเดียช่องทางต่างๆอย่าลืมแฮชแท็กค่ะ StartupTH นะคะถ่ายปุ๊บโชว์หน้าจอมือถือของท่านหรือว่าอุปกรณ์ device อะไรก็ได้รับเลยทันทีตุ๊กตาเฉพาะงานนี้นะคะเรามีชื่อน่ารักค่ะว่า Unicool and Unicute ให้คุณคูลแล้วก็คิ้วไปพร้อมๆกันนะคะเดี๋ยวเราพักกันสักครู่หนึ่งค่ะเราจะเริ่มกิจกรรมในช่วงต่อไปเวลา 15 นาทีนะคะ 13 นาฬิกา 15 นาทีเดี๋ยวกลับมาเจอกันค่ะ Thank you very much everyone and the afternoon session will be resumed at 1:15 minutes. Hope you guys have the wonderful day. Thank you very much. 2017 Scale Up Asia นะคะช่วงบ่ายของการเดินทางในวันที่ 3 นี้เราจะนำทุกท่านค่ะไปติดตามการอัปเดตเทคโนโลยีและโอกาสที่จะสร้างความสำเร็จให้กับเหล่าสตาร์ทอัพและ entrepreneur ทุกท่านนะคะและสำหรับเซสชั่นต่อไปนี้ค่ะเราจะดำเนินรายการมาในภาษาไทยกันเพื่อให้ทุกท่านได้รับทราบข้อมูลเป็นประโยชน์อย่างใกล้ชิดกันเลยนะคะ Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back everyone to Startup Thailand 2017 Scale Up Asia in the afternoon session on the day 3. Anyway, so in this session we will conduct it in Thai, so please feel free if you would like to make yourself for the clearing understanding. We have interpretation services available for you in Florence, so please feel free to contact our officials. Anyway, now today, ladies and gentlemen, we talk about the future technology is expected to transform the way we do business, and the topics today will be on the technology 2020, driving force behind economic system. มาติดตามกันดีกว่านะคะว่าโลกในอนาคตของเราค่ะในปี 2020 นั้นจะเปลี่ยนแปลงการดำเนินธุรกิจของเราเป็นอย่างไรกันบ้างในวันนี้นะคะเราได้รับเกียรติอย่างสูงจากดร.ศรีไทยพรามณี Head of AIS The Startup Advanced Info Service Public Company Limited จะเป็นอย่างไรเราไปพบกับเธอดีกว่าขอเสียงปรบมือต้อนรับดร.ศรีไทยพรามณีค่ะ
ค่ะสวัสดีค่ะทุกท่านค่ะก็ขออนุญาตแนะนำตัวนะคะก็ดิฉันดร.ศรีไทยพรามณีนะคะ Head of AIS The Startup บริษัท AIS นะคะน้องๆ Startup จะเรียกออนว่าพี่ออนก็ขออนุญาตใช้คำว่าพี่ออนกับในทั้งห้องประชุมนี้แล้วก็ที่ไลฟ์อยู่บนไลฟ์สตรีมมิ่งนะคะก็ขอต้อนรับทุกคนเข้าสู่เซสชันเรื่องของเทคโนโลยี 2020 Driving Force Behind Economic System นะคะทุกวันนี้โลกของเราเนี่ยเกิดมีการหมุนในเรื่องของเทคโนโลยีอย่างรวดเร็วดังนั้นเนี่ยเมื่อโลกหมุนเร็วเท่าไหร่ประเทศไทยสังคมไทยเศรษฐกิจไทยก็ต้องหมุนให้รวดเร็วเท่ากับความเร็วของโลกมันคือแรงสปรินต์เมื่อแรงสปรินต์ของเทคโนโลยีของโลกหมุนเท่าไหร่ถ้าเราหมุนช้าแรงสปรินต์ที่เร็วของโลกมันจะทำให้เราหลุดออกจากเทรนด์ขึ้นมาดังนั้นสิ่งที่เกิดก็คือเราเพื่อประเทศไทยหมุนเร็วเท่ากับโลกสิ่งที่เกิดคือไม่ว่าจะเป็นตัวเราเองหรือบริษัทที่ต่างๆที่เราทำงานก็จะต้องวิ่งตามแล้วก็หมุนให้รวดเร็วเท่ากับประเทศไทยเหมือนกันเพื่อให้เราเนี่ยคีปอยู่ว่าเราอยู่ในเทคโนโลยีแล้วเราอยู่ในอินดัสทรีอยู่ในอีโคโนมิกที่ไปในทิศทางเดียวกับโลกนะคะซึ่งในปีนี้คือปี 2017 อีกไม่กี่ปีจะเป็นปี 2020 What's gonna happen in ปี 2020คราวนี้เรามาดูกันว่าในปี 2020 มันมีเทคโนโลยีอะไรบ้างที่มันจะเป็นตัว driving ทำให้เกิด economy ต่างๆนะคะวันนี้ออนก็จะพาทุกคนเข้ามาลองดูกันก่อนที่จะถึงปี 2020 ลองมาดู history ของเทคโนโลยีที่ทำให้เกิดเศรษฐกิจการเคลื่อนตัวเศรษฐกิจต่างๆของโลกตั้งแต่ปี 1970 เนี่ยมันเกิด operation system ขึ้นมาจากแต่ก่อนที่เราอาจจะไม่เคยใช้คอมพิวเตอร์ในปี 1970 ในทศวรรษนั้นเนี่ยเราก็มี Operation System Microsoft มีทั้ง Apple มี iOS เกิดขึ้นจนปี 1990 เทคโนโลยีแปลงเข้าสู่ยุคของ Web Base และ E-commerce ก็จะมี E-commerce เกิดขึ้นมากมายมี e-commerce เกิดจนสามารถหลายๆตัวตอนนี้เป็นที่เรารู้จักกันอย่างเช่น PayPal, ePay หรือแม้กระทั่ง Amazon.com นะคะถัดไปอีก10 ปีจากเทคโนโลยีเรื่องของ e-commerce เข้าสู่ยุคโซเชียลจากปี 2000 เนี่ยเป็นปีที่เริ่มมีเรื่องของโซเชียลเน็ตเวิร์กเข้ามามีบทบาทในชีวิตทั้งชีวิตประจำวันแล้วก็มีบทบาททั้งในเรื่องของการทำธุรกิจเพียงไม่นานหลังจากนั้น7 ปี เป็นในยุคของ Cloud และ Sharing Economy จากการเป็นโซเชียล2 บุคคลมากมายกลายเป็น On Demand Economy เกิด Business Model โดยใช้เทคโนโลยีเกิดขึ้นเพื่อที่จะทำให้ผู้ที่ต้องการ Service ได้เชื่อมต่อได้ Connect กับผู้ที่จะ Provide Service ณ ยุคนั้นเนี่ยตอนเริ่มต้นก็เกิดเป็น .com เกิดเป็นเรื่องของเว็บไซต์จนมาถึงปี 2010 หลายๆคนจะคงได้จำได้ว่าปี 2010 คือยุคที่ iPhone เกิดขึ้นครั้งแรกช่วงสมัยนั้นทำให้เกิดยุคสมัยเปลี่ยนแปลงจากการใช้เว็บไซต์บนหน้าจอใหญ่ๆมาเป็น Mobile First เกิดการใช้เทคโนโลยีการดำเนินธุรกิจโดยใช้มือถือเป็นหน้าจอหลังจากนั้นถัดมามันก็มีการเปลี่ยนแปลงมากมายเกิดขึ้นจาก Mobile First กลายเป็น Multi Screen คนที่ทำธุรกิจต่างๆก็จะต้องปรับเปลี่ยน User Interface ต่างๆให้มันสอดคล้องกับ Behavior ของลูกค้าจะเห็นว่าจริงๆเทคโนโลยีเนี่ยเมื่อมันเทคโนโลยีเปลี่ยนแปลงการเปลี่ยนแปลงถัดมามันคือการเปลี่ยนแปลงของพฤติกรรมลูกค้านั่นเป็นสิ่งที่ทำให้เกิดการเปลี่ยนแปลงในเรื่องของการสร้างธุรกิจและรูปแบบของการทำธุรกิจแล้วหลังจากนี้อีก 3-4 ปีจะเกิดอะไรขึ้นหน้านี้ออนจะใช้เวลาสเปนกับหน้านี้ค่อนข้างนานนิดนึงเพื่อที่อยากจะให้ทุกคนเห็นว่าหลังจากปีนี้ถัดไปอะไรคือสิ่งที่เราจะต้องเตรียมตัวเพื่อให้รองรับในยุคอนาคตข้อแรกเลยเทคโนโลยีแรกคงไม่มีใครสามารถปฏิเสธได้ว่าตอนนี้ Cloud First Model กำลังจะมาการทำบัญชีระบบบัญชีออนไลน์ไม่ว่าจะเป็นของสตาร์ทอัพเมืองไทยหรือของต่างชาติเริ่มมีกันให้เห็นมากขึ้นคนสามารถที่จะทำระบบบัญชีออนไลน์หรือคนสามารถที่จะทำสิ่งต่างๆดำเนินธุรกิจต่างๆได้โดยใช้ระบบ Cloud System เมื่อมีข้อมูลอัพขึ้น Cloud ทันทีแล้วสามารถเปิดได้บนอินเทอร์เฟซทั้งบนมือถือทั้งบนหน้าจอคอมพิวเตอร์ได้ทุกที่ทุกเวลานี่คือสิ่งที่มันมีอยู่ในปัจจุบันและมันก็จะยังเป็นเทรนด์ที่สร้างให้เกิดเทคโนโลยีและสร้างให้เกิด business model ใหม่ๆในอนาคตถัดมานะคะถัดจากระบบคลาวด์ที่มีปัจจุบันแชทบอทหรือ AI Computing ต่างๆในอดีตการจะเชื่อมต่อการจะหาข้อมูลสิ่งที่ทำเราเรียกกันว่าเราต้อง navigate การ navigate หมายถึงอะไรหมายความว่าเราเปิดหน้าเว็บไซต์หรือเราเปิดหน้าโมบายแอปแล้วก็ navigate เปลี่ยนหน้าไปเรื่อยๆเพื่อให้หาในหน้าที่เราต้องการแต่ในโลกถัดไปมันจะกลายเป็น Chatbot Economy หมายความว่าเปิดมาปุ๊บคุณไม่จำเป็นจะต้อง navigate ไปหน้าไหนถัดมาคุณพูดได้ทันทีลูกค้าของเราสามารถที่จะพูดได้ทันทีว่าจะทำอะไรหรือพิมพ์ข้อมูลไปทันทีว่าจะทำอะไรแล้วทำให้เกิดการ response กลับมาโดยทันทีบนหน้าจอเป็นเปรียบเสมือนคนสองคนกำลังคุยกันซึ่งจริงๆแล้วเนี่ยค่ะในงาน Startup Thailand เท่าที่ออนทราบมาเนี่ยเราเริ่มมีการทดลองใช้ระบบแชทบอทด้วยฝีมือของคนไทยทำในการรีจิสเตอร์เข้ามาแล้วนะคะตอนนี้เทคโนโลยีอันนี้ยังเป็นเทคโนโลยีที่จะใช้ยังไม่ได้แพร่หลายแต่ในเทรนด์ในอีกหลายๆปีถัดมามันจะไม่ใช่เรื่องของการนาวิเกตหน้าจออีกต่อไปแต่มันจะเป็นเรื่องของการพิมพ์แล้วคอมพิวเตอร์หรือตัวแชทบอทตอบเราออกมาในคำถามหรือสิ่งที่เรามองหาเมื่อพูดถึงแชทบอทเสร็จในอินดัสทรีต่างๆเทคโนโลยีถัดมาที่จะใช้กันก็คือในเรื่องของ Robot as a Co-worker อินดัสทรีต่างๆจากแชทบอทระบบ AI ที่เอามาใช้เพื่อตอบคำถาม end user มันขยับขึ้นมาใช้เพื่อที่จะอยู่ในอุตสาหกรรมต่างๆให้เกิด manufacturing ให้เกิดการผลิตสร้างความรวดเร็วในการผลิตได้เยอะขึ้นถ้าจะเห็นเนี่ยทางซีกซ้าย3อันเนี่ยค่ะ ขอโทษนะคะซีกเป็นซีกซ้ายของทุกท่านแต่ซีกขวาของออน3อันเนี่ยนี่คือเทคโนโลยีที่จริงๆแล้วปัจจุบันเนี่ยเราเริ่มเห็นกันแล้วแต่มันยังไม่ได้ถูกนำมาใช้ในรูปแบบของการ drive economy อย่างเต็มที่แต่จาก research เนี่ย3ตัวเนี้ยภายในปี 2020 เราจะเห็นเทรนด์ของโลกเกิดขึ้นแบบนี้เยอะขึ้นถัดมาดูตัวกลาง3ตัวเทคโนโลยีอีกข้อหนึ่งในตัวกลางนะคะคือในเรื่องของ VR as a commercial reality แต่ก่อนนู้นเราพูดถึง VR เวลาเราคิดถึง VR ก็คือใส่แว่นเข้ามาใส่แว่นแล้วเห็นเป็นภาพเสมือนจริงส่วนใหญ่ VR จะถูกนำมาใช้ใน exhibition ถูกนำมาใช้นำเสนอในเกมแต่ต่อไปเนี่ยตัวของ VR as a commercial reality เนี่ยจะเอามาใช้ในอินดัสทรีหลายอินดัสทรีมากขึ้นเช่นอินดัสทรีสปอร์ตก็จะมีตัวของสตาร์ทอัพต่างประเทศบางตัวทำ VR ที่สามารถให้ผู้ใช้เนี่ยนั่งอยู่บ้านแล้วสวมแว่น VR แล้วก็ดูบอลได้เปรียบเสมือนนั่งอยู่ในสนามมองซ้ายมองขวาก็จะเห็นผู้คนที่เหมือนว่าเราประดังว่าเรานั่งอยู่กันในสนามตัวนั้นเพราะฉะนั้นเนี่ยจะเห็นว่าต่อไปเนี่ยถ้าท่านเดินกันในงานของStartup Thailand นะคะก็จะมีตัว VR ที่เริ่มเอามาใช้ในคอมเมอร์เชียลมากขึ้นไม่ว่าจะเป็น Real Estate ต่างๆเมื่อเกิด VR เพิ่มขึ้นมีการเก็บข้อมูลต่างๆมากขึ้น Big Data เป็นอีกหนึ่งเทรนด์ที่จะเกิดขึ้นการวิเคราะห์ Big Data จะไม่ใช่เป็นแค่เอาข้อมูลมาแล้วแต่การจะเป็นการวิเคราะห์ที่มีศักยภาพมากขึ้นแล้วก็มีมาตรฐานมากขึ้นด้วยปกติเนี่ยเราก็จะใช้หลัก 4V ก็คือ Variety Volume Velocity แล้วก็ Veracity ต่อไปเราจะได้เห็นว่าสตาร์ทอัพมากมายในต่างประเทศจะเริ่มนำ Big Data เข้ามาใช้งานแล้วเอามาวิเคราะห์ข้อมูลเพื่อที่จะสร้าง Business ใหม่ๆให้ได้นะคะถัดมาซ้ายมือสุดคือ Blockchain for Non-Bank ทุกวันนี้เราพูดถึงเทคโนโลยี Blockchain เราจะคิดถึงการส่งผ่านแบงก์การส่งผ่านอัตราเงินของแบงก์กันต่างๆแต่สิ่งที่เราจะเห็นในถัดมาก็คือว่าเราจะได้เห็นการนำเทคโนโลยี Blockchain เนี่ยมาประยุกต์ใช้ในอินดัสทรีอื่นๆเช่นอินดัสทรีแฟชั่นการที่ถามว่าอินดัสทรีแฟชั่นมันช่างไม่มีความเกี่ยวข้องกับเรื่องของfinancial เลยแต่ทำไมถึงใช้ blockchain ได้ระบบ security ของ blockchain เนี่ยจะถูกนำมาประยุกต์ใช้พวกของตัว patent การส่งข้อมูลที่มี patent ให้มี security มากขึ้นนั่นคือสิ่งที่เราจะเห็นเพิ่มเติมนะคะและสุดท้ายเทรนด์ที่เราจะเห็นในปี 2020 มากขึ้นคือ automate finance automate finance การในกลุ่มของ FinTech เราจะเห็นว่ากลุ่ม Non-Bank เข้ามาเล่นอยู่ในอินดัสทรีในเรื่องของ FinTech ตัวนี้มากขึ้นและอินดัสทรีเทคโนโลยีที่จะสร้างความตื่นเต้นอีกข้อหนึ่งให้กับหลายๆคนมันคือเรื่อง IoT แต่ถ้าพูดถึง IoT ทุกคนบอกIoT มันคือสิ่งที่ทุกวันนี้จริงๆแล้วมันก็มีอยู่แล้วแต่ IoT เนี่ยมันจะทำให้เกิด Future Digital Disruption ได้ยังไงแต่ก่อนพอเราพูดถึง IoT สิ่งที่เรานึกคือ wearable ที่สวมใส่ร่างกายแล้วก็มีการวัดเซ็นเซอร์ต่างๆแล้วก็ส่งข้อมูลไปแต่ถัดมาต่อไปเนี่ยจาก wearable มันจะกลายเป็น smart implant คุณไม่ต้องใส่อีกต่อไปแต่มันจะเป็นชิปต่างๆที่จะฝังอยู่ในร่างกายซึ่งทุกวันนี้ค่ะเรามองว่ามันเหมือนกับเป็นแค่หนังแต่จริงๆแล้วในเมืองนอกตอนนี้มีหลายๆคนกำลังจดเพเทนต์แล้วก็กำลังทำการทดลองเพื่อให้เกิดเป็นคอมเมอร์เชียลใน lab มากขึ้นอินดัสทรีต่างๆเทคโนโลยีต่างๆพวกนี้มันเกิดเทรนด์ถามว่าทำไมมันถึงเกิดเทรนด์ที่เกิดขึ้นเพราะถ้ามองถึงเรื่องของการ investment มี global capital investment เกี่ยวกับเรื่องพวกนี้สูงถึง127 บิลเลียนในปีที่แล้วแล้วก็เกิด deal flow ถึง 13K deal flow นะคะความน่าสนใจคือ 15% มาจาก corporate VC หมายความว่า corporate VC หรือ VC ที่มองหาเทคโนโลยีเพื่อมา synergy กับธุรกิจของตนเขากำลังสนใจเทคโนโลยีเหล่านี้เกิดขึ้นและความน่าสนใจมากกว่านั้นคือ 30% ของ investment เหล่านั้นเกิดขึ้นในทวีปเอเชียของเรานะคะคราวนี้มาดูเมืองไทยบ้างเมืองไทยเนี่ยเทคโนโลยีต่างๆเหล่านี้ที่นำโดยกลุ่มสตาร์ทอัพเนี่ยมีสร้างความสำคัญอย่างไรให้กับอีโคโนมีของไทยก่อนที่จะมาถึงวันนี้ Startup Thailand 2017อีเวนต์แรกของสตาร์ทอัพในไทยเกิดขึ้นในปลายปี 2011 เป็นอีเวนต์ที่ AIS เนี่ยนำโครงการชื่อว่า AIS Startup Weekend เข้ามาเพื่อ Ignite ตลาดแล้วทำให้เกิด Startup Ecosystem ของไทยขึ้นเป็นครั้งแรกและจากวันนั้นจนถึงวันนี้สตาร์ทอัพก็เติบโตขึ้นจนวันนี้เป็นความยินดีมากที่ว่ารัฐบาลให้การสนับสนุนจนเกิดสตาร์ทอัพ Thailand 2017 ขึ้นมายกจากวันนั้นเนี่ยเราพวกสตาร์ทอัพพวกนี้สร้าง value ให้กับประเทศไทยอย่างไรบ้างนี่เป็นเพียงแค่ตัวอย่างของสตาร์ทอัพประมาณ30 กว่าเจ้านะคะสตาร์ทอัพประมาณ30 กว่าเจ้าสิ่งที่เขาสร้าง value ต่างๆคือใน30 กว่าเจ้าเกิดการสร้างงานในดิจิทัลอีโคโนมีสูงถึงมากกว่า 1,500 แรงงานและดิจิทัลยูเซอร์ของประเทศไทยและของทั้งหมดรวมกันสูงถึง31 ล้านคนเกิด SME Corporate ที่ใช้เซอร์วิสต่างๆของสตาร์ทอัพเหล่านี้มากกว่า 1,500 นะคะและทำให้เกิด Upstream กับ Downstream Digital Economy มากรวมทั้งหมดเนี่ยสูงถึง10 ล้านบาทต่อ1 ปีโดย average ร่วมกันซึ่งจะเห็นว่านี่คือแค่ตัวอย่างของสตาร์ทอัพไทยเล็กๆเพียงแค่ไม่กี่เจ้าก็สามารถสร้าง economy value ให้กับประเทศไทยได้สูงถึงขนาดนี้และถ้าลองคิดกลับไปนึกถึงเทคโนโลยีต่างๆที่ทุกวันนี้ทาง CVC เหล่านั้นเนี่ยกำลังลงทุนอยู่ในอีก3 หรือ 5 ปีข้างหน้าเทคโนโลยีเหล่านั้นกำลังจะสร้าง economy value ต่างๆให้กับโลกนี้อย่างมหาศาลสิ่งที่น่าชื่นชมมากกว่าแค่การสร้าง economy value ให้กับประเทศไทยคือการส่งออกธุรกิจดิจิทัลของไทยสู่ประเทศต่างๆนี่คือตัวอย่างของประเทศต่างๆอื่นๆที่สตาร์ทอัพใน30 กว่าเจ้านี้ได้นำดิจิทัลเซอร์วิสของไทยไปให้เพื่อนบ้านต่างประเทศทั้งทวีปยุโรปออสเตรเลียหรือในเอเชียด้วยกันเองได้ใช้งานกันนะคะคราวนี้พอพูดถึงว่าเราจะสร้าง economy value ต่างๆเหล่านี้เราจะต้องสนับสนุนสตาร์ทอัพอย่างไรในมุมของคนที่เป็นสตาร์ทอัพเองเนี่ยเขาไม่ได้มองถึงแค่ว่าเขาจะต้องการได้รับแค่การ funding หรือได้รับแค่การให้ความรู้อย่างเดียวสิ่งที่เขาต้องการเนี่ยยังมีอีกมากมายอย่างเช่นเขาต้องการ open platform จาก corporate เขาต้องการ customer access payment gateway ต่างๆการเป็น partnership หรือแม้กระทั่ง legal consultancy นั่นเป็นหนึ่งในเหตุผลที่ทำไม AIS ถึงตัดสินใจแล้วเรากระโดดเข้ามาร่วมสนับสนุนสตาร์ทอัพเพื่อสร้างให้เกิด value และ drive to economy value ให้กับประเทศไทยเราไม่ได้เทหุ้นของสตาร์ทอัพแต่เราต้องการที่จะให้เขาเหล่านั้นเติบโตและเป็นพาร์ทเนอร์ชิพกับเราสร้างทำให้เกิดธุรกิจได้จริงโดยใช้เทคโนโลยีสร้างทำให้เกิดธุรกิจได้จริงและส่งออกธุรกิจได้จริงไปสู่ประเทศอื่นๆแล้ววันหนึ่งเราก็หวังว่าเราก็จะเห็นสตาร์ทอัพไทยเหล่านี้ เป็นหนึ่งในสตาร์ทอัพที่ต่างประเทศนั้นจะหยิบยกขึ้นมาแล้วพูดถึงว่าเขาคือหนึ่งในคนที่นำเทคโนโลยีมาเปลี่ยนแปลงแล้วเป็น driving force to the nation และให้กับโลกนี้ขอบคุณค่ะ
ค่ะขอบคุณคุณออนค่ะ ดร.ศรีไทยนะคะพี่ออนของเราน้องๆสตาร์ทอัพแล้วก็ที่สำคัญเรียกว่าเป็นไอคอนสตาร์ของใครหลายๆคนด้วยนะคะเวลาไปแวะที่บูธของ AS ค่ะทุกท่านคะเราเดินทางกันต่อในปัจจุบันเนี่ยโลกของเราฉลาดมากขึ้นทุกสิ่งรอบตัวของเราจะอัจฉริยะมากขึ้นเรื่อยๆนะคะหลายท่านอาจจะเคยได้ยินคำว่า AI แต่วันนี้เราจะมาพูดถึง AI ในแง่ของ Ambient Intelligence ค่ะ Ambient Intelligence นั้นเป็นอะไรและมันคืออะไรและในกลุ่ม Startup เราจะสร้างแพลตฟอร์มเหล่านี้ให้เกิดขึ้นจริงได้อย่างไรนะคะเรานำทุกท่านมาติดตามกันเพราะว่าสปีกเกอร์ท่านต่อไปนี้นะคะมาจาก Never Labs ที่เป็นบริษัทด้านอินเทอร์เน็ตและเป็นบริษัทแม่ของ LINE นั่นเองค่ะ Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the keynote speech on the future ambient intelligent platform and its collaboration with startup and ASEAN company. It's now time in welcoming our keynote speaker on stage. Please welcome Mr. Jansub Lee, Director of Product Strategy and Management, Never Labs from Korea.
Hello. Today I will introduce Neighbor Labs and about the ambient intelligence, what we are aimed at. And Neighbor Labs is a subsidiary company of Neighbor, and Neighbor, as you know, is #1 internet company and the #1 search portal in South Korea. Neighbor has 42 million registered users, and in time, the Korean population is 51 million. And we have 27 million users visit per daily, and that is half size of our Korean populations. And we have 75% of the search query share in Korean market. And not only Neighbor, but also Neighbor Labs has many big family companies. Some of them would be familiar with you in Thailand. First, LINE is the mobile messenger, which has 217 million monthly active users in more than 230 countries. And the LINE has family service such as Cell5 Web P612 that has more than 300 million downloads. And also we have Neighbor Webtoon also has 35 million monthly active user and more than 29 billion page view. Neighbor leading company make online content ecosystem, not only the Webtoon, but also Web Novel, which has 130 billion total page view and ongoing to expand to books and TV show and so on. And the VLive is global live stream platform, which has 18 million monthly active users. And also Snow as a video messenger. Neighbor has a Snow, which has leading visual communication in Asia. Snow has 140 million total downloads and keep growing. And also we have Band, which is a group messenger. And total download of Band is 70 million, and it is expanded as a hobby-based mobile platform and community service. As you can see, Neighbor has many user-centric services to empower and improve this user experience. And to understand more, Neighbor Labs prepare for the next level tech platform. Look back history of Neighbor Labs. It has been started as a Neighbor R&D group 3 years ago. From that time, we have been researching fundamental AI technologies such as computer vision, deep learning, and machine translation, and extra. And 2 years ago, first we announced our project to public, and just 1 year ago, last 2 years, October, we released our product to the public, and just this year, we has been spin off 6 months ago. So now we have several products on the market as a result of our AI research. One of good example is Papago, The Papago is an automatic translation service that employs voice recognition, speech system, machine translation, and object character recognition technology. It is combined of our various research results previous time. As I mentioned before, Naval Labs research on AI and autonomous driving, robotics, and extra. And all research are aimed at ambient intelligence. So let me think our current life. There are too many informations that we have to analyze and to understand it, and too many services that we should search and learn it. What if technology helped us to find the information and assist everyday lives without learning and searching another tools and services? No more learning and new tools and computer environment and technology needs to understand us, not the other way around.
Can the way we live with technology be different? Before we answer, we need to look at the actual world we live in. The world has gotten more complex.
I think there is a sound.
There's so much information and content, more technology and tools than we can handle.
There is sound.
Moments when you don't. A place to share with others. A place to be alone. Time. Can the way we live with technology be different? Before we answer, we need to look at the actual world we live in. The world has gotten more complex. Relationships are more complex. There's so much information and content, more technology and tools than we can handle. If new technologies make us relearn things, scrapping what's comfortable for what's new, the world only gets more difficult. Technology should understand us. Moments when you need information, moments when you don't. A place to share with others, a place to be alone. Times when you can use a hand and time all to yourself. Not adding needless information to your life, but telling you at the right moment. Not spending time learning new tools, but helping you focus on what's important in life. This is the world ambient intelligence wishes to bring to you. Ambient Intelligence Company, Naver Labs.
So this is ambient intelligence, which is our vision, and technology that understand users' context and environments, so that user will be given answer and the recommendation at the right time without asking. So to achieve ambient intelligence, we need three domains of technology. First, understand cognitive computing, space digitization, and context engine. Second is anticipatory, recommendation, answer engine, decision making, and autonomous machine. Third one is natural UX, conversational interface and gesture and AR interfaces. And there are two domains that is really needed this ambient intelligence. First one is space, and second one is mobility. Space is the understanding of space in which our lives and unfold. And mobility, the intellectual of mobility through which space is connected. So for these two domains, the technology roadmap will be started from build of maps, navigation, mapping, and indoor and outer localization, and lastly, and autonomous machines. That's why our research fields are such like that, autonomous driving to robotics and mapping and image processing. First one is autonomous driving. Let's have a video.
네이버가 왜 자율주행 기술을 개발하는가에 대해서 궁금해하시는 분들이 많은데요. IT 기술이라는 것이 굉장히 발달이 되었음에도 불구하고 자동차 환경에서는 그 IT 기술들을 충분히 이용할 수 없는 환경이 있었습니다. 특히 자율주행 시대가 되면 자율주행 차 자체가 플랫폼으로서 정보를 주고받는 주체가 될 수 있다고 생각하고 그러한 환경이 되면은 그 안에서 네이버가 할 수 있는 역할들도 더 많아지지 않을까 생각합니다. 보통 자동차 업계 회사들은 고속도로 환경에서 차량의 안전을 위한 기술들을 개발하는 데 초점이 맞춰져 있다면 저희는 보다 복잡한 환경, 즉 도심 환경 같은 데서 실질적으로 돌아다니는 물체들을 인식하고 회피하면서 다닐 수 있는 자율주행 기술을 개발하는 게 더 큰 차이점이라고 할 수 있습니다. 저희가 기존에 가지고 있던 비전 기술, 그리고 딥러닝 기술, 머신러닝 기술들을 바탕으로 해서 굉장히 빠른 속도로 저희가 기술 빌드업 했고요. 기존에 있던 기술을 최대한 활용해서 국내 최고 수준의 기술을 개발했다고 할 수 있어요.
Second one is the robotics.
지금까지 네이버가 서비스를 했던 플랫폼이 PC에서 모바일 환경으로 넘어왔고 이제 앞으로 웨어러블이나 커넥티드카, 스마트홈 등으로 이제 발전하고 있는데 궁극적인 네이버 서비스 플랫폼은 저는 로봇이라고 생각하고 있고 사람에게 굉장히 도움을 주려면 뭔가 노동을 해주고 움직일 수 있어야 됩니다. 그래서 그런 형태가 로봇이라고 생각하고 이제 인공지능 기술과 로봇 기술이 잘 조화롭게 접목돼서 우리 삶을 굉장히 윤택해지게 해주지 않을까 생각이 들고 이 로봇으로 만들어낸 결과물 가지고 과연 어떤 일을 할 수 있는지 상상해 줬으면 좋겠고 이를 통해서 많은 사람들이 새로운 서비스에 대한 영감을 받았으면 좋겠습니다.
And another one is for the car. We call the in-vehicle infotainment. Let me just look at it. We think about the connectivity in the car. So not only navigation it or routing it, we can provide a media and search and voice recognition engine and voice answer engine, something like that. So we are more concentrated about the drivers. Drivers should not be disrupted by mobile phones, and they should concentrate on the driving. So we combine not only navigation but also media and also the voice recognition and connectivity onto the in-vehicle. So we understand the users whenever they travel, and we know their context, and we the recommendation about the route or service and on top of the map. And as you can see, all of them, the autonomous driving and robotics and IVI, they need a map. And so we are building our own maps, not only inside, also outside, automatically. This one is called M1. That is mapping robot that is automatically to make our map inside, indoor and outdoor map together. Now we are constructing indoor map in Korea, and also we wanted to spread global. So we construct the indoor map as a photorealistic, and whenever user has a smartphone, and they can recognize their indoor positions using our map. So now we are working on the not only indoor map and outdoor maps using the satellite image and drones and extra. So top of that, or mapped in the map, and top of that, we have AI and machine learnings. And so as a result, we want to concentrate on the spaces and mobility. And we think ambient intelligence technology can service user at the right time and the place with its organic understanding of users, their varying contexts and situations. And for this one, ambient intelligence, we think it will be the next platform. The Naver and the Google, they grow by the search engine, and then next platform was a social network platform like Facebook and Line, and next platform will be the ambient intelligence platform. So we prepare this ambient intelligence platform, and we need. We do not think we can do this all by ourselves. We need help too. Someone who has more location information, someone has special understanding about some domains, something like that. So we are looking for some partners to collaborate the understanding space and mobility. Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure that everybody here would like to have a good conversation with you, Mr. Jan Subli. Thank you once again for your insightful presentation. ทุกท่านได้เห็นแล้วนะคะว่าโลกของเราเปลี่ยนแปลงอย่างรวดเร็วแบบนี้เพราะฉะนั้นแล้วเหล่าสตาร์ทอัพก็ถือว่าจะต้องเตรียมความพร้อมกับความท้าทายเหล่านี้ที่เกิดขึ้นนะคะช่วงต่อไปค่ะเดี๋ยวเราจะเปลี่ยนบรรยากาศกันสักเล็กน้อยนะคะหลังจากที่ทุกท่านได้ติดตามกันไปแล้วค่ะว่าเหล่าสตาร์ทอัพแล้วก็สปีกเกอร์ระดับโลกได้มาแชร์ประสบการณ์มาให้ความรู้กับทุกท่านอย่างไรบ้างวันนี้เราได้รับเกียรติจากทางองค์การพลังงานใหม่และเทคโนโลยีอุตสาหกรรมประเทศญี่ปุ่นหรือเรียกสั้นๆค่ะ NEDO ชื่อภาษาอังกฤษก็คือ New Energy and Industrial Technology Development Organization ที่ได้จับมือกันนะคะมาร่วมกันภายในงาน Startup Thailand ในมุมมองของรัฐบาลญี่ปุ่นมีการส่งเสริม Startup อย่างไรกันบ้างนี่ถือว่าจะเป็นไอเดียที่มอบให้สำหรับทุกท่านนะคะอย่างไรแล้วค่ะท่านใดที่ยังไม่ได้รับเครื่องแปลภาษาสามารถติดต่อขอรับได้นะคะกับเจ้าหน้าที่ของเราเรามีโต๊ะอยู่ด้านหน้ากับ Interpretation Service นะคะ Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next session will be another interesting session to all of you once again because we are honored from the representative, the experts who find it likely enjoy with us for the Startup Thailand 2017 Scale Up Asia. We are honored from the New Energy and Industrial Technology Development Organization, or NATO. We join with that on the state, will challenge the insight through the actions of the Japanese government to support the startup. It's now time to bring you to join with us in this session. Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce you the MC from NATO. Please welcome Ms. Haruka Saito.
Hello, I'm Haruka Saito from NATO Bangkok. Today, thank you for coming to the NATO session on Startup today. I will invite today's speaker. Please come. Please go to the stage. 5 persons. すいませんちょっと。Thank you for coming to the NEDO session on Stand Up today. Again, through the startup, NEDO has been supporting the joint research by technology-based startup and industry partners. Today, we will learn the scheme of NEDO startups and what factors lead to success to create new business out of NEDO scheme. The session is divided into two parts. The first part will take about 1 hour and ends at 2:50 p.m. The second part will start at 3:50 p.m. and ends at 4:45 p.m. I hope you stay for the both part 1 and 2 and learn about NEDO startups from the various experienced speakers. Second part, we will invite Japanese venture capital and we will ask him what is the criteria for startup selection. And we also invite Japanese tech-based startups who take part in NEDO scheme. So now we have Mr. Fukuda, Executive Director from NEDO, to give us a word of greeting. Here is Mr. Fukuda, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Atsushi Fukuda, and I am the Executive Director of Japan's New Energy Industry Technology Development Organization, or NEDO. I'm honored to be here with you today. I'd like to thank you for joining these NEDO sessions, and thank the Startups Thailand organizers for arranging this NEDO session. Business startups are increasingly expected to act as an engine for stimulating individual innovation and all over the world. In Japan, more startup pitch events are being held by various sectors, including NEDO, creating a more positive mindset in Japanese society with regard to startups. I hope the environment for startups will also become more favorable in Thailand, taking advantage of momentum created by Startups Thailand. In next session, and from Ministry of Industry and Ministry from the two speakers, Ministry of International Trade and Industry Committee will give you a presentation about Japanese recent policies, and after that. Accelerator Dr. Tatsuro Tsushima and venture capitalist Mr. Nobutoshi Maeda supporting these startups will make presentations. These accelerators and venture capitalists are working together with NEDO, providing startups with one-on-one support at the seed stage to cultivate an ecosystem where startups can be born. And after that, in this NEDO session, the second part is after Mr. Maeda's presentation, there's a second part. And 3 Japanese startups supported and recommended by NEDO will make presentations. This is the climax part of the NEDO session. The first startup is Will Inc. They are a company developing next generation personal mobility. The second is QD Laser. They are a company developing retinal imaging laser eyewear technology. And next is the Metosera Inc. They are a company developing products related to regenerative medicine using fibroblasts. All these companies have been supported by NEDO in line with our efforts to promote collaboration with business partners, encourage venture capitals in startup funding, and introduce accelerators at the startup seed stage, leading to the startups. I hope that startup ecosystem in both our countries will develop further as a result of this session. And furthermore, the exchanges will increase between our two countries regarding how best to foster the startup ecosystem and support industrial development. It is my sincere wish that startups in our two countries will play an active role on the world stage as well as in our recognized countries. Let me conclude my remarks by expressing my hope that Startup Thailand will make a positive contribution to the sustainable development efforts in Thailand and further enhance the bilateral Thailand-Japan partnerships. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fukuda. Now I would like to introduce Ms. Sumi and Ms. Yamamoto from METI, the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry of the Japanese government. They are going to talk about how METI from the government side supports startups. Please welcome Ms. Sumi.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. My name is Hiromi Sumi from the Asia and Pacific Division, METI, Japan. Today, I'd like to talk about new action of the Japanese government for the cooperation with ASEAN countries. Firstly, I'm going to explain about the new direction of ASEAN-Japan economic cooperation. Then my colleague, Ms. Yamamoto, will introduce the specific action in terms of IoT. As you know, ASEAN and Japan have been cooperating on the various projects so far, mainly to strengthen supply chain. For the further cooperation, we seek equal partnership with ASEAN. In particular, we'd like to cooperate on enhancing industrial structure. In the Japan-ASEAN Summit meeting held in Laos last September, Japanese Prime Minister Abe stated 3 pillars to strengthen ASEAN-Japan economic cooperation. The first is to strengthen supply chain and connectivity. The second is to facilitate economic integration through nurturing new industries. The last one is the commitment on high-level mega FTAs. Now, I'd like to focus on nurturing new industries. Nowadays, borderless new businesses using the internet have been developing in ASEAN region. To support these new businesses, we proposed to establish ASEAN-Japan Innovation Network. This is made by business organizations in ASEAN and Japan. The ASEAN side is ASEAN BSC and ABC. The Japan side is such as JETRO, Keidanren, and JAIS JAIS. JAIS stands for Japan ASEAN Innovation Support Network. JAIS is the organization formed by Japanese startups in ASEAN to connect startups to Japanese and ASEAN large companies and support to create new value for society. They have been expanding networks from Thai to ASEAN. Back to ASEAN-Japan Innovation Network, business organizations can discuss on various topics for nurturing new industries. These discussions will facilitate business matching between ASEAN and Japanese companies. Also, through the discussion, they can find out the problem. If the problem is because of the policy or rules, they can make policy proposal and submit it to the government. Of course, the government will support their activities. For specifying the problem or bottlenecks, the government will offer financial assistance, such as demonstration projects. For these activities, we have secured a budget of 20 million US dollars. With using this budget, we support demonstration projects, networking events, business matching, and symposium for the further cooperation between ASEAN and Japanese companies. As the first step, we held a business matching and a symposium in last April. In terms of the business matching, we invited 39 ASEAN companies to Tokyo, and 440 people from Japanese companies visited the venue. According to the questionnaire after this event, 375 business meetings were held, and 182 projects will be contracted in the future. On the other hand, the symposium was to emphasize the importance of the innovation by the collaboration between ASEAN and Japanese companies. Also, the signing ceremony of MOC for ASEAN-Japan Innovation Network was held at the same time, and ASEAN economic ministers witnessed it. I believe we completed these events with great success. In terms of the demonstration project, we want to find problems such as regulatory and institutional reforms through it. We've already selected 6 projects at the first public offering. One of the selected projects in Thailand is Fujifilm's plan to promote the new broad test service for the lifestyle disease prevention working with Thai laboratory. We will hold the second public offering in August. Although the offer should be submitted by Japanese companies due to the accounting regulation, if you are interested in it, you can offer projects through your Japanese partner. If you don't have Japanese partners yet, you can find the best partner in networking events held in ASEAN countries. Actually, the event in Thailand was held yesterday as embassy pitch, but we are planning in other countries, such as Indonesia and Malaysia. If you wish to participate to them, please contact me or the JETRO office anytime. In conclusion, we are really seeking the way for the further cooperation with ASEAN. Not only the government, but also Japanese companies want to collaborate with ASEAN startups because there will be new chemistry. I'm looking forward to working with you in near future. Now, I'd like to take over to Ms. Ai Yamamoto from the Information Industry Division. She's in charge of promoting IoT acceleration.
Thank you for your introduction. I'm Ai Yamamoto, working at METI, and today I want to introduce about I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry. IoT Acceleration Consortium, ITAC, and our event at CDEC. ITAC has been established in 2015, and now we have more than 3,000 companies. ITAC has 4 working groups, and we have 3 supports for members: financial support, regulatory support, and business matching support. And ITAC provides business opportunities also for ASEAN startups, for selected companies to CDEC. And CDEC is one of the biggest IT and electronics show in Japan. And about business opportunities, we provide 3 supports for ASEAN startup. First, you can have a business matching with Japanese companies. Second, you can have a free exhibition space at the CTEC for free. And third, you can have a pitch on stage to Japanese companies. What you have to do to participate is quite simple. Please register your company's name and project on the website. And then ITAC member vote by their interest. And the top 10 company can come to Japan with free accommodation fee and free flight fee. You don't have to pay for that. And this is the most important point, that we postponed the deadline because this is yesterday, so we postponed to next Thursday, 13 July. We hope to see you in Japan, and yeah, you can have a good business matching with Japanese companies. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Sumi and Ms. Yamamoto. Now I'd like to introduce the next speaker, Mr. Ibuki, the Chief Officer of NEDO. He will give us a presentation on the NEDO scheme and tips on how to get support of NEDO startups. Mr. Ibuki, could you tell us about what NEDO offers the support and the type of scheme? Mr. Ibuki, please.
Okay. Sadikap. Thank you for coming today. My name is Shinichiro Ibuki from NEDO Japan. Today, I'd like to talk about how NEDO support for R&D startups and SMEs. Before talking about that, let me introduce my organization, NEDO. The official name is New Energy and Industrial Technology Development Organization, and we are one of the largest R&D management organizations in Japan. And we have 2 missions like this, and we are mainly conducting on the national R&D project. However, for the second mission, the technological advance is getting faster, and some new industry or some new market has grown up rapidly these days. So in order to catch up this situation, we are now focusing more on R&D startups. Okay, so this is about the whole image of our support for R&D SMEs or startups. And the first one is the support program to tech startups. We support entrepreneurs or startups who are just start their own business. So this is the A, and today I'd like to talk about this mainly. And the second one is a B, Venture Commercialization Development Support Program. This is a program for mainly for the SMEs in order to overcome the value of this. And after that, we are doing some matching activities like C. And through these programs, we are trying to bring them up from the egg to the eagle. And I'd like to show you the example of startups which NEDO supports. For example, photosynth, microwave chemical, cyberdyne, Spiber, and so on. These are the very excellent R&D startups. Okay, so I'd like to introduce the Startups Promotion Program. We are conducting 4 programs in this phase. And the first one is Technology Commercialization Program. We call it TCP. TCP is a business plan training program for entrepreneurs. Second one is Startup Innovator SUI program. We support SUI with the catalyzers, and the catalyzers is the experts of business plan. The third one is Seed Stage Technology-Based Startups, STS program. We support STS with VCs, which NEDO certifies. And the last one is Startups in Corporate Alliance, SCA program. We support SCA, who is conducting joint research with corporates. And this is a detail of TCP. TCP provides business plan training and pitch events to the entrepreneurs or researchers who aim to start a new business with their own technologies. And this is about the SUI program. We provide SUI to the SUI's R&D subsidies up to 35 million yen within 1 year, and advice for the business plan from the catalyzers. And this is the detail of STS. First, in this program, firstly, we certify the VCs from all over the world. And secondly, if certified VCs invest to STS, we also provide the R&D subsidy up to 70 million yen within 2 years to them. We are trying to construct the ecosystem of raising up the startups through this program. And the last one is SCA. We support SCA. We provide SCA R&D subsidy up to 70 million yen within 1 year in order to promote the open innovation. So that these 4 projects are the support for startups. And also, this is a detail of commercialization development support program for SMEs. And this is activities of matching. We offer some exhibition or pitch to the SMEs and startups. Also, we introduce them to some financial institution to make the matching. And I'd like to introduce you the Japan Open Innovation Council. We call it JOIC. JOIC was established in order to share the information about open innovation. We are holding the seminar or some NEDO pitch and publishing the open innovation white paper. Okay, so this is our support program for SMEs and startups. As I introduce you, NEDO supports startups and SMEs for several phases. Then I'd like to show you the important point for startups. The first one is customer needs. Sometimes R&D startups focusing only on their technology and go wrong direction. However, a customer will pay for service, product, or a solution, not for the technology itself. So therefore, it is very important to know who is the customer and what do they need, so as not to waste your time and money. The second point is team. It is very, very hard to manage all the things by oneself. So it is very important to team up. And I'd like to recommend to team up with the business person, technology person, and financial person. And the business person is most important. And the third point is long-term planning. R&D startups often takes a lot of money and time until they make a success. So they should set a big goal and a long-term plan to make the success. And also, supporters should have long-term perspective too. Okay, and so today, the 5 speakers will talk about these 3 points soon later. Mr. Tsushima from Indie Japan is a NEDO business catalyzer. And Mr. Maeda is also a business catalyzer of NEDO and a member of Certified VC. They are one of the greatest supporters of startups in Japan. And also, 4 excellent startups which NEDO supports is coming to this Startup Thailand. One of them is Photosynth, and they are in the Japan Pavilion. And other 3 startups, will, QD Laser, and Metcera, will talk about their experience of business. So don't miss it. Okay, that's all. And this photo is a member of our department, Innovation and Promotion Department. So we will support R&D startups strongly. Thank you very much.
Now, we would like to close the first part of the session. May I remind you that the second part of the session will begin at 3:50 p.m. an hour from now. It would be great if you could attend the following session as well. Thank you and see you all later.
Thank you very much. Please give a big round of applause. Thank you all speakers and you as an MC from NEDO. This is only the first part of the session from NEDO, so please stay tuned and to be continued for the second session at 3:50 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session, we'd like to deliver the lesson for the Thai startup from a hot startup in the country. Yes, of course, we'd like to talk about UKB. And the next session will be conducted in Thai. And once again, all this was case, for your convenience and clear understanding throughout the session, we'd like to inform you guys that we have the translation services available for you. So please kindly contact our staff in front at Interpretation Services Desk. ทุกท่านคะช่วงต่อไปค่ะเดี๋ยวเรามาติดตามกันเพราะว่าอย่างที่เราได้เกริ่นกันไปว่าในการจัดงาน Startup Thailand 2017 Scale Up Asia นี้นะคะเรามีเหล่าสตาร์ทอัพมาแรงรวมทั้งสตาร์ทอัพที่อยู่ในใจของใครหลายๆคนที่พวกเขาเหล่านี้สร้างความสำเร็จและก็เป็นตัวอย่างให้สำหรับวงการสตาร์ทอัพของไทยค่ะเซสชั่นต่อไปเราก็จะมาเปลี่ยนบรรยากาศเป็นช่วงทอล์กสบายๆในภาษาไทยกันนะคะเพราะฉะนั้นแล้วค่ะเดี๋ยวมาติดตามกันได้นะคะว่าวันนี้คุณหมูณัฐวุฒิพึงเจริญพงศ์ค่ะจากอุกบี Founder และ CEO จะมาฝากบทเรียนในการเรียนรู้ให้สำหรับเหล่าไทยสตาร์ทอัพอย่างไรกันบ้างคงไม่ต้องแนะนำอะไรมากสำหรับอุกบีใช่ไหมคะเชื่อว่าหลายท่านในโทรศัพท์มือถือจะต้องมีแอปพลิเคชันนี้อย่างแน่นอนแต่อะไรค่ะจะเป็นแมสเสจที่ฝากกันไว้ให้สำหรับทุกท่านในงาน Startup Thailand 2017 Scale Up Asia ในครั้งนี้นั่นเองนะคะWell, ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about UKB, and of course, the story by the CEO and founders of UKB, Kun Mu Natwut, is inspiring many people and many startups for many recent years. When we talk about UKB, a digital content startup that launched online book and magazine publisher, and we know that this venture is designed to promote and generate the content in Thailand and in the region in Southeast Asia as well. And this session even be conducted in Thai, and once again that we'd like to deliver the insight, feel, and knowledge and thought through everyone for this experience challenge to you. มาติดตามกันนะคะเพราะว่าเดี๋ยวเราจะมีช่วงของการทอล์กนะคะแล้วก็ที่สำคัญสีสันบนเวทีนี้ค่ะเพราะว่าผู้ดำเนินรายการที่จะทำให้ทุกท่านสนุกและก็ร่วมเดินทางไปกับคุณหมูณัฐวุฒิจากอุกบีนั้นนะคะสาวเก่งอีกหนึ่งคนจาก Thailand Tech Startup Association ค่ะเพราะฉะนั้นแล้วไปพบกับทั้งสองท่านดีกว่านะคะขอเสียงปรบมือต้อนรับคุณณัฐวุฒิพึงเจริญ CEO and Founder จากอุกบีและผู้ดำเนินรายการค่ะคุณชวิสาเฉินจาก Thailand Tech Startup Association ค่ะ
ค ค่ะสวัสดีค่ะทุกท่านนะคะก็อันนี้เนาะมันก็จะเป็นเหมือนภาคต่อ Startup Warrior นะคะที่ได้ออกอากาศไปแล้วนะคะใน EP แรกนะคะตอน 11 นาฬิกานะคะถึง 11 นาฬิกา 30 นาทีทุกวันเสาร์นะคะยังไงติดตามด้วยนะคะ EP แรกเป็นพี่หมูนะคะอันนี้ก็จะเป็นเหมือนเจาะลึกมากขึ้นเกี่ยวกับเรื่องของพี่หมูด้วยแล้วก็เรื่องของว่าพี่หมูได้เรียนรู้อะไรมาจากการทำตลอดระยะเวลาที่ทำอูบีมาเนาะค่ะอันนี้เหวินก็ย้อนนิดนึงแล้วกันค่ะว่าจุดเริ่มต้นของอูบีนี่มันคือเกิดจากอะไรอะคะ
ได้ครับสวัสดีนะครับอย่างแรกก็วันนี้คงสบายๆนะครับคุยกันฮะก็อุกบีใช่ไหมครับอุกบีเนี่ยเป็นจริงๆตัวชื่อบริษัทเลยฮะคำว่าอุกบีเนี่ยเป็นคำผวนของคำว่า e-book ครับก็อุกบี e-book นะจริงๆแล้วประมาณสัก 2010 จริงตัวธุรกิจนะฮะเริ่มมาสักประมาณปี 2011นะฮะ2011เนี่ยก็ iPad เพิ่งออกมาใหม่ๆครับเราก็ไปเอาพวกนิตยสารต่างๆมาขึ้นบนออนไลน์ครับให้คนอ่านฮะแต่ว่าพอเวลาจริงต้องบอกว่าปัจจุบันเนี่ยเวลาผ่านมาเนี่ยตัวธุรกิจที่เป็น e-book จริงๆอาจจะเป็นธุรกิจประมาณแค่ 20% ของเราแล้วครับก็คือเราจริงๆอาจจะมองว่ามันเป็นเวลาแค่ 4-5 ปีแต่ตัวธุรกิจของ UB ก็มีการเรียกว่าอะไรฮะพัฒนา business model แล้วก็มีสินค้าใหม่ๆออกมาหลายๆอันครับเหมือนแต่ว่าตอนที่เริ่มเนี่ยไอเดียก็เริ่มมาจากแค่นี้อยากจะมี iPad ออกมาแล้วก็เอานิตยสารขึ้นมาอยู่บน UB ครับ
ก็คือหลังจากทำe-book เนี่ยก็มีพัฒนาทำอย่างอื่นด้วยอะไรเงี้ยค่ะก็อยากจะรู้ว่าตอนนี้พี่หมูอุกบีเนี่ยมันทำอะไรบ้างค่ะ
อุกบีใช่ไหมครับตอนนี้เรามีไอ้พวกตัวผลิตภัณฑ์ซึ่งเป็น e-book เนี่ยเป็นอันแรกครับ e-book ก็ค่อยๆขยายมาเป็นจากแมกกาซีนมาเป็นหนังสือพิมพ์เป็นหนังสือเสียงฮะแล้วก็เป็นคอร์สออนไลน์ที่เราทำกับ Skill Lane นะครับแล้วก็มีไลบรารีเป็นดิสนีย์ให้เด็กๆอ่านจากนั้นก็ประมาณ2ปีก็ออกมา business model แบบที่เป็นเรียกว่าเป็นแบบบุฟเฟ่ครับบุฟเฟ่ก็คือให้คนเนี่ยสามารถจ่ายเงินแบบเหมาอ่านได้เดือนละสัก200-300 บาทแล้วก็อ่านเท่าไหร่ก็ได้อันนั้นก็เป็นตัวธุรกิจที่ทำมาในช่วงแรกๆครับแล้วก็ในช่วง2ปีที่ผ่านมาเนี่ยเราขยับไปทำตัวธุรกิจโมเดลที่เรียกว่า UGC UGC เนี่ยย่อมาจาก User Generated Content ครับ User Generated Content เนี่ยคือเป็นคอนเทนต์ที่ User ครับเป็นคนสร้างขึ้นมาเอง
คือเป็นคนธรรมดาใครก็ได้สามารถเข้าไปสร้างคอนเทนต์
ใช่ก็ต้องบอกว่าจริงๆแล้วโลกปัจจุบันนะครับโลกที่เราอยู่เนี่ยอินเทอร์เน็ตที่เราใช้ครับต้องมองว่ามันเป็นอินเทอร์เน็ตที่เราเป็นคนสร้างขึ้นมาเองเราใช้อาจจะฟังดูงงๆนะอินเทอร์เน็ตที่เราสร้างขึ้นมาเองเป็นยังไงก็ต้องมองว่าจริงๆแล้วเมื่อก่อนเนี่ยสมมติสัก10 ปีที่แล้วเนี่ยฮะเราจะมีเว็บไซต์อย่างพวกอะไรดี yahoo.com เดี๋ยวทุกวันนี้ก็มีครับเมืองไทยสนุก .com กระปุก .com อะไรต่างๆซึ่งเป็นเว็บไซต์ที่เหมือนนิตยสารคือเขาจะจ้างอีดิเตอร์มาแล้วก็เขียนคอนเทนต์แล้วเราก็เป็นคนเข้าไปอ่านแต่ลองมอง Product ใหม่ๆที่เราใช้ทุกวันนี้ฮะ Instagram Facebook YouTube Twitter เนี่ยจริงๆแล้วมันเป็นเว็บเป็นเซอร์วิสที่คนใช้เนี่ยเป็นคนสร้างคอนเทนต์ขึ้นมาเองครับเราไม่จำเป็นต้องไปฟังว่าใครเนี่ยจะเป็นคนบอกอะไรแล้วก็อินเทอร์เน็ตที่เราใช้ปัจจุบันเนี่ยอินเทอร์เน็ตของแต่ละท่านเนี่ยก็จะไม่เหมือนกันจะเป็นอินเทอร์เน็ตที่เราเป็นคนสร้างอินเทอร์เน็ตขึ้นมาเองแล้วก็ใช้ของเราเองฟังนี้อาจจะงงเหมือนเดิมสมัยก่อนเนี่ยเวลาเราเข้าไปเว็บพอร์ทัลฮะเราก็จะเห็นคอนเทนต์เหมือนกันหมดทุกคนถูกไหมฮะวันนี้เข้าไปเว็บ thailand.com เข้าไปสนุก .com กระปุก .com เนี่ยเราจะเห็นคอนเทนต์เหมือนกันหมดทุกคนเพราะว่ามันเป็นคอนเทนต์ที่สร้างมาโดยกองบก.แต่ว่าถ้าเราเข้าใน Facebook Instagram Twitter YouTube เนี่ยเราจะเห็นเฉพาะสิ่งที่เราสนใจสิ่งที่เราเป็นคนไป follow เพราะนั้นเนี่ยเราเป็นคนสร้างอินเทอร์เน็ตเองแล้วเราก็จะเห็นอินเทอร์เน็ตของเราเนี่ยไม่เหมือนกันละสมมุติถ้าผมเข้าไปใน Instagram ของผมก็จะเห็นรูปอาจจะเป็นอะไรดีแกดเจ็ต IT อะไรอย่างเงี้ยนะฮะแล้วก็เป็นอาจจะเป็นเรื่องรถเรื่องดีไซน์อะไรแต่ว่าของเด็กผู้หญิงก็อาจจะเห็นแฟชั่นอาหารอะไรต่างๆก็แล้วแต่เขาพอเรารู้ว่าเทรนด์โลกเนี่ยมันกลายเป็นการสร้างคอนเทนต์ขึ้นมาเองครับตัวอุกบีเนี่ยจริงๆแล้ว business model เราเมื่อก่อนเนี่ยก็คือไปเอาคอนเทนต์จาก professional มามันก็ไม่ได้หนีจากการที่บอกว่าเราเป็นเหมือนเว็บไซต์ portal พวกนั้น
เหมือนกับเว็บไซต์อื่น
ๆใช่ครับแล้วก็แค่เป็นตัวช่องทางในการ distribute ถ้าเราอยากจะเป็นเจ้าของแพลตฟอร์มเองเนี่ยเราต้องให้ user เราเนี่ยเป็นคนสร้างคอนเทนต์ขึ้นมาอยู่กับเราครับตรงนี้เป็นสเต็ปที่ทำให้ธุรกิจเราเนี่ยโตขึ้นประมาณเรียกว่าโตขึ้นประมาณ20 เท่า20 เท่าในเวลาแค่ 2-3 ปีเพราะว่าเราเปลี่ยนรูปแบบการทำธุรกิจเป็นแบบนี้ไปก็ปัจจุบันธุรกิจของ UB ก็จะมีเป็นการ์ตูนฮะมีเว็บไซต์ชื่อ ubcomics.com คนก็จะเข้ามาวาดการ์ตูนกันวาดเสร็จก็จะมีคนเข้ามาอ่านการ์ตูนหรือว่าจะมีนิยายครับเว็บชื่อ tanwalai.com fictionlog.com มีบล็อกชื่ออะไร storylog.com ครับแล้วก็มีดนตรีชื่อฟังใจ .com แล้วก็ยังมีเซอร์วิสใหม่ๆซึ่งทั้งหมดเนี่ยก็จะเป็นบริการที่ยูเซอร์เนี่ยเป็นคนสร้างคอนเทนต์ขึ้นมาเองแล้วก็มาใช้งานกันเองครับผมแต่ว่า จริงๆคือตัวคอนเทนต์พวกนี้มันมีการใช้งานเยอะมากครับจนน่าตกใจคือเราเคยอยู่ในโลกที่หนังสือเนี่ยหนังสือกระดาษนะฮะเราบอกว่าเบสเซลเลอร์หนังสือกระดาษเนี่ยอาจจะพิมพ์ไม่กี่หมื่นเล่มใช่ไหมฮะแล้วก็เมื่อก่อนเนี่ยธุรกิจของอุกบีครับเราวิชั่นของเราเนี่ยเล็กมากครับเล็กมากจนบอกว่าเฮ้ยถ้าหนังสือกระดาษเนี่ยพิมพ์ออกมา100 เล่มเนี่ยเราขอให้เป็นอีบุ๊กแค่5 เล่มเองแค่5 เล่ม5%นี่หรอใช่ไหมเพราะคนส่วนใหญ่ก็ยังอ่านกระดาษถูกไหมฮะเพราะนั้นเราอยู่ในโลกที่กระดาษเบสเซลเลอร์เนี่ยพิมพ์ไม่กี่หมื่นเล่มเพราะนั้นเราพอจะรู้อยู่แล้วว่าไซส์เนี่ยมันไม่น่าจะใหญ่มากนี่หรอใช่ไหมฮะพอผ่านมาจุดหนึ่งเนี่ยทุกวันนี้เนี่ยการ์ตูนนะฮะการ์ตูนหรือว่านิยายที่เด็กๆเขียนบนอุกบีคอมิกส์เนี่ยเรื่องหนึ่งเนี่ยมีคนอ่าน 20-30 ล้านครั้งเป็นเรื่องปกตินะครับ 20-30 ล้านครั้งต่อเรื่องแล้วลองเทียบกับหนังสือเบสเซลเลอร์ที่พิมพ์แค่ไม่กี่หมื่นก๊อปปี้เนี่ยเรารู้อยู่แล้วว่าอนาคตเนี่ยมันอยู่ตรงไหนแต่มันก็เริ่มมาจากวิชั่นเล็กๆตอนแรกครับว่าเราต้องปลดล็อกจากเดิมที่เราเคยมองว่าแบบเป็นแค่ร้านหนังสืออีบุ๊กซึ่งต้องไปรอคนที่ทำหนังสือกระดาษออกมาก่อนแล้วไป grab ลงมาเนี่ยเราสามารถเปิดเป็นแพลตฟอร์มแล้วให้คนข้ามขั้นตอนการที่ต้องเป็นกระดาษก่อนออกไปครับ
ก็ได้เห็นได้เลยนะคะว่าพี่หมูเหมือนเริ่มให้ความสำคัญกับความต้องการของลูกค้ามากขึ้นแล้วมันก็ได้ทำให้บริษัทของพี่หมูมันเหมือนเติบโตแบบก้าวกระโดดด้วยความรวดเร็วเพราะว่าแบบไปตอบโจทย์ลูกค้าที่เขาต้องการจริงๆไม่ได้ต้องการแค่นี้ต้องการคอนเทนต์ที่มันเหมาะกับเราจริงๆเราต้องการจริงๆโอเคพอพูดมาถึงขนาดนี้แล้วจะเห็นได้ว่าอุกบีแบบมีความสักเซสสูงมากอะไรเงี้ยแต่อย่างนี้เหมือนขอถามในจุดที่ล้มเหลวดีกว่าเนาะว่าจริงๆแล้วกว่าจะมาถึงตรงเนี้ยพี่หมูอ่ะเคยก็คือมันก็ต้องมีลายอื่นบ้างที่แบบพี่หมูทำอุกบีทำแล้วมันไม่เวิร์กเงี้ยค่ะอย่างเช่นอุกบีมอเป็นต้นเนาะอยากให้พี่หมูเล่าให้ฟังนิดนึงใช่ไหม
ได้ครับต้องบอกว่าจริงๆแล้วเรื่องล้มเหลวเนี่ยครับมันเป็นเรื่องที่เรียกว่าอะไรอ่ะคนที่ทำสตาร์ทอัพเนี่ยสมมติคนที่ทำสตาร์ทอัพเวลาแนะนำน้องๆเด็กๆก็จะบอกว่าเฮ้ยเฟลฟาสล้มได้ไม่เป็นไรลุกขึ้นใหม่เร็วๆอะไรเงี้ยเราก็พูดครับแล้วก็ตัวเราเองเนี่ยก็เวลาล้มจริงๆมันก็เจ็บแหละเวลาเราเจอเนี่ยก็คือไอเดียของผมเนี่ยอุกบีมอลเริ่มมาจากเรื่องง่ายๆเลยเรื่องง่ายๆเลยว่าแบบสักต้องมองย้อนกลับไปลองมองย้อนกลับไปโลกสักประมาณสัก3 ปีที่แล้ว3-4 ปีที่แล้วตอนที่อาลีบาบายังไม่มาซื้อ Lazada เนาะแล้วก็ตอนที่อีคอมเมิร์ซเมืองไทยยังคึกคักโอ้ยมีแพลตฟอร์มทุกๆเทลโคออกแพลตฟอร์มอีคอมเมิร์ซนะเจ้าเยอะทุกคนก็ทำอีคอมเมิร์ซครับอุกบีเราก็คิดว่าแน่ไงต้องบอกว่าตัวเองเมื่อก่อนมีอีโก้มีโอ้ยเนี่ยเรามีลูกค้าตั้งหลายล้านคนเนี่ยเยอะกว่าพวกนี้หมดเลยนะเนี่ยเอาจริงๆเนี่ยโอ้ยเขาซื้อหนังสือเราก็ด้วยความคิดอ่อนๆแค่นั้นนะฮะแล้วก็คิดว่าจริงๆแล้วเรามี Data เยอะเรามีวิสาเยอะแล้วก็เรารู้ด้วยว่าเขาชอบอะไรก็คิดง่ายๆอีกเหมือนเดิมครับว่าแบบเฮ้ยเนี่ยคนนี้อ่านหนังสือรถคนนี้ชอบรถเพื่อจะขายของเกี่ยวกับรถให้เขาคนนี้ชอบบ้านคนนี้ชอบหมาแมวอะไรเงี้ยรู้หมดเลยเพราะเขาอ่านอะไรก็คิดว่าแบบเรามีอินไซต์แล้วเราพยายามจะไปขายของให้เขาแล้วก็เปิดอุกบีมอลขึ้นมาครับก็ต้องพูดว่าเวลาทำเนี่ยถึงขั้นที่แบบเรียกว่าอะไรไปชวนคนไปชวนทีมงานคนแรกๆไปชวนให้เขาลาออกจากบริษัทดีๆเหมือนชวนบอกว่าเนี่ยพี่เนี่ยทำอุกบีนะเนี่ยสตาร์ทอัพเก่งเลยเดี๋ยวมาทำกันรุ่งแน่ๆไปชวนเขาออกมาไปชวนเขาลาออกมา
เขาก็อ
อกมาครับเขาก็มาทำกับเราฮะแล้วก็ทำขึ้นมาเป็น100 คนนะฮะลงทุนกันเป็นพูดแล้วก็คือผมเสียเงินไปประมาณ150 ล้านบาทในเวลาแค่ปีเดียวขาดทุนไป150 ล้านบาทครับซึ่งมันเป็นในโลกของอีคอมเมิร์ซเนี่ยมันเป็นเรื่องเด็กๆถ้าไปดูแพลตฟอร์มใหญ่ๆเนี่ยเขาไม่ได้ขาดทุนกันปีละ150 ล้านเราก็
ขาดทุนมากกว่านั้น
ก็ขาดทุนกันปีละหลายพันล้านครับเพราะว่ามันเป็นอยู่ในโลกอีคอมเมิร์ซปัจจุบันเนี่ยมันเป็นการแย่งลูกค้ากันใช่ไหมฮะลองนึกถึงเวลาเราเข้าไปซื้อของบนอะไรดีบน Lazada อย่างเงี้ยเราซื้ออะไรอาจจะซื้อที่ชาร์จแบตอันนึงอาจจะได้กำไรเขาอาจจะได้กำไรไม่กี่10 บาทอย่างเงี้ยในตัวแพลตฟอร์มเนี่ยเขาขาดทุนเขาต้องลงโฆษณาทำกว่าจะได้เข้าไปอุกบีเราก็เข้าไปอยู่ในเกมที่เราไม่เก่งครับก็พอถึงเวลาเราก็ต้องรู้ละถึงจุดหนึ่งเนี่ยเราเชื่อครับว่าเราสามารถระดมทุนได้หมายถึงว่าระดมทุนได้อีกรอบหนึ่งเพราะว่าจริงๆตัวเมทริกซ์ต่างๆเนี่ยมันก็โตลูกค้ามันก็เพิ่มยอดซื้อยอดอะไรมันก็เพิ่มแหละฮะแต่เรารู้ว่าในระยะยาวเนี่ยมันเป็นเกมที่เรียกว่า winner takes all คือหมายถึงว่าแพลตฟอร์มที่ใหญ่ที่สุดเนี่ยเขาก็จะมีเงินทุนมากกว่ามีลูกค้ามากกว่ายอมขาดทุนได้เยอะกว่าเพราะนั้นมันอาจจะไม่ใช่ ธุรกิจที่เราควรจะต้องดำเนินต่อครับก็ต้องตัดสินใจว่าไปคุยกับทีมก็ต้องบอกว่าเฮ้ยเราต้องหยุดตรงนี้ฮะแล้วก็แต่ว่าทุกคนก็ไม่มีปัญหาอะไรครับเราก็หาที่ลงหาแลนด์มีการจ่ายแพ็กเกจให้อย่างดีก็เป็นเลสเซ่นที่เป็นบทเรียนครับที่เรียนรู้จากการทำ
นานไหมคะกว่าพี่หมูจะรู้ว่าแบบเฮ้ยไม่เอาแล้วไม่ทำแล้วดีกว่าอะไรเงี้ย
ก็เราทำมาประมาณปีกว่าๆส่วนตอนที่ตัดสินใจทำเนี่ยใช้เวลาประมาณ 2-3 เดือนค่อยๆทีละเฟสใช้เวลาทั้งหมด6 เดือนในการที่จะเฟดเอาเพื่อให้ทุกคนโอเคก็จริงๆคือจริงๆมันไม่ได้ขาดทุนเยอะขนาดนี้ครับถ้าเราโหดหน่อยนะแต่ว่าเราก็ค่อยๆทำให้มันไปเพราะจริงเรามีตัวธุรกิจหลักซึ่งเป็นดิจิทัลซึ่งมันไปได้ดีครับแต่ก็เป็นบทเรียนทีนี้เรามองอีกแง่หนึ่งดีกว่าว่าแบบเราเรียนรู้อะไรเนี่ยจริงๆแล้วสิ่งที่เรียนรู้เนี่ยมันเป็นเรื่องที่เราพูดตลอดครับว่าแบบเวลาคนบอกว่า fail fast ล้มเหลวได้ทำสตาร์ทอัพไม่เป็นไรเนี่ยจริงๆมัน fail เล็กๆได้ครับคือถามว่าแม้กระทั่งอุบีมอลเนี่ยเวลาผม fail เนี่ยผมก็ไม่ได้ fail จนถึงขั้นว่าตัวอุกบีเองมันเจ๊งไปเลยเนาะถูกไหมฮะเพราะนั้นต้องมองว่าจริงๆแล้วคำว่า fail fast เนี่ยมันคือการล้มเหลวในสเกลที่เราควบคุมได้นะมันไม่ได้ว่าแบบเฮ้ยคุณทำสตาร์ทอัพแล้วคุณต้องแบบเฮ้ยเอาบ้านมาปล่อยกู้แบบเป็นหนี้เป็นสินจากการล้มเหลวอะโลกปัจจุบันเนี่ยมันถูกออกแบบมาครับให้สามารถล้มเหลวได้โดยที่เราไม่จำเป็นต้องเรียกว่าอะไรอ่ะมันถูกสามารถออกแบบมาให้เราสามารถล้มเหลวได้โดยที่เราไม่จำเป็นต้องหมดเนื้อหมดตัวนี่หรอใช่ไหม
ก็เหมือนเป็นการทดลอง
ใช่เป็นการทดลองเล็กๆไอ้คำว่าการทดลองเล็กๆเนี่ยมันต่างจากเมื่อประมาณสัก 4-5 ปีที่แล้วมากเลยคือแค่ไอเดียเฟสก็พอไอเดียเฟสว่าเรามีไอเดียแล้วเราอยากจะขายอะไรบางอย่างเนี่ยเราก็ขึ้นไปลองบน Facebook เลยครับบริษัทเมื่อก่อนเนี่ยบริษัทใหญ่ๆอยากจะทำสตาร์ทอัพก็อาจจะต้องไปทำเซอร์เวย์มีทำโพลให้คนมากรอกโพลนู่นนี่ใช่ไหมฮะแล้วก็ทำเสิร์ชไปเซอร์เวย์มาทำอย่างนี้ต้องมี Product Development มาเทสอะไรเงี้ยหมดไป6 เดือนหมดเงินไปหลายล้านบาทยังไม่ได้เริ่มขายถ้าเราเป็นสตาร์ทอัพสมัยนี้เราทำง่ายๆครับเราไปทำ Product หลอกๆมาเลยก็ได้นะครับอันนึงนะครับทำเป็นรูปแบนเนอร์สวยๆครับโพสต์ขึ้นไปบน Facebook ครับบูสต์โพสต์เข้าไป500 บาทเลือกเพศอายุการศึกษาอาชีพได้หมดทุกอย่างที่เราอยากได้ซึ่งมันตรงเป๊ะเราก็ดูเลยว่ามีคนอยากจะเข้ามาซื้อสินค้านี้ด้วยราคานี้หรือเปล่าอันนี้ใช้เวลาแค่1 วันกับเงินแค่500 บาทเราจบแล้วครับเราได้ลูกค้าจริงๆรู้จริงๆว่ามีอะไรเกิดขึ้นแล้วจะไปทำจริงๆยังไงจะไปทำก่อนที่จะไปลงมือจ้างโปรแกรมเมอร์เขียนเว็บนั่งลุยกันระดมทุนกันหมดไป2 ปีเนี่ยจริงแล้วปัจจุบันเนี่ยมันสามารถทำในสเกลเล็กแค่นี้อย่างน้อยเราก็จะพอมีเซนส์ว่าแบบอันเนี้ยมันเวิร์กหรือเปล่านึกออกไหมฮะเพราะนั้นถ้าถามว่าถ้ามันเล็กได้สักขนาดนี้มันเฟลกี่รอบก็ได้ไซเคิลในการเฟลเนี่ยมันเล็กกว่านั้นสั้นกว่านั้นได้อีกทำไมพวกแม่ค้าขายครีมเนี่ยเขาขายกันได้เป็นแสนเป็นล้านอยู่บน Facebook แบบนี้เขาไม่เห็นต้องมาทำสตาร์ทอัพเลยนึกออกไหมก็เพราะว่ามันเกิดจากไอเดียแบบนี้คือเขาลองเลยแล้วเขาก็ลองดูแล้วถ้าเกิดว่ามันไปได้เนี่ยคุณก็ค่อยๆอันนี้ไปก็อาจจะย้อนกลับมาว่าแบบมันอยู่ใน environment ที่มันเฟลได้แล้วก็เฟลเล็กลงมาได้เรื่อยๆครับมันก็เป็นโอกาสสำหรับคนทั่วๆไป
แล้วอย่างนี้มันจะมีจุดไหนหรือเปล่าคะที่ทำให้พี่หมูรู้ว่าอันนี้มันจะเฟลแน่ๆอะไรเงี้ยคือมันจะรู้ได้ยังไงใช่เราจะรู้ได้ยังไงว่าแบบถ้ามันไปอย่างนี้แล้วมันไม่รอดแน่ๆเลยไม่น่าจะรอด
ใช่ไหมง่ายๆครับง่ายๆก็คือธุรกิจเนี่ยเวลาเราทำธุรกิจสตาร์ทอัพนะครับหลายๆท่านเนี่ยจะสงสัยว่าไอ้บริษัทพวกนี้มันขาดทุนนี่หว่านี่หรอไหมสตาร์ทอัพในเมืองไทยเนี่ยไปเรียกมาเลยครับขาดทุนหมดแล้วขาดทุนหมดใช่ไหมแล้วไอ้ธุรกิจพวกนี้มันขาดทุนนี่หว่าแล้วนักลงทุนมันคิดอะไรถูกไหมทำไมถึงไปลงทุนให้ธุรกิจที่มันขาดทุนแล้วมันโต
แล้วพี่หมูเองก็เป็นนักลงทุนด้วย
ใช่เราก็ลงทุนไป40 กว่าบริษัทแล้วในช่วง2 ปีที่ผ่านมาครับเพราะนั้นถามว่านักลงทุนเนี่ยมันคิดอะไรครับมันจะมีตัวเลขอยู่ตัวหนึ่งฮะก็คือว่าเราใช้เงินในการหาลูกค้าเราใช้เงินในการหาลูกค้าใหม่เนี่ยน้อยกว่าเงินที่ลูกค้าจ่ายให้เราหรือเปล่าลูกค้าเนี่ยอาจจะไม่ต้องจ่ายคืนเราในครั้งเดียวนะฮะธุรกิจที่ดีๆเนี่ยเราอาจจะลงโฆษณานู่นนี่ใช่ไหมฮะแล้วก็ลูกค้าเนี่ยก็เข้ามาแล้วก็จ่ายเงินให้เราครั้งเดียวอาจจะได้คืนละเยอะกว่าค่าโฆษณายกตัวอย่างอย่างนี้นะครับก็ถือว่าเราทำธุรกิจอันนี้ได้หรือว่าหลายๆครั้งเนี่ยอย่างธุรกิจของผมเนี่ยบางครั้งมันเป็นการสมัครสมาชิกรายเดือนมันก็จะมีเขาเรียกว่าเชิญเลทคือคนอาจจะเข้ามาจ่ายเดือนละ200-300อย่างเงี้ยแล้วมันก็จะมีว่าแบบเขาอยู่กับเรากี่เดือนบางคนอาจจะอยู่ปีนึงเราก็จะได้มากี่พันบาทบางคนอาจจะอยู่ไม่กี่เดือนเนี่ยมันก็จะมีค่าเฉลี่ยว่าได้มากี่เดือนไอ้ค่าเฉลี่ยตรงนั้นเนี่ยมันเยอะหรือน้อยกว่าเงินที่เราหาลูกค้าเข้ามาถ้ามันเยอะกว่าเนี่ยธุรกิจนี้ยังมีโอกาสที่จะใหญ่ครับเพราะว่าธุรกิจสตาร์ทอัพเนี่ยมันเป็นเรื่องของสเกลถ้าเกิดว่ามันทำแล้วมันเราใช้เงินในการหาลูกค้าเข้ามาน้อยกว่าเนี่ยบางคนอาจจะงงแล้วเงินในการหาลูกค้ามันคือเท่าไหร่งงใช่ไหมมันคืออะไรก็ง่ายๆครับก็ เดือนหนึ่งเนี่ยก็ทำธุรกิจไปเดือนหนึ่งแล้วก็ดูว่าเงินที่เราใช้ในการทำโฆษณามาร์เก็ตติ้งอะไรต่างๆทั้งหมดเนี่ยยังไม่นับค่าโปรแกรมเมอร์ค่าเงินเดือนในออฟฟิศนะฮะเอาแค่เงินที่เราไปหาลูกค้าใหม่ข้างนอกเนี่ยสมมติเดือนละ1,000,000ก็หารมาว่ามีลูกค้าใหม่กี่คนถ้ามีลูกค้าใหม่1,000,000 คนซึ่งมันไม่ใช่หรอกลูกค้าใหม่อาจจะ1,000 คนอะไรเงี้ยก็คนละ1,000 บาทถูกไหมใช้เงินไป1,000,000ได้ลูกค้าใหม่มา1,000 คนในเดือนนี้ก็คนละ1,000 บาทไอ้1,000 บาทที่เป็นลูกค้าใหม่เนี่ยได้กำไรจากเขาคนละกี่บาทถ้าได้ไม่ถึง1,000 บาทต่อคนนั่นคือแปลว่ามันมีอะไรแปลกๆแล้วมีอะไรแปลกๆหมายความว่าเข้ามาเนี่ยยิ่งทำยิ่งขาดทุนหรือเปล่าถูกไหมฮะเพราะนั้นตรงนี้ก็ยังไม่ใช่สเกลแต่ถ้าเกิดว่ามันใช่เนี่ยมันใช่หมายความว่าอะไรครับคือคุณมาแล้วมีสิทธิ์ที่ได้เงินคืนจากเซอร์วิสเนี้ยแต่ตลาดมันใหญ่มากๆตลาดมันใหญ่มากๆที่คุณต้องยอมขาดทุนเพราะว่าคนมันยังใช้เยอะไม่พอเนี่ยหรอแต่ว่าทุกยูนิตเนี่ยมันพอไปได้อันนี้มันก็จะน่าลงทุนสมมุติว่าเราบอกว่าเรียกแท็กซี่เรียก Uber พนักงานบ้านมานอน Airbnb อย่างเงี้ยทุกครั้งที่นอนเนี่ยค่านอนหักค่านู่นค่านี่แพลตฟอร์มมันกำไรเพราะว่ามันเป็นบ้านคนอื่นถูกไหมบ้านก็บ้านคนอื่นอะไรก็คนอื่นหมดเรามีแต่ค่าโฆษณาการโฆษณาลงไปคนมานอนหัก 15-20% เราเนี่ยมันเกินเงินค่าโฆษณาที่เราหาคนมานอนเนี่ยอันนี้ทำได้แต่ว่าที่มันขาดทุนเพราะว่าโหยเราอยากจะไปกี่ประเทศเราอยากจะหาบ้านใหม่ๆขึ้นมาเยอะๆอันนั้นยังไม่เป็นไรเพราะว่าอันนั้นต้องทำอยู่แล้วอันนี้เป็นเหตุผลที่สตาร์ทอัพต้องระดมทุนแล้วมันใหญ่ครับเพราะฉะนั้นอย่างกลับมาเมื่อกี้นี่ว่าทำไมเลิกทำก็ง่ายๆก็อย่างนั้นแหละครับโอ้โหคนนึงเนี่ยผมใช้เงินลูกค้า 2,000 บาทไปหาอุบิมอลเนี่ย 2,000 บาทเข้ามาซื้อที่ชาร์จแบตได้กำไร50 บาทอะไรเงี้ยเราก็มันไม่มีทางเราก็รู้แล้วมันไม่มีทางละมันเป็นเกมที่มันโหดร้ายทารุณมากเราก็ต้องยอมครับ
ก็อย่างนี้นะคะก็ต้องอย่างแรกนะคะก็ต้องดูว่ามันคุ้มไหมถูกไหมคะว่าเราเสียกับคนนี้ไปเท่าไหร่แล้วสุดท้ายเขาให้คืนกับเรามาเท่าไหร่ใช่
ครับส่วนไอ้พวกข้างล่างเนี่ยไม่เป็นไรเงินเดือนที่ออฟฟิศอะไรเงี้ยไม่เป็นไรเพราะว่าพวกธุรกิจสตาร์ทอัพเนี่ยมันแชร์คอสกันคือหมายถึงว่าคำว่าแชร์คอสกันคือหมายถึงว่าอย่างอุบีอย่างเงี้ยเราจะมีลูกค้า100 คน 1,000 คน 10,000 คน 100,000 คนล้านคน10 ล้านคนโปรแกรมเมอร์มันก็ไม่ได้คนมันไม่ได้เยอะขึ้นล้านเท่ามันก็เพิ่มขึ้นอีกเท่า2 เท่าอย่างมากไอ้ตรงนั้นเนี่ยเดี๋ยวยังไงมันก็ได้คืนแต่ไอ้ข้างบนเนี่ยต่อยูนิตเนี่ยมันต้องกำไรครับ
ค่ะพอพูดถึงเรื่องคนถูกไหมคะอย่างพี่หมูเนี่ยโอนอยากรู้ว่าพอพี่หมูมีคนเยอะขนาดนี้มันมีปัญหาบ้างไหมเวลาการบริหารคนจำนวนมากๆในเวลาเดียวกันเนี่ยค่ะ
ครับมันก็จะเป็นเฟสฮะหมายถึงว่าการบริหารคนเนี่ยก็จะเป็นเฟสก่อนสมมุติเราพูดในฐานะผู้ก่อตั้งบริษัทแล้วกันนะครับตอนเริ่มต้นเนี่ยตอนที่คนสักไม่เกินสัก10 คนแล้วกันคนที่เป็นโฟลเดอร์เนี่ยก็ต้องเรียกว่าตำแหน่งที่เป็นตอนนั้นนะฮะคือต้องเป็นคนที่รู้ทุกอย่างครับคำว่ารู้ทุกอย่างเนี่ยหมายถึงว่าไม่ใช่ว่าเรารู้จริงนะคือเรามั่วแม่งทุกอย่างเลยครับพูดไปขอโทษก็คือมั่วทุกอย่างครับหมายถึงว่าlegal เราก็ต้องทำใช่ไหมทำกฎหมายมันไปขายของเขาแล้วเขาบอกให้ทำสัญญาเอางานเข้าทำไงดีทำสัญญาก็ไป Google เอาสัญญามาจากอินเทอร์เน็ตถูกไหมก็แก้ replace word กรอกก็ไปใส่โลโก้ก็เซ็นมาก็ได้ตังค์นี่หว่าอะไรเงี้ยถูกไหมก็คือรู้ทุกอย่างครับแต่ว่าอาจจะเลยแล้วก็โปรแกรมเมอร์ทำได้ก็ไป Google มาแกะเอาโค้ดOpen Source มาแปะอะไรเข้าไปแล้วก็เซลล์ขายของอะไรอย่างเงี้ยสกิลก็ต้องรู้ทุกอย่างแล้วก็สิ่งที่มันสำคัญมากกว่านี่คือเวลาลูกน้องหรือทีมเนี่ยไม่ถึง10 คนเนี่ยครับเขามาถามเราเนี่ยคือเราต้องตัดสินใจตัดสินใจผิดตัดสินใจถูกไม่เป็นไรครับเพราะว่าบริษัทมันเล็กครับมันก็ไม่ทำอะไรมันก็เจ๊งอยู่ดีอยู่แล้วเพราะนั้นเราตัดสินใจไปก่อนแย่ที่สุดเนี่ยคือไม่ตัดสินใจคือเดี๋ยวพี่คิดดูก่อนแล้วมันหมดไปเดือนนึงอะไรอย่างเงี้ยคือข้อจุดแข็งอันเดียวของสตาร์ทอัพเนี่ยคือคุณต้องเร็วคุณต้องไวคุณต้องตัดสินใจให้เร็วกว่าบริษัทใหญ่ถ้าคุณไปทำเหมือนบริษัทใหญ่ๆมานั่งรอเดี๋ยวพี่คิดดูก่อนอะไรอย่างเงี้ยมันเสียไปละเพราะว่าต่อให้คุณเฟลเนี่ยมันจะเฟลอะไรขนาดไหนธุรกิจคุณก็เดือนละกี่เท่านี้มันก็ไม่ได้เจ๊งเยอะกว่าที่คุณมีหรอกเพราะนั้นมันก็ทำไปก่อนอันนี้คือเฟสแรกๆให้มันลุยไปแล้วพอมันทำไปก่อนเนี่ยเดี๋ยวมันจะเจออะไรบางอย่างครับเราไม่ต้องคิดไกลครับไม่ต้องวางแผนยาวไป3 ปี 5 ปีอันนั้นเป็น Excel ให้นักลงทุนเขาดูไปเอาจริงๆเนี่ยบริษัทเราจะอยู่ถึง3 ปีหรือเปล่ายังไม่รู้เลยนี่หรอไม่ต้องคิดไกลเอาแค่3 เดือนก็พอเอาใกล้ๆออกไปขายจริงๆเนี่ยแล้วขายได้เจอปุ๊บขายซ้ำๆยิงมั่วๆไปก่อนโดนปุ๊บยิงซ้ำๆแล้วเนี่ยคือสตาร์ทอัพเนี่ยมันคืออย่างเงี้ยมันคือสิ่งที่มันต่างจากบริษัทใหญ่ๆเพราะอันนี้คือจุดแข็งของคุณต้องทำตรงนี้ครับเพราะฉะนั้นลูกน้องบรรยากาศในบริษัทเนี่ยมันก็คืออย่างเงี้ยพอคุณยิงซ้ำๆเจออันนี้คุณก็ทำต่อเจอคุณก็ทำต่ออันนั้นคือช่วงแรกแต่พอยิงซ้ำๆนู่นนี่ปุ๊บมันเริ่มดีขึ้นใช่ไหมเราเริ่มไประดมทุนมาเริ่มจ้างคนมาจ้างโปรแกรมเมอร์มาเนี่ยมันจะเป็นอีกเรื่องหนึ่งแล้วครับเฟสเนี่ยมันก็จะต้องมองว่าจริงๆแล้ว งานของเราอะครับคือเป็นอย่างเฟสของผมตอนนี้ผมก็ยังไม่ได้ใหญ่มากแต่ถ้าเฟสของผมตอนนี้มันก็ยังเป็นว่าผมเป็นเชียร์ลีดเดอร์ผมไม่ได้พูดตลอดว่างานผมคือเป็นผมมีหน้าที่อยู่2 อย่างครับคือผมเข้าไปเชียร์เด็กที่บริษัทกับหาเงินมาจ่ายเงินเด็กแค่นี้งานผมมีอยู่แค่นี้ครับเข้าไปที่ออฟฟิศก็ไม่มีโต๊ะทำงานเลยเดี๋ยวนี้เข้าไปก็ไปเดินคุยกับเด็กๆตบไหล่เป็นยังไงถ้าเขาอยู่ดึกๆเราก็อยู่ดึกๆกับเขาเป็นกองเชียร์ให้พนักงานรู้เลยว่าแบบโหแม่งนั่งเชียร์กับกูถึงตี 2กูจะกลับบ้านกลับไม่ได้อะไรเงี้ยนึกออกไหมก็คือ
ทำให้เครียดกว่าเดิม
ไม่สบายๆโอ้ยตีปิงปองเล่นกันหาเฮกินแต่ว่าคือสบายๆครับคือบรรยากาศเนี่ยมันสบายแต่ว่าคือเราเป็นกองเชียร์ให้เขารู้ว่าแบบเฮ้ยอยู่เหนื่อยเราเชียร์แล้วก็หาตังค์มาแล้วกันเพราะว่าทำไมถึงต้องเป็นกองเชียร์ครับต้องเป็นกองเชียร์เพราะว่าอะไรครับเพราะคนอื่นทุกคนเก่งกว่าเราหมดครับเมื่อก่อนเนี่ยคิดว่าตัวเองเก่งเพราะว่าเป็นสตาร์ทอัพจริงๆไม่ทุกคนเก่งกว่าเราหมดใช่ไหมครับผมชอบพูดว่าแบบพี่ Messenger ยังเก่งกว่าเราเลยเขาปั่นมอเตอร์ไซค์ไปส่งเช็คที่ธนาคารวันละเป็น10 ที่ไม่รู้ทำได้ไงนี่หรอวะให้ผมขี่มอเตอร์ไซค์ออกไปปากซอยก็คว่ำตายไปแล้วเพราะนั้นมันก็เก่งกว่าเราเขามีเรื่องที่เขาเก่งกว่าเราในโปรแกรมเมอร์ก็เขียนโปรแกรมเก่งกว่าเราบัญชีเราไม่รู้ดันไปสอนบัญชีอีกต้องทำอย่างนี้ไม่ได้เรียนบัญชีมานึกออกไหมครับเพราะนั้นมันไม่ใช่ถึงจุดหนึ่งก็ต้องยอมรับว่ามันมีคนที่เก่งกว่าเราในทุกๆฟีลครับหน้าที่ของเราคือเรารู้ว่าเราจะทำสตาร์ทอัพอะไรปัญหาที่เราอยากจะแคร็กคืออะไรแล้วก็ให้คนเก่งๆเนี่ยไปแคร็กเพราะนั้นการเลือกคนเนี่ยมันก็จะกลายเป็นเฟสที่เป็นเรื่องของการเชียร์แทนแต่ผมเชื่อว่าวันหนึ่งเนี่ยมันก็จะมีหมายถึงว่าบริษัทที่มันใหญ่ๆอะครับคุณไปดูอย่างปัญหาใหญ่ๆที่คนในโลกนี้ทำอย่างอีลอนมัสก์เนี่ยอยากจะส่งจรวดไปดาวอังคารอะไรเงี้ยนี่หรอไหมหรือว่าแบบคือมันเป็นเรื่องใหญ่ๆไม่ใช่แบบอีบุ๊กเด็กๆแบบเราอะไรเงี้ยเพราะนั้นมันจะถึงจุดหนึ่งมันจะยิ่งกว่านี้ละมันก็ต้องเป็นเรื่องของวิชั่นที่แบบใหญ่มากๆซึ่งผมคิดว่าตัวผมเองก็ไม่ได้มีประสบการณ์ไปถึงตรงนั้นครับแต่ถ้าณเฟสตอนนี้ก็คือเป็นกองเชียร์กับหาตังค์มาให้เด็กใช้ให้พอละกันครับผม
ก็จะเห็นนะคะว่าเฟสแรกก็คือต้องตัดสินใจให้ไวทำทุกอย่างให้ไวอะไรเงี้ยค่ะเราต้องเป็นเหมือนคนตัดสินใจเป็นคนเหมือนหัวเรือนำทุกคนไปถูกไหมคะในเฟสแรกสำหรับคนที่ยังน้อยๆอยู่พอต่อมาคนเริ่มเยอะขึ้นเราก็เปลี่ยนหน้าที่ของเรากลายมาเป็นกองเชียร์เป็นเชียร์ลีดเดอร์ถูกไหมคะแล้วสมมติ
ตังค์ด้วยหาตังค์
ด้วย
จ่ายเงินเยอะๆเดี๋ยวพนักงานก็จะไม่เอาละ
ค่ะแล้วก็พอหลังจากนั้นก็เดี๋ยวพี่หมูเขาก็จะไว้โตขึ้นอีกเขาก็จะมาเล่าอีกในปีหน้านะคะเร็วๆนี้โอเคแล้วอย่างนี้พอพี่หมูบอกว่าในเฟส 2ใช่ป่ะคะว่าเฮ้ยเราต้องเลือกคนเก่งๆมาทำอย่างเงี้ยค่ะพี่หมูมีพิธีเลือกคนแบบนี้ยังไงรู้ได้ไงว่าคนเนี้ยมันเก่งจริงอะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะ
เราก็ต้องไปนั่งกับเขาคือหมายถึงว่าจริงๆแล้วเนี่ยผมเชื่อว่ามันมี2 ส่วนครับส่วนแรกนี่คือจะมีคนที่รู้ในฟิลที่เขาทำมันมีเรื่องที่เราไม่รู้เพราะนั้นเราสัมภาษณ์เองไม่ได้นึกออกไหมฮะก็ต้องเอาคนที่รู้ในฟิลที่เขาทำเนี่ยไปร่วมสัมภาษณ์แต่ตรงนั้นนี่ก็จะเป็นเฟสแรกคือคนที่สัมภาษณ์เฟสแรกเนี่ยผมก็จะมีอย่างโปรแกรมเมอร์เขาจะสัมภาษณ์รอบแรกมาก่อนแล้วก็จะมาถึงผมใช่ไหมฮะหรือว่าบัญชีผู้ช่วยทุกตำแหน่งก็จะมีคนสัมภาษณ์มาให้ก่อน HR สัมภาษณ์มาก่อนแล้วก็มาถึงผมพอมาถึงผมเนี่ยสิ่งที่ผมดูคือผมก็จะดูว่าเราอย่างที่ผมบอกครับก็คือเราอยากจะไปเป็นลูกน้องเขาหรือเปล่าตอนที่ต้องมองว่าจริงๆเราเป็น CEO นะแต่เราไปสัมภาษณ์คนเนี่ยเราสัมภาษณ์ว่าเราอยากจะไปเป็นลูกน้องไอ้เด็กที่เรากำลังจะจ้างมาหรือเปล่าเพราะว่าอะไรครับเพราะบริษัทเราต้องโตถูกไหมมันไม่มีใครอยากเป็นลูกน้องคนที่มันไม่เก่งไม่ดีสักวันหนึ่งถ้าบริษัทโตเด็กคนนี้มันก็ต้องมีลูกน้องเพราะนั่นคือถ้าเรา respect คนนี้ในขณะที่ว่าแบบเราทำงานร่วมกับเขาได้จนถึงขั้นว่าแบบวันหนึ่งถ้าเราลืมอีโก้ของเราไปเลยเนี่ยเราไปเป็นลูกน้องเขาได้สมมติอาจจะบางทีมันอาจจะฟังดูยากเราก็ต้องย้อนเวลากลับไปว่าถ้าเราอายุ20ต้นๆแล้วเจอไอ้คนเนี้ยเราไปเป็นลูกน้องเขาได้เปล่าก็คือมันเป็นเรื่องของการลดอีโก้ลงเรื่อยๆครับแล้วก็มองว่าเราไปเป็นลูกน้องเขาได้ไหมถ้าเราไปเป็นลูกน้องเขาได้เนี่ยโอกาสจ้างแล้วมีความประสบความสำเร็จจะเยอะเพราะว่ามันก็แสดงว่ามันมีคนอยากทำงานกับเขาอยากจะนู่นจะนี่เพื่อนร่วมงานก็จะ respect เขาบรรยากาศมันก็จะดีแล้วก็บริษัทเราเนี่ยถ้ามีคนอยากจะไปเป็นลูกน้องเขาแปลว่าเราก็จะจ้างคนมาเป็นลูกน้องเขาแล้วมันก็จะใหญ่ขึ้นไปได้เรื่อยๆบางทีมันเป็นเรื่องที่แบบต้องนั่งคุยกันครับแล้วก็ไปมาดูเพราะว่าบางทีมันอาจจะไม่ใช่เรื่องแค่เก่งอย่างเดียวนะเราเห็นบริษัทใหญ่ๆอย่างหลังๆมี culture ปัญหาเรื่อง culture CEO โดนเปลี่ยนทั้งที่เป็นสเกลใหญ่ๆอย่างเงี้ยคือมันคือเรื่องแค่นี้ว่าคนเนี่ยอยากไปเป็นลูกน้องอยู่หรือเปล่ามันอาจจะไม่ใช่เรื่องเก่งอย่างเดียวมันเป็นเรื่องต้องเป็นคนดีหรือเปล่าพูดจาแบบกวนประสาทหรือเปล่าไม่อยากทำงานด้วยคุยกันก็กวนประสาทอยู่นั่นน่ะมันเก่งแล้วมันก็ไม่มีใครอยากไปทำงานด้วยมันก็อาจจะไปกันไม่ได้ครับ
ก็ต้องหาคนที่มีความรู้ทางด้านนั้นมาเป็นคนสัมภาษณ์แล้วก็ต้องคิดว่าถ้าสมมติเราจะเป็นลูกน้องเขาเนี่ยเราอยากจะเป็นลูกน้องเขาหรือเปล่าถูกไหมคะแล้วอย่างนี้พี่หมูมีการมองอนาคตว่าสมมติอุ๊กบี้จากนี้ไปอีกสัก5 ปีอย่างเงี้ยค่ะจะเป็นยังไงเป็นในทิศทางไหนบ้างไหมคะ
ก็ในปีแรกๆครับคือจริงๆแล้วในส่วนของเราเนี่ยเรามีเซอร์วิสหลายๆตัวที่เราเริ่มทำใน ในเมืองไทยครับแล้วก็อยากจะเอาเซอร์วิสเนี้ยขยายไปแถวเพื่อนบ้านเราก็คงอยากไปเนี่ยอยากไปอินโดอยากไปอะไรอย่างเงี้ยฮะก็คือเอาเซอร์วิสไปแถวประเทศที่ไม่ใช้ภาษาอังกฤษละกันครับก็จะไปแถวๆนี้แล้วก็ในส่วนของตัวบริษัทเองก็คงพาเรียกว่าอะไรฮะหาบริการใหม่ๆเพิ่มขึ้นมาครับและแน่นอนเราเป็นสตาร์ทอัพเป้าหมายของเราภายใน 3-5 ปีข้างหน้าก็คือการ IPO ในตลาดหลักทรัพย์ที่ไหนสักที่หนึ่งครับผม
อาจจะเป็นเจ้าแรกของประเทศไทยนะคะที่
ไม่น่าจะเป็นเจ้าแรกผมรู้สึกว่ามีเจ้าที่จะ IPO ก่อนเราครับมีบริษัทเยอะเพราะว่าจริงๆคือการ IPO เนี่ยมันคือ exit ของสตาร์ทอัพครับแล้วก็เป็นการระดมทุนในแง่ของเราเนี่ยต้องมองว่าธุรกิจที่เราทำเนี่ยต้องมองว่า e-book อะครับเหมือนก็คือกว่าคนจะมาซื้อ e-book อะประเทศไทยมันมีปัญหาใหญ่กว่า e-book เยอะโอ้ย transportation คนกู้เงินใช่ไหมฮะนี่เสียเต็มไปหมดอะเรียกแท็กซี่ไม่มาอะไรเงี้ยคือทุกอินดัสทรีมันใหญ่กว่าเราหมดอะกว่าคนจะมาซื้อ e-book ต้องผ่อนบ้านผ่อนมอเตอร์ไซค์ผ่อนรถซื้อมือถือซื้อแท็บเล็ตแล้วยังเล่นเกมฟรีไม่เคยจ่ายตังค์อีกนี่บอกไหมเพราะนั้นไอ้ที่มันมาถึงอุกบีเนี่ยมันเหลือแล้วแบบเศษอะนี่บอกว่าถ้าเราโตมาได้ขนาดนี้โอ้ยสตาร์ทอัพใหญ่ๆกว่านี้เยอะแยะเขาต้อง IPO ก่อนเราไปเยอะแยะถ้าคิดอย่างเงี้ยมันก็เป็นอย่างนั้นแล้วมันก็เป็นอย่างนั้นนะฮะใน500 Startup เนี่ยเราลงทุน Startup แบบโอมีเสนู่นนี่อะไรเงี้ยผ่านไปมันเป็นเรื่องจริงเพราะว่ามันต้องยอมรับว่าธุรกิจที่เราทำเนี่ยมันไม่ได้โตเร็วมันไม่ได้เป็นปัญหาใหญ่ของประเทศขนาดนั้นไม่อ่านอีบุ๊กก็ไม่มีใครเดือดร้อนอะไรมากหรือเปล่าประเทศนี้อะไรเงี้ยนะครับเพราะนั้นผมก็เชื่อว่าอาจจะไม่ใช่เราแต่ว่าเราทำก่อนครับผม
โอเคค่ะก็สุดท้ายนี้นะคะก็อยากจะให้พี่หมูช่วยฝากอะไรถึงคนที่ทำสตาร์ทอัพอยู่หรือว่าสนใจสตาร์ทอัพหน่อยค่ะว่าค่ะ
โอเคก็ฝากใช่ไหมครับก็คงเป็นเหมือนทุกทีฮะก็คือท้ายที่สุดเนี่ยผมเชื่อว่ามางานสตาร์ทอัพนะครับก็อยากจะฝากเรื่องของให้ฟังแล้วมันรู้สึกคึกเขิมหน่อยละกันนะถ้าจะฝากเรื่องพวกนี้ก็ต้องบอกว่าแน่นอนว่ามันมีความเสี่ยงมีทุกอย่างแต่ทีนี้เราบอกว่าความเสี่ยงเนี่ยมันจำกัดได้มันจำกัดในระดับที่คุณล้มคุณก็ไม่ได้หมดเนื้อประดาตัวหรอกจริงๆถ้าคุณทดลองทีละสเต็ปอันที่2ก็คือว่าถ้ามันเป็นอย่างนั้นแล้วเนี่ยจริงๆแล้วมองย้อนกลับไปเนี่ยท้ายที่สุดนะครับผ่านไป10 ปี15 ปีเนี่ยสิ่งที่เราเสียใจที่สุดอาจจะเป็นเรื่องที่เราไม่ได้ทำทุกผมทำอุกบีแล้วเจ๊งอุกบีมอลแล้วเจ๊งเนี่ยผมรู้สึกดีนะว่าผมได้ทำถ้าไม่ได้ทำเนี่ยเพราะมันผ่านมา3 ปีเนี่ยทุกวันนี้ผมยังต้องนั่งคิดอยู่นึกออกว่าต่อให้ทำอย่างอื่นไปแล้วทำอะไรเงี้ยในหัวข้างหลังมันก็ตอนนั้นทำไปแล้วมันจะเป็นยังไงนึกออกไหมเพราะนั้นเอาเข้าจริงๆเนี่ยมันคนเราก็เรียกว่าอะไรครับคนเราก็มี2 มือ2กิน1 ปากมันก็กินทำงานได้เท่านี้แหละแต่ว่ามันเป็นเพราะนั้นถึงจุดหนึ่งเรามองย้อนกลับไปผมเชื่อว่ามันเป็นเรื่องที่แบบได้ทำหรือไม่ได้ทำมากกว่าก็อาจจะเป็น encouragement ที่แบบช่วยเชียร์ว่าแบบถ้ายังคิดไม่ออกก็มันลองไม่ได้เฟลใหญ่ก็ลองได้ก็ลองมือทำมันอาจจะไม่ต้องมาเสียดายทีหลังครับผม
ก็ให้ลงมือทำแล้วก็ให้ทดลองไปเรื่อยๆนะคะโอเคค่ะสำหรับวันนี้ก็ขอบคุณพี่หมูมากเลยนะคะ
ขอบคุณทุกท่านมากเลยครับที่มาฟังผมวันนี้นะครับ
สมแล้วจริงๆนะคะที่เป็นไอคอนิกสตาร์ทอัพสำหรับคนไทยจริงๆค่ะคุณหมูจากอุกบีแล้วก็ต้องขอบคุณผู้ดำเนินรายการด้วยนะคะคุณชวิสาเฉินค่ะที่ทำให้เซสชันนี้เราได้แรงบันดาลใจแล้วก็พลังที่เราจะไปต่อยอดในความคิดสร้างสรรค์สำหรับเราสตาร์ทอัพกันนะคะช่วงต่อไปค่ะยังคงเป็นความรู้สึกร่วมกันสำหรับเหล่าสตาร์ทอัพนะคะว่าเราจะมีกลยุทธ์อะไรที่เราสามารถเติบโตแล้วก็ขยายธุรกิจของเราไปในต่างประเทศและที่สำคัญเราจะมีการเติบโตไปในระหว่างประเทศได้อย่างไรนะคะทุกท่านจะได้พบกับ World Class Speaker ท่านต่อไปนะคะที่ในปี 2015 ที่ผ่านมานะคะเธอคนนี้ได้รับเกียรติจากทาง The Boston Globe ยอมรับว่าเธอเป็น 25 คนที่มีนวัตกรรมมากที่สุดในบอสตันค่ะแล้ววันนี้จะมานำทุกท่านนะคะมาติดตามกันในหัวข้อ Creating the Startup Friendly Accelerator Global Experiences. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very honored to introduce everyone our world-class speaker, Ms. Cara Chermantai, Senior Director of the Global Partnership Mass Challenge from USA.
Founded Mass Challenge with a mission to catalyze a global renaissance. We launched this at the very depth of the recession when the Dow was below 7,000 because society and business in particular has become just way obsessed with greed, short-term profit extraction, and not focused enough on value creation. So you guys are the value creators. As a society, rather than fight over slices of the existing pie, we would rather make more pie. And that's what you guys are all about. creating new value, creating new companies, solving new problems, creating more wealth, more jobs, more growth, more optimism, hope, excitement, and passion. And that's what the world should be about, not just fighting over slices and who gets the biggest share of profit, but actually doubling, quadrupling the amount of profit. So in the next decade, 2 decades, the size of the global market is going to double and double again. I want you all to be at the leading edge of that, so we get to define what that system looks like. And rather than have it be one based on short-term exploitation of labor and raw materials and a place to dump our waste, I would much rather foster a collaborative environment in which we are all solving massive problems and unlocking all of the incredible intellectual capacity around the world in a much, much better system designed to help the world. We have several billion people around the world that are living on less than $10 a day. Many of them don't have access to water, food, opportunity, connectivity, but they will. We are just getting started. We are nowhere close to done yet. The next step in our journey together is to bring this to every person on the planet. So we will do anything we can to help you. If it's humanly possible, we will get it done.
Hi, everybody. How are you doing? Good? Can I get a little woo? Woo? Okay. My name's Kara Shermanton. I'm the Senior Director of Global Partnerships for Mass Challenge, and I'm really, really excited to be with you all here today. Before I get started, could I just have a quick show of hands? How many of you consider yourself to be entrepreneurs? Okay. A few. How many of you are here representing the government? You're here on behalf of the public sector. Okay. What about corporations, big business, established businesses? Okay, a few there. And then universities, academia. Anyone also representing that group? Yep. Finally, the investment community. Angels, risk capital investors, venture capitalists. Okay, a couple there. Great. So pretty much everyone from the Thai entrepreneurial ecosystem and the global entrepreneurial ecosystem, every stakeholder group is represented. That's really awesome. So as you heard from our founder, John, Mass Challenge is all about value creation. That's what we care about. We've been doing this for 7 years all around the world, and we've seen a lot of great startups. We've seen a lot of startups fail. We've seen a lot of startups succeed. And we've worked with every member of the global entrepreneurial ecosystem in order to help generate sustainable impact and sustainable value creation. That's what we're all about. That is our mission, to catalyze a global startup renaissance. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about Mass Challenge, my organization. I'm going to tell you a little bit about our story, what we do, how we operate, and I'll use it as a case study to give you an example of how we're operating in the global startup ecosystem. And then I'll tell you a little bit about our startups, some stories from some startups that have been through the program, and then I'll tell you some of the things that we're doing around the world. I just want to emphasize that we believe that entrepreneurs flourish in a dense, connected, and diverse entrepreneurial ecosystem. And that's why we're so excited to be here in the Thai entrepreneurial ecosystem and to learn more about how you all are starting to support entrepreneurs and make an impact in your community. So what is Mass Challenge? Mass Challenge is the most startup-friendly accelerator on the planet. That's what we call ourselves. What does that mean? It means that we put the startup first. We put the startup at the center of the equation. We prioritize the high-impact entrepreneur, those individuals who are at the origin of the value chain, those individuals that are creating new businesses, new jobs, new growth, new opportunity, new wealth, prosperity, and solving real hard problems for our societies and for our economies. So everything that we do, we seek to put the entrepreneur first. We operate as a not-for-profit organization. We do not take equity from the startups that we support. We have a mission-driven approach to entrepreneurship. Every year, we open a global call for applications. Startups can apply into our program, early-stage startups. Anyone with any idea from anywhere in the world can apply to Mass Challenge. every year we also run an accelerator. So we take around the top 8% of startups that apply into Mass Challenge and welcome them into our physical accelerator. We have offices in locations around the world, and I'll show you in a minute where we're operating. And startups work together. They learn from each other. They engage in peer mentorship. They engage with our group, our mentors, our investor community, our corporate community, our foundations and government supporters, and they seek to demonstrate their value, and they seek to accelerate their growth. At the end of the program, we give away cash. So we're focused on removing friction from the equation for startups. So we don't take equity. We give away non-dilutive cash grants to the winning startups in our program. So we've seen some really, really great metrics. We've seen some really great traction from this model, this sort of innovative and different model of startup support that we've been doing for a number of years. So we've had over 1,200 startups that have graduated from the program. They've collectively raised over $2 billion in funding, generated about $900 million in revenue, and created about 65,000 direct and indirect jobs all around the world. This kind of economic impact is huge. And these are just early stage startups. We are just getting started. So we're really, really excited to see this kind of momentum. And we think that our model is also differentiated. So we work with MIT very closely, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, which is based in Boston, where our global headquarters are located. And they found that a Mass Challenge startup is about twice as likely to achieve significant job growth and significant fundraising success as a non-Mass Challenge startup. About 80% of our startups are still active today. So that's really, really exciting. And this is what we mean by global. Today, startups need to have a global mentality from day one if they truly plan to compete on the global entrepreneurial stage. They need to be thinking like a multinational entrepreneur. They need to be connected to international resources. And we believe that this is fundamentally important. So from the very beginning, from day one of Mass Challenge, we have been open to startups from all around the world. But we believe that talent is democratically distributed around the world. It's not enough for us to just have our center in Boston and accept startups there into the United States. No, we need to go out to where the startups are. And so since 2012, we have been on an aggressive growth trajectory, seeking to expand our model and seeking to launch new Mass Challenge programs and new Bridge to Mass Challenge programs in every region of the world and to be present on every populated continent. So there is a Mass Challenge program on every populated continent at this point, including our Bridge to Mass Challenge programs. And we have supported entrepreneurs from 81 different countries, which is really exciting. And I just really want to emphasize to you how we think about startup support, how we think about entrepreneurial success and innovation. It cannot just be about Mass Challenge and our staff directly working with the startups. We rely on the active engagement and involvement, participation and support from every stakeholder within the entrepreneurial ecosystem in order for us to help be at the center and generate high-impact startups. We have to work with experienced entrepreneurs and mentors, people that have been there and done that, like the gentleman who was just in front of me, who was one of the earliest startup success stories in Thailand. It's really impressive. We have to rely on those individuals, but not just those individuals who can be mentors. We have to work with corporates, with foundations, with government, with the media, with the public, with universities, with investors. Every key stakeholder has a role to play, and only when we're tightly coordinated, working together and focused on the outcome of startup support and startup growth can we really achieve that level of impact. A coalition of stakeholders within an ecosystem is fundamentally critical. So I've talked a little bit about Mass Challenge. I'm going to tell you a couple of stories of some of the startups that we've worked with that I think are really exciting. So this is Francis. Francis is one of the founders of a startup called EYL. EYL is a Korean startup. They came through Mass Challenge in 2016, in last year's cohort in our Boston program. So most encryption systems rely on software algorithms to generate random numbers. The core technology of EYL harnesses the power of nature, of radioactive isotopes to generate quantum entropy, so the ultimate in random number generation. It's a highly, highly secure system And it's a way for IoT to be protected from hackers. We all know what a critical subject cybersecurity is at this stage. And so there's a huge opportunity for EYL to make a huge impact and to solve a really, really important problem. Since coming through Mass Challenge last year and winning our top prize out of over 5,000 applications, they were one of the top winners. They won $100,000 in equity-free grants. They have since set up a US-based headquarters outside of Washington, D.C., and they've landed one of their first major enterprise clients. Here's another startup. I wanted to also show an example of biotechnology because I think there's huge opportunity for the biotechnology and life sciences healthcare innovation landscape here in Thailand. So Ginkgo Bioworks is another alumni of Mass Challenge from one of our earlier classes, and they design custom microbes for clients across multiple markets around the world to produce chemicals, ingredients, and industrial enzymes. So pretty interesting, hard science innovation, solving a really important problem for their clients. Since graduating from Mass Challenge, they've relocated to Silicon Valley, where they have raised $154 million, and they've now pivoted their business, and they've launched one of the largest DNA sequencing agreements with 700 base pairs with several large biotechnology customers. So this is huge within their industry, and we're really excited to see them grow and make an enormous impact in the world of biotech. And I'll share with you another example, one more example, the last one, from one of our startups, again from one of our earlier classes. They're called Flywire. So Flywire is focused on helping people make secure, large dollar amount money transfers between businesses, academic institutions, and hospitals. And Flywire was founded back in 2009. Really, the idea for it came around 2009. The founder, Iker is from Spain, and he was a student at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology at MIT, and he had some problems trying to transfer money. He made a tuition payment, but he realized that it didn't go through. It was lost in the process. And when he looked into it further, he realized that the money transfer industry, the money transfer process, is super inefficient and full of hidden costs. So he wanted to solve that problem, and he saw a huge opportunity for him to help other countless international students like himself. So he founded Flywire. They went through Mass Challenge a few years ago in 2011. And since then, they've raised about $43 million, and they have expanded their business from academic institutions into hospitals, and they've just announced B2B international business-to-business money transfers. So we're seeing how these startups are coming from all over the world, focused on really different problems, but all focused on solving big problems and making a big impact while leveraging a global community. So what does the story of Flywire tell us and some of these other stories? I think there's a couple things that I really want to highlight. Again, to bring it back to this, I guess the subject of my talk is creating the startup-friendly accelerator global experiences, because we really all need to be thinking globally at this point about an impact that we want to create. So Iker had his problem. He was able to start his startup as a response to it, and it wasn't tremendously difficult for him to start it. It's becoming more and more easy for startups to start businesses, for people to use technology and leverage the ubiquity of technology and the enormous impact that technology has and digital transformation has on our daily lives in order to have an enormous impact. And he was able to start this business. Millions of people are becoming internet users every day. And there's about 2 million apps available now, more than that at this point. But what we're finding is that actually startups are still failing at the same rate. Between 90 and 95% of all startups will fail. And actually, in the United States, new business creation, net new business creation, is at an all-time low. So this is coming at a time when we actually need startups more than ever. We need startups, we need new businesses to come and solve these huge problems. But we also need them for the future of our global prosperity and the global economic order. The World Bank estimates that by 2020, we will need at least 600 million new jobs just to meet the demands of young people entering into the job market from places like Africa and here in Asia and Southeast Asia. And at the same time, technology is absolutely transforming the way that people work, the nature of work, disrupting entire industries, and absolutely transforming the way that people work and the availability of jobs in different industries. It's also creating new industries. So it's super interesting to see the way in which technology and digital transformation is disrupting our economic order, but also creating new opportunities. So you can see how the work of EYL and Ginkgo Bioworks and Flywire is fundamentally important right now, but they can't do it on their own. Startups cannot be successful totally on their own and in a vacuum. They need to be supported. We need to come together as a global entrepreneurial ecosystem and as individual communities within those ecosystems to support them, to create the infrastructure, to create the collaborative framework, and to create the opportunity for startups to be successful. Because talent is distributed everywhere evenly, but opportunity is not. So this is, whoops. I'm clicking the wrong button. So this next picture is a picture of me in Colombia. So I wanted to tell you a little bit about what we are doing to help solve this problem, to help communities and to help ecosystems actually create a more supportive, robust, and stronger infrastructure to support entrepreneurs, and to do it by working together in a coalition of stakeholders. So we launched a program called Bridge to Mass Challenge in 2012. And through Bridge to Mass Challenge, we help ecosystem leaders all around the world to build better innovation economies. And we do it by working in conjunction with leaders, by helping to identify the key problems within their innovation ecosystems, and by helping them to address those problems. So this is a picture of me about 7 or 8 months ago in Bogota, in Colombia in South America, where we worked with the Colombian federal government to identify the core challenges facing that ecosystem and facing the government and the government agencies' ability to address it, the ability to address startup support and startup success, and to help plug a hole and fill a gap. So SENA was the name of the agency. They have embarked upon a very ambitious program to train and to build a network of mentors throughout the country in over 100 different regional centers. So it's a huge undertaking in a country that is geographically diverse, that is demographically diverse, with centers in the jungles and centers in the beaches and in the mountains and in the valleys. And so Mass Challenge goes to where these individuals are and goes and supports them and trains the next generation of startup mentors and people that are going to deliver real value and real expertise into the global entrepreneurial ecosystem and into the economic prospects and the long-term economic future of Colombia. So that's a really, really exciting project. And we're starting to do more and more of these. So this is just a picture from 2 days ago, or I think 2 days ago or yesterday, of me here at Startup Thailand. And this has been a really exciting experience for me because what I'm seeing here is an enormous amount of dedication, enthusiasm, and a real willingness and commitment to supporting entrepreneurs, but not just to do that, to work together and to really come together and to create opportunities and to support the growth of entrepreneurs throughout the ecosystem. So that's really, really exciting. And that's something that we want to see more of and that we want to support. And we're in the process of determining whether there might be an opportunity for Mass Challenge to support the Thai ecosystem in collaboration with T-Cells and in collaboration with the government. So, so thanks again for the opportunity to come here and to meet all of you and to share with you a little bit about the Mass Challenge model and about the Mass Challenge story. So that's really all that I had to share with you. I wanted to share some of those stories about Mass Challenge and about some of our startups. And really kind of my final message I would communicate is to join us. Please join us. We're really excited to be here. We're really excited to continue to grow our mission, to launch in new places, to launch in new ecosystems around the world, and to help further our mission, which is to catalyze a global startup renaissance. So we hope to be here soon. We hope to launch a new Mass Challenge program here. We would love to do that in collaboration with all of you. If you are an ecosystem leader, talk to us about joining our Bridge to Mass Challenge program that we're hoping to launch. If you're a startup, consider applying to Mass Challenge. We will be open for applications in just a few months in our global locations. So you can find out more information on our website, and feel free to reach out to me. My email address is kara@masschallenge.org. Can I take questions? Is it possible to take questions from here? Yes? Okay. Since I have some more time, I would actually love, if anyone has any questions, I would love to answer them. If anyone is bold enough to ask me a question from the audience.
Yes. If you have any questions, feel free to ask her. มีท่านใดมีคำถามไหมคะเชิญได้เลยนะคะ Yes, of course. We have the question from the floor to you, Kara.
Excellent.
Simon Bavitranon from T-Cells.
Hi.
Nice to meet you. I heard so much about Mass Challenge, and really glad that you're here. I have a question. I haven't been working much in terms of startup. In those 1,200 startups that you work with, anyone that can be a unicorn startup?
Yeah, that's a great question. So of these 1,200 startups that we referenced that have gone through Mass Challenge, how many of them are unicorns? The answer is quite a few of them. So what I didn't include here is valuations. Valuations are not always public for startups. We do have that data internally. We don't always share it because it's not always in the best interest of our startups. But this startup, for example, I do not know what their last term sheet said, but they've raised $154 million. So their valuation is well north of $1 billion, and they are a privately held company. So many of our startups would have unicorn status by the definition of a unicorn, which is a privately held company that has over $1 billion valuation. So we're really excited to see those startups continue to grow and continue to hopefully go onto the public markets and make a really big splash with really significant market capitalizations.
I think people would be interested in you because this is just nonprofit. Where you get money, and those people who put money in, they don't really expect any money back at all?
Yeah, so that's a great question. That question, thank you for that. That has to do with, okay, so like, where's the catch? Like, I think a lot of people ask me this question. I was meeting with an entrepreneur yesterday and telling her a little bit about our model, and she said to me, it seems too good to be true, actually. And I think it's not, really. I mean, so at the end of the day, we are a not-for-profit. We view our role within the innovation ecosystem to be that of a facilitator, of a platform, of a way to bring people together. And we want to let the startups do the value creation, and we want to help the rest of the community add value to their startup, to their innovations and to the new ventures and new growth that they're creating, and capture some of that value. But that's not our role. Our role is not necessarily to capture that value. Our role is to facilitate and to help create more value. So we see ourselves as part of that innovation infrastructure, and by tightly coordinating and working closely together with all of these different stakeholders of the entrepreneurial ecosystem, we have the ability to generate even more value. That's what our founder was saying in the video that I played before. Because it's really not about, if everyone's trying to get their slice of the pie and fighting over their slice of one pie, but nobody is focused on baking more pie and increasing the size of the overall value that is available, that's not a sustainable solution. That's not a sustainable way to think about an economic order. And so we're really trying to flip that on its head. That's how we see our role within the global economy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else have a question for me?
มีท่านใดมีคำถามอื่นๆเพิ่มเติมอีกไหมคะ
There's one question.
เชิญค่ะ We love to listening to question from the floor as well, right? Please.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi.
I want to ask the mass challenge that you said you're going to operate in the next few months. Can you tell the scope of the field of startup that you need in mass challenge?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So we are going to be open for applications in a few months. We will be open in our global locations. So right now, there's a few that I showed where we'll have applications opening, but we'll have a few more programs that will be online next year. I just can't tell you where yet. The question is about what startups do we look for? And the answer is we look for high impact, high potential. So when our judges evaluate a startup application and a startup pitch, last year we received about 5,000 applications from 81 different countries for 350 spots, right? So it was a pretty competitive process to get into Mass Challenge Accelerator. And we have a global network of about 1,000 expert judges that we have recruited. These are individuals with significant expertise in startup experience or a specific sector. That maybe they're a corporate executive, or maybe they're an investor, or maybe they're an academic or a legal expert that has IP expertise, for example. What our judges look for is, does this startup have an innovative, transformative, and disruptive idea in any industry? It can be in life sciences, in digital healthcare, it can be in clean tech, energy, social impact, consumer products. Doesn't matter, the startup has to demonstrate that they have a significant impact, an impactful idea that is going to change the world or change their industry. They also have to demonstrate that they actually have the potential to execute on that idea. Ideas are everywhere. If you're an entrepreneur and you have an idea right now, probably somebody else in the world has that same idea, but maybe they don't have the team that you have to execute on that idea. And so we're also looking for potential. We're looking for the strategy, the secret sauce, the unique approach, the unique technology, the unique team that can execute on that idea. The process itself is relatively straightforward. There's an application. It's pretty short. It's a written application. The challenge is actually fitting your answers into the relatively tight slots that we have for you to fill it in. And then you'll be given written feedback on your application from our judges, regardless of whether you make it into the accelerator. So even that process, the process of applying to Mass Challenge, the process of going through the rigorous judging experience, maybe being invited to a pitch, maybe getting into the accelerator, that is designed to add value to the startup. It's designed to force you to think of questions and answer questions that you really should be answering if you're very serious about your business. So to your question, anyone with any idea anywhere in the world can apply to Mass Challenge, and we invite all of you to do so. I have 2.5 minutes left, according to the clock. I would welcome any other questions that you have, or you're welcome to speak with me afterward as well.
เรามีเวลาอีก2 นาทีอยู่คุณคาร่านะคะไม่ทราบมีท่านใดมีคำถามอีกไหมคะ I think that everybody here would like to have your contact to stay connected with you.
Great.
Right?
Sorry,
to stay connected with you. Because,
absolutely.
Yeah.
So my email address, I'll just tell you all now because I do not have enough business cards. It is Kara, K-A-R-A, @masschallenge.org. So you're all welcome to reach out to me. Thank you so much for inviting me. It's been really, really fun, and I'm looking forward to collaborating with all of you.
This is Kara Chumantai, the Mass Challenge.
They are Will, QD Laser, and Metasetup. How was NATO scheme? What is helpful? Well, they will tell us their story with NATO scheme. So first, I will invite Mr. Sugie, CEO of Will. Please, Mr. Sugie.
Saudi Cup. Hi, I'm very excited to be here today. My name is Sugi, the CEO and co-founder of Will. So what we're trying to do is that Will design and create intelligent personal electric vehicle for people who have difficulty walking, but also everyone. So I will show you the video first. Can turn on video. And a movie, music. Hold on. So I think the sounds.
A wheelchair. This before. Move beyond the status quo and into a personal electric vehicle, the Will Model M. The Model M has everything you need to live more freely.
I love my Will Model M. Its striking, clean look just fades away, allowing you to be you.
Its comprehensive design uniquely provides confidence and boundless ability. Make the most out of your independence and go where you want to go safely. Get ready to drive envy, the Will Model M.
Yes, so our mission is delivering fun and innovation to pedestrian travel for all. So the first off, I'd like to introduce why we started this project. So Johnny started from a wheelchair user voice. He said, I've given up going to grocery store even just 2 blocks away. The why? It's really related to the history of the wheelchair. So do you know what is this? Yes, this is a wheelchair in 1932. So what about telephone in 1932? It's something like this. So as you guys know, the wheelchair users and the power wheelchair users hasn't enjoyed the fruits of innovation for more than half a century. So that's why he complained about that. So at that time, we have small engineering team called Sunnyside Garage. So actually, this is our first lab. It's really messy and even smell. So you know, we all engineer and the designer all in late 20s. And if we got together only in the weekend and create something new product for just for fun. And it will happen to be one of these projects. And after 1 year of development, we decided to exhibit it at the Tokyo Motor Show in 2011 as, you know, kind of new personal mobility device. It's not like, you know, medical device such as, you know, existing power channel wheelchair. This is personal mobility, new generation. And then after that, we got overwhelmingly positive reaction from all over the world. Then I realized it was not only him, but also a lot of people desire innovation in this industry. Then, okay, let's start up. So we found our company in 2012. So these are the founders. So I was working for the Nissan Motors in Technical Center in Tokyo. Designed, you know, the car body, you know, headlamp and tail lamp. And also, I was belong to the advanced studio. So think about 10 years and 20 years, you know, the way of transportation based on the people's lifestyle in the future. So next to me is the Jun. He is mechanical engineer designed for surround view monitor, 360 monitor for a car. And then, you know, also he's doing like manufacturing in Thailand here, and in China and Taiwan as well. And then the last guy is Mune. He was a electrical engineer and software engineer designed for pacemaker, medical device. So he knows how to get the patent, you know, and also the regulation for medical device. So first of all, what we did is that researching the market size, and then realized North America is the biggest market in the world. But actually, you know, close to the 50% of the market is in North America. Then we decided to move to the US. After move to the US, so the first off, we just focusing on just one thing. Get 5 customers. Get the 5 customers. Only 5 customers. How? Just get purchase order with sign from the users. That's what we are trying to do first. We have a bunch of things to do. So prototyping, asking the question, you know, go to the rehabilitation center to the research, and then after 1 year, you know, finally we got a 5, you know, contract from the users. This is the final, you know, the product, our solution in 2014. 3 core components we have.
The first one is design. It looks, very innovative. It's not like, typical existing power wheelchair in the wheelchair. And the second one is the technology. So what unique is, the technology is the front wheel. This is supported by NEDO. So it's composed of 24 small rollers surrounding the one tire, enabling very, very tight turning radius for inside use. And also, this is four-wheel drive. It covers snow on the gravel, any terrain you go. So we actually both tight turning radius for inside use and also good ground covering ability for outside use. Okay. And the last one is the software. So it's connected to, the smartphone. So caregiver and the family member can use the remote control. So you can talk side by side. And also you can change accelerator, decelerator through the smartphone. And also it can track log data as live log, when you guys use, and also family member, where is grandpa, grandma, so you can tracking all of the data. Okay, finished. Movie finished. Okay, so that's the three core competencies. So I'd like to introduce the actual 5 users. So this is the first guy in the middle of the picture. So his name is Danny. He had also got the muscular dystrophy. So he's also director of the fashion brand in Los Angeles. What he wants to do with a product is that he want to go to the nightclub with Will and trying to hook up the girl. That's what he wants to do. The second girl is the Julia. She got an accident when she was a high school student, and then he wanted to be seen a wheelchair user. But after she got Will, she's going around more easily. And then I'd like to introduce one more person. His name is Kunpei. He asked me in one day, says, "Hey Sugi, please bring the prototype. Even the prototype it should be fine." So and I asked, why? And this is the answer. Music. Oh. Music. Music. Okay. But anyway, it's a celebration. His celebration. He want to bring the product to his celebration. That's the answer. Okay. So now, actually, our customer is more than 1,000 in the US and Japan. And also, we start to sell product in the UK from this year. According to the, this is showing the age plus 60 years old in the global. In 2018, we reached 1 billion. And it's 2 billion. Reached to the 2 billion in 2015. So that means the needs of the transportation to sidewalk travel is definitely increasing. So yeah, that's actually realistic numbers. So far, we have raised 33 million from US, Japan, and Taiwanese venture capital, as well as angel investors. So now we are moved to second step. What we are doing right now is that not only just selling a product to the individual users, but also we are trying to making a service itself to the B2B places. by using the technology. For example, like autonomous driving, anti-collision technology. Let's say, so this is an example of autonomous driving. So this is in collaboration work with Lysomatics, who produced the closing ceremony in Rio de Janeiro Olympics. So we use, motion capture to control all of the devices. So at that time, this is totally autonomous driving, applications. Okay, let's move to more like real-world applications. So this is an example. Oh, 難しいねこれ。Movie. So this is actually a trial, but this is one of the good examples, so you will see. So at this time, we use like, the radar. Okay, so, I don't know. Okay. So what we'd like to do by using those kind of technology is that we would like, okay. So we would like to do this kind of technology into the airport. So how, why? So this is evidence in the fact. So, for example, Atlanta International Airport, they will spend like in the manual wheelchair pushing operation, $200 million just for 1 year. So if we use this kind of technology, so we will automatically navigate the passenger who needs mobility assistance. It's significantly reducing an operation cost. But also, we are thinking, and then we have already, the work with the international airports, such as Tokyo International Airport, and also Kansas City, United States. Also, we are thinking this kind of, the technology to expand, to those kind of places, such as smart city, amusement park. So at this time, world is just not only, mobility device. This is world will be like, the part of like, how can I say, the part of like city infrastructure itself. So at this time, it's really changed, the people's, the view toward, the mobility device. It's not gonna be like not gonna be like, a typical wheelchair and power wheelchair anymore. Okay? So we are very excited what we are trying to do, and also in the future, what we see. So if you are interested in will, please come talk to me later. Thank you very much.
Mr. Sugie, thank you for sharing your story. And next, Mr. Miyauchi, Business Development Manager of QD Laser. Mr. Miyauchi, please.
Thank you very much for your introduction. Hello, everyone. I'm very glad to be here and to have such a great opportunity to share our footage or struggle of research to market, from research to market. So my name is Nori from QD Laser. Yes, QD Laser is literally a laser manufacturer. You may know about laser. We put focus on semiconductor laser, some of which looks like the picture in left side. And it is widely used as an application like laser pointer and CD-DVD player. It might be a laser technology, but I'm not sure because it doesn't exist yet, unfortunately. I'm just kidding. And so QD, what is QD? QD stands for quantum dot. Quantum dot is a small size dot on semiconductor, looks like this. You cannot imagine the size easily, but it is really small, smaller than the virus. Don't you think it's amazing? So QD laser makes QD laser, quantum dot semiconductor lasers. QD laser has various advantages point, like temperature stability, high temperature operability, and long life, compared to other conventional semiconductor lasers. So our core technology is to develop quantum dots in multi-layer with high density and uniformity. So we have achieved it first in the world, and we are still only in the world that being able to do this in the mass production level. So how do we do? It can be achieved by a molecular beam epitaxy technology, or MBE. Don't be afraid. I don't want to go into detail, but just quickly. The quantum dot is self-assembled on the surface of gallium arsenide, and like an island. And covering the island with another layer of gallium arsenide, we can make the multi-layer. Okay, so, and we make our products with partners, not only by ourselves, but with partners. So we are kind of fabless company. We don't have a heavy asset of manufacturing apparatus other than MBE reactors. So we avoid the cost-intensive, capital-intensive business model so far. Oops. Honestly speaking, first 3 years after foundation, we couldn't find customers. It's like a tragedy or comedy. But so QD Laser was some kind of, tech-based, tech-driven company and push-type business. And that is not good things in general. But fortunately, we found a customer in the market of telecom in China. So to date, fortunately, we have shipped more than 3 million units of quantum dot laser to the market of mobile phone base station communication and oil exploration. So these are in very high temperature circumstances. So QD lasers high temperature operability match the customer's needs. And very fortunately, our laser business became profitable last year after all. So this is one of our honor to win our awards from IEEE Photonics Society, Academic and Industrial Society for Photonics. So they take into account that our achievement of commercialization and mass production as highlighted in the red letters. The guy in the left end of 3 men is our CEO, Dr. Mitsuru Sugawara. So let me look back of our history. So QD Laser is founded in 2006 as a spin-off from the joint research between Fujitsu and the University of Tokyo. Yes, we have 10 years of history, more than 10 years of history, but we believe we are still a startup. Our CEO, Dr. Sugawara, was a researcher in Fujitsu laboratory. He decided to establish this company in order to commercialize his research interest, of course, quantum dot laser technology, and left Fujitsu. Initially, Fujitsu and Mitsui Corporation invested the company, and the number of investors will have been increased gradually. As a result, to our fortunate, we have been doing our business more than 10 years, 11 years. Yes, and the NEDO always support us. From the beginning of the very beginning of our company's history, we received continuous support from NEDO almost every year. It is noteworthy that every project aims the development of product, not the technology itself. As you see in red letters, or a product. Some projects even specify the application of the product as in blue letters, like telecommunication, optical interconnect. So this support can be regarded as some kind of revenue to the startup. But of course, we did fundraising in several times in parallel. Anyway, as a result of NEDO project, now we have a variety of product portfolio. We have expanded our product list to shorter web legs from right to left. Next, let me talk about our latest product or project, retinal imaging laser eyewear. So retinal projection laser eyewear is a kind of head-mount display, as you see on the screen, that has a miniature projector inside the frame to draw images directly to your retina. We use RGB semiconductor lasers to make a color beam, which is reflected by a tiny vibrating mirror to scan, to draw images to retina. Since the image is on the retina, you don't need to use your focusing ability to see the image. In other words, it is focus-free, independent of point of focus and or visual acuity. Due to free focus, if you have short-sightedness, far-sightedness, astigmatism, it doesn't matter. You always see the clear image. Actually, we found visual acuity improvement for people with low visual acuity, like this, just like corrective glasses. So the head-mount display is just like active type corrective glasses. So, and in addition, the device can be also used by people with low vision. Low vision is a kind of visual impairment. They are not blind, but have difficulty to see the things clearly, even with corrective glasses or contact lenses. But they can see the world, again, by this device. We already found the customer needs, which is simply want to see the world clearly. Of course, it can be used by the people with normal vision as an AR-type head-mount display. For this project, we are awarded for 3 prizes at once in CTEC, one of the largest exhibitions of customer electronics in Japan. Actually, we already have the 3rd arrow. Next challenge based on our quantum dot technology. This is for communication between the electronics on computer boards like CPU and memories. So due to the vast increase of data amount, faster communication is necessary to maintain the speed of internet. Now, electron is used as a carrier of the information or data in computers, but there is a speed limitation for them. So that could be a bottleneck. We will substitute it light by hybridizing quantum dot technology and silicon electronics. It can contribute to faster communication system. Again, we are working with partners to make it happen. Yes, that's another honor we recently had, but let me just skip it. So that's all. This is the conclusion, and thank you for your attention.
Mr. Miyauchi, thank you for your presentation. Finally, I would like to invite Mr. Nogami and Dr. Iwamiya. They are co-founder and co-CEO of Metosera. Please.
Hi, everyone. So my name is Ken Nogami, and he's Taka Iwamiya. We are from Metsera in Japan. We are co-founders of this company. We are working on creating a new treatment for the heart failure patients. Heart failure is a status of a heart that cannot pump out enough blood, and 20% of you could have heart failure. So this is going to be an ultimate treatment for the patients with a heart failure. Anyway, so here's a Metsera at a glance. We have just launched the company last March. Within the 5.5 years since our company launched, we have conducted 3 times financing. And we got also grants from NEDO. So in total, we got more than $9.5 million. And it was essential in conducting these R&D initiatives. We have done efficacy tests in rats, and now working on translational researches with human cells. We are located in Tokyo, and we have our own lab in Tokyo. And also, we have advisors in West Coast, California. Key point with Metsera is financing and our team. For the financing, the R&D is really expensive for the company because the efficacy testing in rats costed us almost $200,000. $200,000. Can you believe? So for the first year, it's almost impossible to run this R&D without these grants. And also, he is responsible for the R&D, and I am responsible for business. So this combination of co-founders was essential in coming up with better business ideas and talking to venture capitals and have the best R&D plans.
Okay, Metsera is targeting heart disease. In particular, we are focusing on heart failure. Heart failure is a condition in which your heart cannot pump enough blood to keep up with the demands of your body. In the early stages, common symptoms include shortness of breath, lack of energy, and difficulty sleeping. In the US, 1 in 5 Americans will develop heart failure, and nearly 50% of patients will die within 5 years of diagnosis. Heart failure is a progressive disease, so symptoms worsen over time, from slight limitations to having symptoms even when at rest. Treatment also escalates. You start with lifestyle changes, then start taking medications. When there are further problems with the heart, an assistant device is implanted. The problem is that disease is not cured. Finally, there are 4,000 people that need a heart transplant, but 2,000 donors each year. So it is risky and expensive. From this, we identified a significant unmet need in patients with heart failure. Okay, now I'll show you how Metsera's fibroblasts repair heart failure. This time-lapse video on the left shows that conventional fibroblasts in culture overgrow heart muscle and form fibers, resembling the damaging scar tissue in heart disease. The image on the right shows that adding Metsera's fibroblasts to heart muscle causes the muscle cells to multiply and organize into healthy tissue. Metsera is developing a novel treatment for heart disease. In order to repair the heart muscle, Metsera uses a specific type of cells called fibroblasts. Fibroblasts are support cells found all over the body that maintain organ structure and function. Metsera's technology is based on a specifically selected fibroblasts based on my research. Once you put these fibroblasts into a damaged heart, it regenerates or repairs the damaged tissue. So this cell therapy can prevent progression of the disease and avoid heart deterioration on the heart transplants. Now, we're gonna show the history of Metsera. 2014 was a turning point of my life. I earned a PhD in medicine at a university, which is famous for regenerative medicine. Achieving my goal of earning the degree, I thought about what I want to really achieve in the rest of my life. For me, Other steps like getting grants for researches, publishing new papers, and having a job sounded not goals, but steps. But it was also impossible to get enough grants for my invention to be delivered to the suffering patients. I realized that the value of my research is maximized in the context of business, not academic research. So I teamed up with Kang and started our endeavor to make this really happen.
So that's how Metsera has been formed in January 2014. But the way to form an actual company was really hard. Our first trial was to apply to a grant from another Japanese government agency, which is called START. And for filing an application for the grant, we initiated discussion with venture capitalists, which is actually our current lead venture capitalist. But it turns out to be a failure. So we couldn't get any grant from all the discussions with the venture capitalists and government agency. And then we had a hard time. So Takahiro moved to the other university and continued his research, but he couldn't get enough fund for the research. And when we formed the team, I was at Morgan Stanley, a security company. But then I moved to another startup, and I went to MBA school in Los Angeles. And the turning point for us was coming up with better business idea. So when he was at the university, there's some cases of the companies who had a successful cases and successful financing. And at UCLA Anderson, the MBA school, I could have my team in the business school and came up with better business idea with a discussion with venture capitalists in the West Coast and discussion with the professors. So after that, in 2015, October 2015, we relaunched the team and started discussion how we can make this technology happen as a business. And then we restarted the discussion with the lead capitalist as well and applied to NEDO STS grant. And surprisingly, even before we launched the company, we got the grant of 700,000 US dollars. So that is significant money for the company launch, and we could reinitiate the researches. So how NEDO grants helped Metsera? We started from proof of concept in 2016. And with that STS grant money to 700,000 US dollars, and we also got a seed financing from Beyond Next Ventures. So grant and seed money used to prove our technology. We got a really promising data from the rat trial, and we proved the concept. And then next year, with that data, we applied to the SCA grant, a grant for the corporate alliance from NEDO again. This was also 700,000 US dollars. And this helped us a lot in product development. We got a partnership with major Japanese company called Shimazu Corporation and with the other companies as well. And we worked for the product development, product prototyping. So with this money, and also we also got a finance from the Japanese venture capital, which is 1 million US dollars. So in total, we got more than 1.5 million US dollars. And that was really helped us in overcoming death barrier. Death barrier means for the proof of concept period and prototyping period for the biotech company, it's so hard to get money from venture capitals. So these two grants and partnership was essential in coming up with this hard time. And now, with the data from the human cells and the prototype, we are aiming for commercializing this product. So we are expecting another round of financing by the end of this year. This is going to be much bigger than the previous ones. And we are also aiming to apply to the other grants by early next year so that we can start commercializing the product. and talk to pharmaceutical companies and the other venture capitalists. And so now we can, like, with a confidence, we can talk to the venture capitalists that we can change the world. We can change how we treat heart failure. But until then, it was really hard time. So for today's session, we want to say that the grant is essential, or like it would be a key to come up with, to overcome the valley of death and make the technology happen, make the technology into a business. So thank you very much. So how this is how Metsela could make his novel research into a business. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing valuable experiences with NADO startups. Regarding the startups, I would like to inform you that just yesterday, NADO and NIA signed a memorandum of understanding to support technology-based startups because NADO has know-how to create ecosystem to support startups. I will leave it to Mr. Furukawa, Chief Representative of NADO Bangkok office, to explain specific efforts for this MOU conclusion. Mr. Furukawa, please.
Hello, my name is Yoshinori Furukawa from NADO Bangkok office. So I'm trying to summarize my session, and also I want to introduce our new activity here in Bangkok. So maybe you know that we are very focused on science-based startups. Science-based startups, it's need a long time and also investment a long, big money. That's why there is some kind of role for the public sector, I think. So this chart is like a comparison of Japan and Thai existing startup ecosystem. The upside is Japanese system, which already explained from Ibuki, the first session. So we divided for the 3 steps for the startup support system. The green one, yellow one, green one, the blue one. Compared with the NADO system, I think the most basic one. So NADO have a TCP system. It's a point of the point of the TCP system is a mentoring system. I think in the Thailand, so each university has like a seminar, not seminar, I mean the entrepreneur education system. But it's still education system, I think. And also NIA tried to set a co-working space for each university. Maybe mentor will be needed, I think. So go up to the next stage like a green one. So we have a SUI system, startup innovator. The point is like a funding and also catalyzing, I mean the accelerating, is a package to the startup. That is very, very important, I think. So compared to the Thai system, maybe I found NIA has already finance support system, and recently they producing an NIA global accelerator system that's called the Spark system. Then finally the blue one. So we have a pitch event in Japan and the US. It is an opportunity to meet the venture capital and also the big firm, big company. So if they meet a venture capital and a company, so we set the STS, SCS system. It's a co-funding system. So in the Thailand, so last year, Japanese embassy have an embassy pitch at the first stage, and also some VC is existing here in Thailand. But most of like a telephone company and bank and some of the SCG, adventure or something like that. So it's very like limited for the money for the sector. Maybe the telecommunication company's money go to the IT, and bank money go to the fintech, and the company like a SCG or PTT, it's very related on their business area. Okay. So this chart is made by NIA and other related organizations. They categorized for the 9 sectors here in Thailand startups right now. And also, they are categorized for the 3 areas. One is like an expanding sector. It's including e-commerce and fintech and also travel tech. That area here in Thailand, Thailand has already so many number of the startups here in Thailand. So what the government needs is expand their business for foreign countries. That's why the Spark program is aimed to that area. So NIA has an accelerator, but global accelerator. It makes sense. That why? So NIA try to spread their business for the foreign countries. That's why the Spark program consists by the global accelerator. It's some Singaporean and also Japanese some, and also Israel person. Back to this slide. So the second area is the emerging sector. So that's including government tech, education tech, and unfortunately industrial tech, and also property tech. So that sector is very needed for the Thai society, but unfortunately there is no seeds. So still need a little bit time before the startup, I think. The last one, the third area is the early stage sector. It's including agri-tech, food tech, health tech, and lifestyle tech. That means Thai has already seeds, but before the startup. Okay, so we are focused on these two areas, agri-tech, food tech, and health tech. It's very synergy for NEDO experience and knowledge. So that's why we want to set the collaboration work between NEDO and the NRA. We set the MOU yesterday. The focus of our collaboration work is set up the science-based startup ecosystem here in Thailand. This is my goal. So towards this goal, I want to achieve the three things. One is creation of Thai accelerator. It is very, very important, I think. And the second one is the creation of a success case as a role model. It's also very important. But the third point is maybe extremely important. Establish and/or revision of regulation and standard here in Thailand, especially for the university, I think. So, okay, so through this is a detailed idea of our collaboration between NEDO and the NRA. The first phase, probably we want to open for the call for the application, and then some kind of selection. Then so we start with the mentoring for the university tech person. So with Japanese and the Thai mentor team. So at this stage, the goal is set up the startup team. So probably, as you know, and the tech person becoming a CTO, but there is another person will be needed for the successful startup. Yes, CEO. So we have to search a CEO person and then set up the startup team here in the stage. After that, it's a kind of demo day. I think we have a pitch event in front of the NRA board member. Then NRA board member say, yes, go to the next phase. So we got the money from the NRA. And at that time, so the team have to registration, making a startup company here in Thailand. And then NRA finance support for that company. Then we go to the second step, acceleration of Thai and Japan acceleration team, I think. So the target of this stage is the creation of prototype and also workable business plan. Then the last phase is let's go pitch to get the next phase of investment. So NEDO can provide a pitch event, pitch opportunity in Japan, and also NRA will be provide the pitch event in Thailand. Then so I want to realization this scheme here in Thailand. Then through this scheme, I want to create a Thai accelerator and also the role model, the success case here in Thailand. And also through this struggle, I want to set the regulation and also the rule here in Thailand. So probably I can go to the next step within the 2 months, I think. So if you have any good idea, please contact me. Thank you very much. This is my end of the presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Furukawa. Now it is time to conclude the session. I hope that the session was informative and useful for all of you. We don't have Q&A time for this session, but NEDO has booths in Japan Pavilion and in the international startup booth. So if you are interested in today's session, please visit these booths. Thank you very much for your participation and kind attention.
Thank you very much to all of the speakers from NATO, and thank you to you too, the MC. Haruka, thank you to you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the last topic of the day, will be the keynote speech on build in your own back garden, leverage local strength to support high growth company. Let us talk about the leading company, which is called Stortbeck and Company Limited from USA. Stortbeck and Company Limited creates high-impact training event and networking program for the people and organizations that work with startup and early-stage companies. I'm honored to have you on the stage. Please welcome Mr. Tom Stortbeck from Stortbeck and Company Limited.
Hi. Hi. I think I'm in between you and dinner. I guess I'm in between my own dinner, too. My name is Tom Stortbeck, and as I was introduced, and I run a company called Stortbeck and Company Limited. It's actually based in Liverpool in the United Kingdom, where I moved in 2009. But as you can tell by my accent, I'm not from Liverpool. I'm actually from Ohio, near Cincinnati, Ohio. And when I prepared the talk and sent my title to the organizers here, I started writing it, and it became something a little bit different than talking about gardening. So I couldn't get the change of title in. I found myself writing about things that I know, which is music and rock music, and not so much about gardening, which I don't know anything about. So it's the same theme, more or less. It's the same ideas, but we're going to use a music metaphor than a gardening metaphor. However, I thought I would at least tell you where the title came from, and it came from a guy named Tom Walker, who runs a program called Rev1 Ventures in Columbus, Ohio. It's right in the middle of the state. Rev1 Ventures is the largest active VC in the state of Ohio. It's a terrific program. And what Tom said about building entrepreneurial ecosystems, I feel very strongly that in order to fuel startups, you must connect the assets in your own back garden. Now, quick question, who are you what you might call entrepreneurial enablers? You like work with entrepreneurs, university, incubator, accelerator, investor. Who are you? Government. So we've got a few. This is the only thing I'm going to say about you. However, what I will say is that this is incredibly important, and it is not easy. It's like one of those things that should be self-evident, that universities would work together, governments would work together, and they don't automatically, naturally. It's something that needs to be encouraged and cultivated, and when it's done well, places like Bangkok, Thailand, Southeast Asia, Liverpool can become dynamic ecosystems. And Rev1 is a great example. Tom's a friend, and you need an introduction, let me know. Okay. My interest in music is probably like a lot of you. How many are music fans? Yeah, come on. I should ask the question. Who here does not like music at all? Get those hands up. That's like not liking food. Anyway, my background in music was my undergraduate. In the 1980s, I studied French horn at Ohio University. And I wasn't very good, so I had to do something else. And about 12 years ago, I got into entrepreneurship, working for an association of business incubators, about 800 programs around the world. That's where I got my start, working and training people how to run business incubators. Later, I worked briefly with the Global Accelerator Network, worked with some other networks in Europe, looking at ways that people can form programs to help entrepreneurs. And as I was doing that, I realized there were so many similarities, so many parallels between music and entrepreneurship. And in the development of an ecosystem, the parallels are really striking. And we're going to talk about those parallels. And the biggest commonality between entrepreneurship and music is that they both cluster. Music clusters. Musical ideas, musical themes, music theory, all cluster around places and specific times. So whether you're studying Thai folk music or Thai popular music, you see clusters of ideas coming together, and they're coming together because people like them. They like listening to what is happening in the day. And that's what happens with entrepreneurship too. And those clusters become self-feeding, and they create even better, cooler, newer ideas. And I've always found that really, really fascinating, how music clusters. Now, who are my rock and roll fans? Who are my rock fans here? And who knows these bands? Some of you know it. Where are they from? If you know. So these are the seminal bands of the Seattle grunge scene that started mid-'80s and kind of went through into the mid-'90s. That's Nirvana, of course, and in the middle, Soundgarden. Chris Cornell just died, unfortunately. On the end, Pearl Jam. I could have put Alice in Chains up there, but the emergence of the Seattle grunge scene created this kind of new sound that people really, really liked. I wouldn't call it appealing because it's kind of heavy, really. But liked it, became very, very popular, and it started to influence bands outside of Seattle. So if you identify, say, the Stone Temple Pilots are a band in San Diego that was kind of a grungy band. Some people think Smashing Pumpkins, which is out of Chicago, I think, is a grungy band because people were listening and learning and digging these songs. Now, grunge, and among other musical clusters, influenced these guys. Do you know who these are? Who knows who these are? Modern Dog. I've really come to like Modern Dog as I was researching Thai music. And Modern Dog, that's Silly, who is this on the end? Silly Fools, right? There's Silly Fools. And middle, Secloso. He played at Glastonbury in 2015, by the way, the big music festival in Britain. And these bands, when I started reading about it and listening to them, you could hear the influence of grunge in their music. You heard influences of a lot of things in their music, and when I read interviews with all of them, they would talk about the bands that influenced them. So Modern Dog, for instance, they all quoted grunge, they quoted the Red Hot Chili Peppers, all music that I was listening to in the 90s, but I wasn't listening to them, and they all emerged on the Thai scene and kind of created this Thai alternative music scene. And that's how music clusters work. Entrepreneurial clusters work in a very similar way, and it wouldn't be wrong for you if you're an entrepreneur. And how many entrepreneurs do we have here? We have some entrepreneurs here. Great. It would not be wrong or inaccurate for you to be thinking that you are creating a scene similar to the grunge scene out of Seattle, or some of the alternative scenes that have risen up in the 1990s in England. There was an emergence of some really cool Manchester-based bands. Stone Roses were one of them. Happy Mondays were one of them, called Manchester. You would be right to think about the entrepreneurial scene that you're creating as being similar to and as dynamic as these music scenes. Of course, you know the big clusters of entrepreneurs, and we're working on the Thai one as part of this event. But Silicon Valley, New York, London, Shanghai, and a few others, but those are the big ones. So this is our goal from this presentation, or actually, it's not from this presentation, this whole event. The goal is to create this dynamic, creative scene. So I'm going to show you how they do it in music, and then you're going to apply it to entrepreneurship. So the first thing to talk about is the power of the campus. Now, some of you are associated with universities, and one thing I would suggest you look at is a paper that came out in March of this year, March 2017, that was published by the University of Chicago, called The Campus as Entrepreneurial Enabler. It was done by a guy I know kind of peripherally named Zoltan Axe, who heads up a program called JEDI, the Global Entrepreneurship Development Index. And he talks about the emergence of high-growth companies from a campus environment. Not necessarily from the entrepreneurial programming in a campus environment, but how the campus environment encourages entrepreneurial growth. So again, University of Chicago, campus is entrepreneurial enabler. These three bands, Modern Dog, you all know this is Coldplay, came out, friends from University College London. That's the great rap band Public Enemy. If you know Public Enemy, Chuck D and Flava Flav met at a college in Long Island called Adelphi University. And if you know Public Enemy, I have a hard time imagining Flava Flav in college, to be honest. But colleges are real incubators for music, and there's tons of bands that met in college. REM, the great alternative band of the 80s in the United States, met in college in Georgia, in Athens, Georgia. Universities have spun out some of the biggest companies in the world. Then spinning out is the wrong word. I shouldn't say that. On university campuses, some of the biggest companies in the world today were formed by students meeting with each other and coming up with ideas. Of course, everybody knows Facebook. Dropbox was a campus-based company. Reddit, Napster, WordPress, Snapchat, and many, many others came out of these creative environments. And so the question is why? How did that happen? Well, Axe and others who worked on the paper really started to explore the kinds of things that people do anyway in college. It's a very, very open environment, right? And for many of us, and certainly me, I met people from all over the world that in fact, I hate to say this, Andy's sitting here, and I'm kind of embarrassed to say this, but two of my roommates in 1984 in college were from Malaysia, from KL. In 1984, this is how dumb I was. I didn't even know there was a Malaysia in 1984, and all of a sudden I'm meeting two students, science students at a high university from Malaysia. That opened my mind to a world I didn't even know existed. And that happens to most college students. There's a sense of liberty when you go to college. There's a sense of possibility when you go to college. And those things drive entrepreneurship as well as the assets that universities have, the spaces, the programs, the education, the professors, and all that. So universities are a real driver. But the question now is whether or not communities like Bangkok, KL, Liverpool, and others can kind of create that campus environment where people see really cool things, meet really cool people that they didn't know, have this diverse ideas, out of which can come really cool companies. So that's the first thing. That's the first parallel between music and entrepreneurship. And the second one is openness. Now, music fans know who this is, right? The first great Seattle rocker, Jimi Hendrix, grew up in Seattle. And Jimmy had a hard time in the United States in the 1960s. It was not a great thing to be black in the United States in the 1960s. And in 1967, he moved to London. And that's where he did his best work. Eventually, he died on the Isle of Wight in 1970. But in those 3 years, those were the peak creative years of Jimi Hendrix. But what was interesting about Jimmy, it was also a time of great guitarists in London. Eric Clapton, Jimmy Page, Jeff Beck, were all on the scene. Dave Gilmour joined Pink Floyd in 1967. By the way, they toured together, Pink Floyd and Jimi Hendrix, which must have been the greatest tour ever. They played all these clubs in London. Jimmy expanded because he was welcomed, and he contributed to the London guitar ecosystem because of their willingness to accept them. Everybody but Jeff Beck, by the way. For you rock fans, Jeff Beck had a hard time with Jimi Hendrix because Jeff Beck's one of the greatest guitarists ever, and he felt like he could never be as good as Jimi Hendrix. But for entrepreneurs, they benefit in the same way. It would take 30 minutes for me to talk about all the American-based technology companies that has a foreign-born or the child of a foreign-born person. Immigration is the driver of American entrepreneurship. 50% of the highest growing companies in the United States, the newest high-growth companies, have an immigrant founder or a founder that's the child of an immigrant, including Apple. Steve Jobs' father was Syrian. Tesla, of course, Google, Skype, I could mention Yahoo, I could mention Facebook, and many, many others. And the willingness of a community to be open to new people, new ideas, is incredibly important. And I have to say, that's why this is my first trip to Bangkok. And that's a shame, because I should have come here long ago. It's an awesome city. But I get the sense that Bangkok is open to new ideas and new places. And of course, there's surrounded by countries that speak different languages with different cultures. And that is an asset. It's a huge asset. If Thailand, Bangkok, and the rest of Thailand, and I know there's a Thailand outside of Bangkok, is going to establish itself as one of the great clusters of entrepreneurial activity. But it's incredibly important, and it is a huge driver, and it most certainly is an incredible competitive advantages for the places that are really, really open. I think that's why London is such a strong entrepreneurial place, because London is truly an international city where people from all over the world live. Now, the demo tape. So, I was going to make a joke about my wife at this stage, and she sent me a message before I got up there saying, "I'm watching you on Facebook Live." But I'm going to tell the joke anyway. My wife loves Adele. She loves Adele so much that if Adele were to call her today and say, "Hey, look, if you divorce that American, I'll be your best mate," I would not be married standing in front of you right now. But I love Adele too. She's great. Do you know how Adele got her start? One of Adele's friends in 2006 filmed her playing guitar and singing when she was 16 years old and posted it on MySpace, of all things. There was this thing called MySpace. It was kind of like Facebook, kind of weird. Not have Facebook, except it was like a pickup bar. But anyway, a recording company in London, XL Recordings, got it and signed her. And, you know, the rest is history. She's such a great singer and a great songwriter and great person. XL Recordings, by the way, is an independent label, but Radiohead is one of they're pretty good, right? If Radiohead is in your portfolio, you're good. Beck is one of their company, or one of their artists and things like that. Anyway, the demo tape is a music thing. The demo tape, and now it's YouTube. Do you know who was probably the most successful artist off of YouTube? Maybe we're too old of a crowd here. The Biebs. Justin Bieber was discovered on YouTube. This is something that I think entrepreneurs have a challenge with. Because when you're a musician, you got to go out and perform. You got to play, even if you're not ready, even if it's a handheld phone recording in a terrible way when you're 16 sitting at a desk playing like Adele was. You go out and play. You got to open mics, and you have to have people hear you. And it's the same thing with entrepreneurs. In my little over a decade of working with entrepreneurs and entrepreneurial programs, I kind of feel like this is the most lasting theory, mindset into entrepreneurship. It really started in 2002 with Steve Blank's 4 Steps to the Epiphany, where he came out, an engineer by trade, and told entrepreneurs that you build your products from your customer. You don't build a product and give it to them, but instead they inform you on what they want and what they don't, in a process called customer discovery, customer validation. Eric Ries, when he ran a startup, had Steve Blank on his board. He adopted those strategies into the Lean Startup. And really, I kind of feel like that's at the heart of the business model canvas, which was 2012, where you're putting all your guesses of what customers want in one place and then going out and talking to them. Now, for people who work in entrepreneurship, this is pretty clear. It seems pretty obvious. For musicians, that's how you know if people like your music or you're not. Unfortunately for me, they didn't like it. Entrepreneurs have a hard time doing this. They want it to be perfect before they go out, or they're afraid that someone's going to steal their idea. That happens a lot too. And for those of us who work with entrepreneurs, certainly anybody who's a VC or an angel know, this is where the magic happens. This is where you decide as an entrepreneur if your sound is going to have traction, if your audience is going to like what you do and like it enough to pay for it. If you're an entrepreneur, I'd read the Startup Owner's Manual, which is another Steve Blank book that I put up there. That's better. It's kind of thick. And learn about the processes of customer discovery, of customer validation, the terms MVP, which was introduced by Eric Ries, the minimum viable product, and so forth, and learn about growth hacking and customer engagement and polling and all the kind of stuff that you do early in your product development so you're building the right thing. If we're using a music metaphor, that you're building a sound that people are going to want to listen to. And that's really, really important. The world is full of musicians that nobody gets and nobody wants to listen to, that they think are great. The musicians themselves think they're wonderful, but nobody wants it. And I would dare say, for those of you who've worked with entrepreneurs for a long time, the tech world is full of technologies where the founders loved and nobody else did. Got it? Okay. Now, the last thing I want to talk about, because on the first day of the program, I was trying to think who it was. It was from a technology association in Thailand, and it was talking about the growth of Thai technology entrepreneurship from 2010 to now, and it's been exponential. It's an exciting, dynamic, cool ecosystem in Thailand, and it's growing rapidly. And at some point, you're going to hit a big one, and it's going to be great. And I think the lesson for them, and I'm hoping that I'm talking to you now, is to give back. Now, these are the three great American hip-hop artists. I think they're the best in hip-hop. I kind of like hip-hop. Over there, Sean Puffy Combs, Dirty Diddy Money, I think is what he's calling himself now. I think that's a ridiculous thing, so I call him Sean Puffy Combs. In the middle, Jay-Z. And on the end, Dr. Dre, who, and interestingly enough, not only are they all musicians, they're all entrepreneurs, Sean John, Rockaware, and some of you probably have Beats headwear that Apple bought, 2 years ago for $3.1 billion. So what's interesting, in fact, this is what's interesting about hip-hop in general. Hip-hop artists work with each other all the time. And when you buy a hip-hop album by Jay-Z, there's going to be 10 other artists on it. Sean Combs is going to be on it. Mary J. Blige is going to be on it. He's going to do an album or a song with Rick Ross and with Nicki Minaj, Monster, and Kanye West. And they've all supported the growth of artists. Dr. Dre supported Snoop Dogg, supported Eminem, produced him, co-wrote songs with Eminem. They've given back so much to rap, and it's a huge, I really, really like rap. And it's a big part of hip-hop and rap. And as I'm working on this, I was really kind of amazed. It's really unique in American music. Artists work together, rock artists work together, but not like rappers do. They do stuff together all the time, and every new album has artists of different artists. And it's create this really dynamic, and I think the fastest moving American music style and the most dynamic of the past 20 years is rap. Of course, you have Joey Boy, who I listen to. How many Joey Boy fans do we have? Nobody? Okay, good, good, because I kind of liked him. I was like, that was really, really cool. Giving back is what really drives the growth of an entrepreneurial ecosystem. When I go out and I talk, people will talk about in their community that they want the next Google, and they want the next Facebook. Or I'll hear policymakers talk about how do we get the next Google, or how we get the next Facebook. That isn't who you want. You want Fairchild. You want Fairchild Semiconductor. Now, who here, and I just show your hands, who here has heard of or know Fairchild Semiconductors? Anybody? We've got a few. This is the most important company in Silicon Valley history, without question. Founded by a group of technologists that had been moved out to to Silicon Valley by a guy named William Shockley, and led by a guy named Robert Noyce, they founded Fairchild Semiconductors right around the time that semiconductors were being put on silicon chips. In fact, Robert Noyce shared a Nobel Prize for the discovery of the silicon chip with a scientist whose name I don't know, who was at Texas Instruments, which was the big competing technology firm at the time. And Fairchild went on to spin off of Endeavor, which has been referred to, the organization Endeavor did a study in 2014. Right now, the 130 fastest growing and largest Silicon Valley firms, 70 of them have a founder or a direct connection to Fairchild. And those 70 firms are worth $2.1 trillion. They have had remarkable impact on Silicon Valley. Fairchild, Robert Noyce, and Gordon Moore went on to found Intel, where everyone knows Intel. If you're a computer scientist or know computers, you know Gordon Moore because he was the guy that wrote Moore's Law about the doubling of components on a silicon chip every 18 months, every 2 years, or whatever it was. A lot of people talk about Moore's Law, or Moore's Law in different ways. If you know the Valley's investment community, you've probably heard of Kleiner Perkins Caulfield. Eugene Kleiner was one of the founders of Fairchild. You've heard of Sequoia Capital. Don Valentine was the marketing manager of Fairchild. They're an incredibly important company, and these are the symbols of companies that have connections to Fairchild, including Apple, Google, Oracle, Facebook. There's Intel, Cisco, eBay, Yahoo. So you don't want Facebook. You want these guys. So, this is the last thing I have to say. Because things like this are really startups, I'm encouraging startups to go and talk about your startups at things like this. Go to pitch competitions. If you don't win, it doesn't matter. You're pitching, and that's the thing that matters. You're getting feedback on what you're talking about. You're learning from people like each other, like me, I hope, on how your startups can be improved and how your idea can be explored in different ways. I'm not a musician anymore, and the reason I'm not a musician anymore is nobody liked hearing me play. I didn't even like hearing me play, so I had to find something else to do. For you as entrepreneurs, the great thing is that your idea that you have now isn't going to be the last idea that you have. Hopefully it'll be successful. But if it's not, you can always move on. We're talking at lunch today about the importance of failure. But a friend of mine in Georgia, the country, not the state, uses a different metaphor. He says you have to fold. You have to be willing to fold. It's like a poker game. And once you have a hand that isn't going to work for you, you fold it so you still have chips to play the next hand. You fold before you lose everything. And that's what we encourage you to do, to get your ideas out there, share them with your peers. I go to these events, go to the hackathons, and get those ideas out there and share them with each other. So that's my presentation. I was on time, which is nice. The last thing I'll say is I really appreciate for the organizers of the event having me here. It's been a terrific event. And one thing about, and I really believe this, one thing about working in entrepreneurship is that it, for lack of a better word, gives you hope, right? The world is a complicated place, you know. I'm an American. I know how complicated the world has become over the past 8 months. But when you spend time with entrepreneurs, and I am fortunate enough to spend time with a lot of entrepreneurs, you see so many people that are just trying to get good ideas to make people's lives better. That's the core of entrepreneurship, really, making people's lives better. And I find it kind of a privilege at this point in my life to be able to come to things like this and listen to the folks in the hall share with me their ideas. A lot of them are great. Are all of them great? No, but it doesn't matter. There's still ideas that can be turned into something of value to people all over the world. And it's a great part of my life, and I really, really appreciate being part of it. I appreciate being able to share all this stuff with you. I hope it was helpful. I hope you have a great night, and thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Well, you're always fabulous, and thank you to you, Tom. So we come to conclude for today for the day 3 of Startup Thailand 2017 Scale Up Asia. Hope you come back again for the final day on the day 4 of the Startup Thailand 2017, and tomorrow we will commence our program at 10:30 a.m. Hope you have the wonderful good time back home today. วันนี้ต้องขอบคุณทุกท่านนะคะพรุ่งนี้กลับมาหาคำตอบกันได้ว่าเราจะไป Scale Up กันได้พร้อมๆกันภายในการจัดงาน Startup Thailand 2017 Scale Up Asia วันนี้ขอบคุณทุกท่านขอให้ทุกท่านเดินทางกลับโดยสวัสดิภาพสวัสดีค่ะ